Add in 2 world champions. If you are not coming out of the gate and thriving, instantly so much doubt is going to be shown on this team. But I'm not worried, honestly. We saw things not go too great with Sentinels last year when they tried to build that super team, but I feel like this team has that core that has been together. They have players that have already talked in interviews about how good the chemistry is being built up. I really expect them to come out and at least hit that top 2 mark and go to Madrid.
That's fair. I mean, hey, all signs point to positives, right? Yes. But there's an opportunity here for their opponents to play spoiler, because we're going to transition over to Furia and talk about what this team is doing as they have made changes. Well, very similar situation, NRG, funny enough, where they swapped out 3 players and they added 3 of their own. This time around, though, we see some more movement. We got MW Zera back in familiar roles, and, well, we just hope that we see this Furia team live up to the potential that I'm sure their fans want them to.
And that's the thing, right? You have to latch on to MW Zera as the focal point in this team, as he always has been in the duelist role on his teams. He is out there dropping bombs on the opponents. That's our favorite little lingo back here. But no, honestly, he is the guy to carry away. And I think that if we are in a world, especially in a double flashes world or double initiator world, to support this player, that's a guy you can build a team around.
But
when this team has played on the offseason and when he's played for teams before and it's been that duel, it's been the star, there seems to be a history of him going out and dropping bombs, as you said, and the rest of his team floundering behind it. Like, he's a player that requires so many resources, so much to be put into having him succeed, and he always does, but we've always seen him play to that level, and we've never seen him actually on a team that can support around him and give more success than just being a strong individual. And that's all I'm looking for at Furia this year. MW Zera is the known quantity. It's the rest of these players that are being picked up, given this opportunity around him, who need to succeed if Furia can live up to that hype.
Can a new IGL Conan come in with just 1 game in LCQ last year and be that sort of leader for the team to support a guy like this? That's going to be the challenge for Kickoff, and however long they can keep it going.
Especially against when you got 2 world champions on the other side, one of the most consistent cores in all of VALORANT. It is a tall order without a doubt. But earlier on, we had Sideshow catch up with one of the players from Furia. It's one of the new additions. It's Havoc.
Havoc, thanks for joining me. You're one of the rookies that I've got my eye on for this year. How are you looking forward to acclimatizing to life in LA?
Você é dos novatos que ele tá de olho, né? Como é que tá sendo para você se adaptar a Los Angeles?
Posso falar em português?
Pode.
Em Los Angeles está sendo muito fácil. Os moleques já tiveram experiência antes de Los Angeles aqui, então eles me passaram muito o que é feito aqui, como que é a cultura e como que é diferente, então é tudo tranquilo para mim.
Yeah, it's been easy. The rest of the team have been here before, so they're talking about culture and everything else, so it's been very easy for me.
Obviously a big shift for Havoc, having to come here, from Brazil, make his way over to the United States to play. And it's going to be, a bit of a challenge, I think it goes without saying, especially with their first opponent. But sell me on Havoc. I want to know why this guy was such a talked about asset in last year.
You think of Brazilian superstars, who comes to mind?
Well, think of Aspas immediately.
Okay. What if I were to tell you that this is the guy who was maybe slated to replace him last year on Loud? The streets were talking.
The streets.
And that was something that could have ended up happening. Havoc last year, he was playing for the Union, the team that, went on to Ascension, ended up just losing out there and missing the spot in Americas. He didn't play with them at Ascension because he stepped away from the team, and there was rumors that he was scrimming with Loud, that he was having opportunities and being looked at by the biggest names in Brazil. This guy has been grinding in Tier 2 in Brazil for quite a while, and he has far and away been smoking everyone else in that scene. It's just been a matter of time. Furia has taken that risk and brought him to LA.
I'm going to throw a lifeline out there for all the people that maybe don't watch the Tier 2 scene in Americas. If you're an EMEA watcher, you would think of a name like Kiko coming in hot through that scene, right? Picking up a lot of
you to assume that more people know Kiko than...
Hey, I'm just saying, it's early in the day. We might have some people tuning in. I was just gonna say, the talk is very similar around those two players.
Okay, okay. But it didn't happen, so the streets lied.
The streets lied, but now he's on Furia, which is the second
I'll
best
never trust the
Brazilian
streets
org.
again.
How can we trust? And I'm from the streets. That's crazy. So, guys, this year it's all about change, right? Even though this isn't really changing much, we have new rosters and we have a new sniper that will set you back 2,400 credits. And you guys sent us a few awesome clips with it. Here's what you've been doing with the Outlaw.
Last player standing.
What the?
Spike down. One enemy remaining.
No way. Oh, one left, one left, one left.
You're better.
Spike planted.
All right, so Mimi and I decided it'd be a great idea to 1v1 each other with the Outlaw. And I'm just going to be fully transparent. I do not, the sensitivity's out, but you know what, you guys, this is how we thrive.
I'm sure.
This is how we thrive.
How do you feel about this gun thus far, Chrissy? It's pretty expensive.
It's very expensive, and also, I just need to say that this 1v1 I find a little bit silly because the Outlaw is basically the counter to the light armor meta that, you know, Fnatic took the world by storm by, but NRG did first way back in the day.
Okay.
Anyways, shout out. But you can't one-shot someone with heavy armor unless it's a headshot.
But I'm just going to headshot GB.
Yeah, but in that case, buy a Marshall.
Okay, why?
Where are you?
And if they're buying light armor or no armor, then again, buy a Marshall.
Are you in Breeze Halls?
I'm in Breeze Halls, yeah, that's what we agreed, didn't it?
Yeah, I'm in Breeze Halls.
Are you in Halls?
Well, I was in Halls and I left because I noticed you weren't there.
Because you were trying to open the door.
Swine.
Why are you behind me?
Wait, also, are the halls not there?
Am I hearing voices in my head? GB, where are you?
What is happening?
Speak me.
Wait, I thought we added halls back. Why aren't halls here?
Okay, so we're trying to talk about this gun, which I've just whiffed with. Peek me. Oh my
This
God.
might go on for a while. Anyway,
this is
gun
gonna be
cost
forever. We have unlimited ammo.
All right, we're not going to play. This is too embarrassing.
Kill me.
We're going to go to the power rankings now with Brendan Sideshow.
There we go. Oh.
Should have had a controller. Unbelievable. My God.
Every year in the Valorant community, it is tradition to try to predict the future and have some kind of power rankings. They never work. They're always terrible. But why would that ever stop us from doing something like this?
Yeah, they've always been bad every year.
Yeah. So these are the rankings from the regular season of last year. Obviously, like playoff performance champions, that was all different. We need to add G2 in there as well.
Yeah.
Already things are going to get weird. So where shall I begin?
I mean, you want to just get started? Just put what team you think is at number one.
All right, well, I mean, there's a super team here that's been formed to try to get the number one spot. So I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt, and I'm going to put NRG
at number one. Okay, well,
there.
Josh, but have you considered the Scrimbucks?
Oh.
The community's been doing some research, and I really think we've got to listen to them this time around. Listen,
Okay.
Well, 100 Thieves were beating NRG on the 11th, 10-1 in a scrim.
Oh, but
so you've got to put 100 Thieves above them.
But you don't know what the end result of the scrim was.
No, and I don't know what the map was either.
Right. Well, we'll put NRG maybe down here then. We'll put 100
yeah,
Thieves above
100 Thieves,
them.
but okay, but what about Cloud9? They beat a mixed team. It's not an official team, but they're 4-1. They weren't. I don't know if they beat them, but they were winning the scrims. So where do you want to put them there?
I mean, based on Scrimbucks, maybe we'll put them down here for now then.
Okay, but this is also confusing me. NRG won 9-1 versus M80.
Oh, well, okay, M80 were pretty close with G2, right? When they played down there at the Ascension
You're going to put G2 below them?
So we're going to put G2, yeah, somewhere around here. So if we put G2 here, that explains
have
that
you
scrim
considered that
result.
on the 12th that G2 were beating 100 Thieves in the scrim?
Well, now we're going circles.
But you've got to put them higher because they were beating them 10-7.
Oh, well, okay. Well, then we'll put 100 Thieves back down there.
Okay.
Okay. Well, what about Loud? Okay. I still feel pretty confident about this Loud team. They were top of Americas last year. I'm tempted to put them up there.
They haven't been scrimming. Where are the scrim results?
I know that they've been scrimming since October.
They haven't been scrimming.
Okay, you haven't found them, but that doesn't mean that they haven't been scrimming.
They haven't been scrimming.
All right, well, talk to me about Leviathan. They've also constructed a super team, kind of, for this year. They've got to be somewhere high up towards the top.
They beat a Challengers team 8-1. They're beating a Challengers team in a scrim. That was on the 14th.
Right. What does that tell me?
I don't know.
Okay, that doesn't tell me anything.
Just get more stickers,
Okay,
please.
Furia, EG.
Furia, EG, where's EG? They're 6-2 against an unknown team.
Well, if they're unknown,
I mean, it could have been
knows?
Bleed. It could have been Yay on the opposite side.
But it could have been us on the opposite side as well, Brent.
Okay, 6-2.
What about Furia?
Furia, no, nothing.
Okay, well, I'm gonna put them down there for now then, I guess, and we'll figure them out afterwards.
We've got a time of 1 minute left.
What about Sentinels? We've only got a minute left.
Sentinels,
What
okay, well,
Sentinels
12-8 versus an unknown team again.
But what kind of unknown team?
I don't know. I don't
can't
really
do
know.
anything with these kind of scrim results.
Well, 100 Thieves beat G2 14-4.
Oh, I mean,
But that's going to flip it around again.
What am I doing? 14-4? Well, we'll put G2
Okay,
down
we'll
there.
put G2 down there. Okay.
And then Sentinels. I'll put Sentinels at the top for now, just a placeholder.
Sentinels, you're losing the stickers, Josh.
Yeah, I know. They're going flying.
I'm looking. I'm trying to find something.
MIBR and Crew. Okay, Crew haven't made a huge amount of changes since last year. Oh, we've lost G2.
We've lost G2. Put them back up.
Okay.
G2.
On,
G2 beat Lev.
G2 beat Leviathan.
G2 beat Lev.
Dude, okay, let me just get these on the board for starters. And then, right, you hold these here.
Okay.
You hold them there. And what did you say? G2 beat Leviathan in a scrim?
G2 beat Lev in a scrim.
All right, so what if I do this then?
But G2 also lost to Oxygen.
And well, Oxygen should be at the top then.
Yeah, Oxygen really should be. Do we have an Oxygen sticker?
They're winning kickoff.
We got how much? 3 seconds? Okay. We're done, I think.
Man, wild to think we gave them 2.5 weeks for that. But folks, the party starts right now. Let's kick off VCT America's 2024 kickoff.
Hi guys, welcome to day one. So to decide who's team A and team B, I'll flip this coin. If it's on the VCT logo, then Furia will be A, NRG will be B. If it's on the VCT America side, then Furia will be B and NRG will be A. Alright. Alright, so Furia will be A and NRG will be B. So you will have the first map ban. What would you like to ban?
Sunset. Okay.
You said Sunset?
We'll ban Bind.
Okay. Furia ban Sunset, Energy ban Bind. And you have first map pick.
Breeze.
Breeze? Furia pick Breeze. And would you like attack or defense?
We'll take defense.
Alright, Energy will be defense. And then you will pick map 2.
We'll pick Ascent.
Alright. Energy pick Ascent.
Defense.
Furia pick defense. So now you have 1 map ban.
Lotus.
Furia ban Lotus. And you have the last map ban.
Ban Icebox.
NRG ban Icebox. So the default map will be split. And then you have side pick. Would you like attack or defense? Attack. Furia pick attack. All right, so just to run back through it real fast. Furia ban Sunset, NRG ban Bind, Furia pick Breeze, NRG pick Defense, NRG picked Ascent, Furia pick Defense, Furia pick Lotus, or sorry, Furia ban Lotus, NRG banned Icebox, and then default map was split, and Furia picked Attack.
Yeah.
All right, best of luck today.
And second back.
Instead, but he's gonna go swinging. Oh my gosh!
When you're 2-0 down and didn't really have a chance, vai finalizar pra ele! Alaudi é campeão do VCT América!
He's waiting. Victor swings across. Swing! He's able to get this. Shorter. 4 seconds. He's got to go. Oh my God! For Jake. Position. Strike. Just enough time. Is this another tense moment? The swing is there, and the shot is 2 from 10.
Primeras tormentas. Pecho.
And we are not done yet. G2.
It's inevitable. EU tries to hang on to it, but no! It's Trent to find the final kill!
The same old story. The winning squad gets dissolved the moment they win and never gets back to what it was.
Hold on. I'm here.
I'm here.
Eu tô aqui.
I'm here.
Tô aqui.
Eu tô aqui.
I'm
here.
I'm here.
Eu estou aqui.
Acho não, tenho certeza que é o Dream Team do NA agora, né? Eles montaram esse time pensando em ganhar tudo aqui no VCT Américas.
My team now is even better on paper and expectations are probably even higher than last year.
Pode acontecer literalmente qualquer coisa, porque eles são um time novo, a gente também é um time novo. Então não tem como ter esperar algum resultado, não tem fixo.
Haven't even seen their roster, don't know who's on the team since last year. Don't really care either. Probably gonna win and move on to the next team.
Não é nome que vai ganhar o jogo, é preparação, é o momento ali, quem vai estar mais confiante, quem vai tomar as melhores decisões. Eles sabem disso, a gente também sabe, tudo é resolvido no servidor.
Riot Games Arena, it is finally time to kick off the 2024 season. For our first team, please welcome on stage, Liazi, MW Zera, Conan, Havoc, Khalil. Give it up for Brazil's Furia! Now facing Furia, it is North America's powerhouse team that everyone is looking forward to. Please welcome on stage, Demon One, Marved, Ethan, Crashies, Victor. It is NRG!
Here we go. The start of the VALORANT 2024 season begins right now, and what a way to start things off as we have a powerhouse, rightly stated, of North America and NRG. And then on the other side, you have some plucky underdogs who could potentially, well, shock us all if they pull off a win here today, Mimi.
This NRG squad was built for greatness. It's the winningest core of 2022 coming back together with the world champs of last year. They seem destined for a top spot, to go to Madrid, to be the best in Americas, but they're up against the Furia with new players, with unknown names, having a real potential to break through here, and with the meta shifting, with new maps, this is a huge chance for an upset.
Look, I will call your underdog story, but I will raise you MW Zera on these first 2 maps we're kicking it off on. Okay. Sure, NRG favorites coming in, but when you're starting on Breeze and then moving to Ascent, those are the op maps. Those are the Jet maps. Let's look beyond the big names, the two teams. It's Demon 1 versus MW0.
Well, I was gonna challenge that and be like, I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm excited for MW0, but you're dealing with Demon 1.
Oh, yeah.
So, like, yes, I am. The stocks are high for MW0, always have been. But come on, man, he's a world champion, right? At this point, you gotta put respect on his name.
You absolutely do. But MW has also performed against absolutely anyone put in his way. He is so talented at the top level, and it's just been waiting to find that team that he can actually win with.
You can simplify these maps, right, and look to go hunt out. Halls is opened up. We're going to see Jet players flying down that. We may not even see the Jet, of course, right? Yoru, a big pick. How do teams adapt to the sky changes, double smokes, all of these ideas? Throughout challengers and a lot of the off-season, a lot of people on Breeze are just playing the same old comps. Your Viper, your KO, your Cypher, etc.
Oh, it seems like we're on that path.
We're seeing a lot of that.
Yeah, Victor locking in the Cypher. There's a lot of questions about what role that guy's going to play. And with him locking in the Cypher, it means we're almost certainly getting that Demon 1 MW Jet head-to-head.
Yeah, I mean, my only question is, has anyone been putting in some time on the Yoru? Because that is the pick that can really turn this map upside down. But ultimately, that is also what I'm expecting. I think especially on defense, it's so important to get out early, build up your economy by winning pistols so you can get up online round 3, round 4.
Well, something also tells me, too, like, if you're NRG in this position, you fancy yourself going quite deep into this tournament. You don't want to really give up a lot of stuff right now. So perhaps this is them just playing safe, but could it bite them in the butt, though?
This core has also had a history of starting slow.
That is true.
I think for a super team now this year, they have to come out the gate swinging.
I will say, looking at Sova getting locked in here, I think the changes to Breeze giving Halls back has made Sova much more effective of an agent. A lot of Sova players like to float between Nest and Halls. You can sometimes avoid putting a trip down on those Halls, especially on the Cypher. If you can play with double kill trips and you have a great floating Sova, that can open you up to just dominate those defensive holds. The tripwires you can place now on the B side are just impossible to deal with.
And the other guy that's going to be so strong on those holds is Marv. His teammates in interviews during the offseason talked about how he kind of wasn't himself with Sentinels last year, but now he is back with the boys he was the best with, and he has the freedom to be an anchor, to be a lurker on that Viper, and of course, Demon 1's on the Jet.
It's Jet v Jet, baby. Doesn't get better than that.
Yeah, that's actually the best way you could possibly start things off here at VCT America as a kickoff the 2024 season. But folks, we got ourselves a full house. Why don't you give yourselves a round of applause for being so dang awesome. We got fans watching all around the world, and you know what we're missing? 2 mustachio gentlemen. That's right, folks. We're sending it over to your casters. It's Brent and Sideshow.
Thank you very much, guys. Let's get this one started, man. Seriously, it's been 174 days. I'm trusting the guy at the front with the sign on that one. I didn't count the days, but it's been a long-ass time. And finally, we're going to get this 2024 season started here in the kickoffs. And all roads really do lead to Madrid here. That's what both these teams here are playing for in this interesting, weird format that we've got, honestly, with the 11 teams. But it is important matches off the rip here.
It definitely is. For Furia, in this group, their biggest obstacle is this first game against NRG. If they can make an upset happen at the beginning of the year right now, where they are so correct, nothing is certain. Big names don't always win big games. There is some uncertainty in the air about how all of these teams are going to perform. Don't believe the desk when they tell you that this is a powerhouse team that's destined for success. We don't know yet. We just don't know. They've got to go out there and prove it. They've proved it in the past, but how are they going to play together here?
It almost feels like the perfect format for a couple of upsets that maybe happen as well early on. You think about the sky changes that happened, really just like a bit of a curveball for the teams, to be honest.
Massive curveball.
They've been practicing a lot of these comps and they got shifted only a few weeks ago.
Some of these teams might have been planning to play Sky on Breeze. We saw some teams in the offseason running double initiator, Harbor Viper, and I don't think that we're going to be seeing very much of that. People very much relying now on that KO, Sova, Cypher composition that we saw so much way back when. We haven't really seen Breeze been played since 2022. It's been a while. Such a long time to see this map. And it lends itself a lot to defensive aggression, to getting your Jet players set up on aggressive angles. Most of the time, it doesn't really make sense to boil games down to the Jet versus Jet. Everyone likes it, they like talking about it, but it normally doesn't really play out like that. Breeze tends to. Actually, it tends to come down to which Jet can cause the most chaos on the defense side and which duelist can really open up space on the attack side too. So considering that we haven't seen Demon 1 really play Jet on this map at the tier 1 level, because Breeze wasn't Breeze wasn't here while he was having his rookie year, winning champions. So this is going to be new.
Which is just insane.
Domains.
Yeah, absolutely insane for a rookie player to go out and just win the entire thing for the opening year of them playing. But that's Steven won for you as well. I mean, a quick update as well. We waited a long time in this off season. Going to be waiting a little bit longer. There's a couple of checks, you know, last minute checks, just seeing what the teams are getting ready as well before we get into the match itself. But yeah, the Jet head-to-head, something I'm going to be really interested into on Breeze specifically. How they being set up as well, Ethan on the KO. Yeah, I mean, he was being bigged up big time by Crashies, I think, as well, in a lot of these interviews, so, talking about his KO.
Ethan's amazing.
Yeah.
He's absolutely amazing. But also, because Breeze has been around for quite a long time, a lot of these players are going to have really good supportive utility. I was actually watching some Havoc gameplay during the offseason. He's had to switch his role. He was a duelist player previously, right? That Des was talking about him maybe filling in for Aspas. That was something that Loud were thinking of in this offseason. But he's moved over to a more supportive flex role, and I think that's where he's really shining in the offseason games that I've seen. His supportive flashes for MW to be able to peek off, some of that timing has been immaculate from Furia, and that was earlier. You know, we haven't seen any of these teams play for like at least a month while they've been honing stuff, ready for the season to begin. And already Furia looked like they had some dangerous weapons in their arsenal that NRG are going to have to maneuver around.
Okay, well, just to give you an update as well, we're going to have to remake the map real quick, hopefully as fast as possible. Listen, I know.
Build it from the ground up.
Build it from the ground up, finally. Listen, and we're going to get into the game as soon as humanly possible. That's my hopes and dreams, at least, you know, that we do get into this one. So
we've been waiting long enough. What was it, 173 days?
Listen,
let's make it 174.
Let's come back to 174. You want to do 175?
175.
You're getting jeered by the crowd, Josh. You're getting jeered, man. Yeah, hopefully getting into it soon enough. I mean, Lord knows it's been long enough here. It's a nice rest, though.
It has, but I think all of these players will be itching to play.
Yeah.
Especially for the people who've got a new challenge on the table. Both of these teams. Right?
And also, I mean, individuals looking for like a bit of a chip on their shoulders, something to prove. Marv as well. I know this guy's hungry for it. He feels like that last year, that stint that he had on Sentinels was not a good showcase, not at least compared to his peaks that he's had prior, playing with this old core that he's now reunited with.
Yeah, and I would agree with that. I think Marv didn't really show his peak while he was playing for Sentinels, but he did have a lot of learning moments. He's talked about it, his teammates have talked about it too, that he's more confident with his communication now, he's more confident in terms of bringing ideas to the team. To be honest, that can be a bit of a double-edged sword, because one of our biggest focuses during this match is going to be to take a look at how NRG functions as a squad. The calls that they're making, are they able to perform when Daddy's not home? When Daddy isn't able to call, is Ethan going to be able to step up and do the job? You know, it's quite difficult to think about Finesse being a really world-class caller, like one of the most successful we've ever had in the game, and also have the opinion that NRG are going to be fine without him. It's quite difficult to believe both of those things at the same time. Yeah. But that's the faith that people have in the experience of people like Ethan and the rest of NRG, that they're going to be able to adapt and overcome that challenge.
That's the hopes as well. Well, listen, no secrets here. You can see the updates occurring on the screens. They're remaking the game itself as well. In the meantime, the Outlaw is actually available for competitive play, but are the pros going to use it? Here's what Tens, Aspas, and others think about Valorant's new sniper.
There's a new gun in Valorant. It's called the Outlaw. It is 2,400 credits. It shoots 2 bullets and then it reloads. If you shoot 1 bullet and reload, it reloads faster. It has the same scope as a Marshall, and if you hit a headshot, you'll kill them.
This gun's unique from a Marshall and Operator just because the Marshall one-shots people with no armor, and the Outlaw one-shots people with half armor.
O que ela tem de único comparado com as outras snipers é o fato que você dá um tiro e você já pode dar outro tiro sem ter que tirar o scope. Basicamente, você dá 2 tiros no mesmo tempo.
It definitely feels more of like a kind of like a sentry sniper. It's the fact that it only shoots 2 bullets, and once the 2 bullets are shot, it takes a really long time to reload. So right away, if you can hear for the 2 bullets, it is really hard for them to like repeat.
Para mim, o diferencial da Outlaw é que quando você tá com ela, o seu inimigo ele não pode usar a economia dele de qualquer jeito. Ele tem que equilibrar a economia dele para conseguir fazer o shield pesado, porque todo mundo já sabe que ela mata com um tiro com shield leve, então você tem que balancear a sua economia, você tem que controlar a sua economía mais.
Sí, yo creo que la economía es lo que más afecta, porque no podéis comprar como el chaleco chico y
I think the main scenario that the Outlaws used on maps like Ascent, Icebox, Breeze, like kind of the jet maps, those maps also super long range, so the gun is obviously going to have value. I don't think it really impacts much of the other maps because of the gun's like very punishing to use if you don't hit your shot, and jet's like the agent that can get out.
Eu acho que na Breeze contra um Echo é basicamente quase impossível do time que tá Echo ganhar dela, porque ela te mata com um tiro no peito, de muito longe, ela dá 2 tiros de uma vez, então só pra matar ela, só se ela estivesse recarregando, então seria bem difícil.
Teniendo Aspa, que es una de las mejores operators del mundo, el mejor marshal del mundo, y ahora la otra también para mí el mejor del mundo, entonces algo que agradezco que esté a nuestro favor y no en mi contra.
I've been using it and it's just watching people drop, you know, with a one shot to the body. It's definitely fun. Yeah, you're definitely going to see it in VCT this season.
Oh, welcome back, everybody. Okay, quick update time, all right, for everybody. 4 to 5 minutes. That's the time that I've been given to ETA. No, 4 to 5.
Oh, 4 to 5.
Don't have a heart attack, mate. Okay,
right.
chill.
You scared
all right,
me.
I'm
You
sorry.
scared me.
4 to 5 minutes. Listen, it's been like a 6-month-long off season. What's 5 more minutes?
Exactly.
Kofi, I'm absolutely telling myself that. But we will be getting into it at some point.
Yeah.
And the teams, I mean, they are chilling.
They're
big chilling.
vibing. They are vibing. It's interesting to see the different players' approaches to to like how much pressure they think is on them in a match like this and this kind of thing. The Furia players, I think, just enjoying being up there on the stage for the first time.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
to be honest, most of the NRG players as well are just so relaxed in matches like this because they've just been mega experienced. Or like Demon One, who's only played 1 year.
I don't get it, man.
They actually, Demon One, he's not a real human.
He's really not. He's
Nothing
actually
phases
not.
him.
Interviews, he's just unfazed, unbothered.
He said he didn't know who was on Furia.
Yeah, he said he didn't know he was on Fury. He said he hasn't touched the game in an interview previously for 4 to 5 months after winning the championship, by the way. Just jump back into scrims.
He won't be any worse as well.
No, he actually won't be.
I highly doubt.
He's a different breed, honestly. And yeah, you don't really see too many players like Demon One.
He needs to be
often.
studied.
He does, yeah. Own him in a lab or something. Let's get 5 Demon Ones on the team.
5 Demon Ones, yeah. I don't know whether that would function particularly well, but it would kill everybody on the other side. So, yeah, you got that.
Yeah, well, we want to hear what you think about today's first match as well. Go and chat and spam who you are pulling for. Type in NRG or Furia, or FUR, I suppose.
Okay, NRG or FUR.
Yeah, FUR.
And
yeah.
what, we've got the ability to...
Apparently we've got the ability to track this.
Wait,
yeah.
new
If
technology?
You, if you spam the chat this time with those things of what team you think is going to win.
Okay.
And it's going to show up a little poll, I've been told.
That's
Magical
sick.
technology.
Okay, we've
potentially.
Got the new
I don't know how this works, Josh. I'm going to be honest with you. I haven't seen this.
Well, I actually do. There's a guy in the back who goes through and just has to tally up every single person
poor
that's typing
soul.
in the chat. Yeah.
Poor soul. Is that Kurt we got on that? Or?
yeah. Yeah. I'm personally paying him, and to be honest with you, Brent, it's not much.
Not much.
It's not much.
Going rates.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
That is absurd. Okay.
Okay, I can guarantee you there is a higher chance that Furia win this than 5%.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, 95%.
And I think this kind of plays into what I was talking about earlier, that even though NRG are a super team, all right, I agree with that, and they have an insane roster, unbelievable roster, you've also got to take into account, this is the beginning of the year. You've never seen this roster play before. You don't know how great the IGLing style is going to be, and it's possible that it might take them a little while to figure stuff out. We've seen other amazing teams, PaperX from last year, EG from last year, NRG from last year, all took a little bit of time to warm up. So people are super high on this squad, but I seriously think there is a chance for Furia to come out and play really well today and surprise 95% of people watching.
I agree. I mean, all the changes as well that we've already been mentioning, you got to think these teams have been cracking on different patches. We have the Sky changes coming in as well. That changes a lot of comps, to be honest. I mean, Sky was just the standard. It was the jack of all trades initiator. You can't be really, relying on her too much anymore, not in the comps if you do want to run her. And that has changed teams' practice a little bit as well. It wipes the slate clean almost as well as you head into the kickoff tournament, where, listen, at the beginning you have a bit of a safety buffer. You have, of course, your lower brackets for the first stage of it, first portion. But funnily enough, the deeper you go in, the less chances you get as well if you actually make the playoffs. It's only a couple of games that really stand between you and potentially making it to Madrid, and for some teams it's literally 2 games.
Yeah, for EG specifically.
Yeah, exactly, for EG in particular.
Yeah, but I think it would be huge if Furia were able to get an upset win today, because not only would that cement them as a serious squad that people have to start taking notice of, and I think, to be honest, they should already be in that kind of conversation as a bit of a dark horse because of the talent that's on the team. Havoc's a big hitter. We saw Khalil light the world on fire in week 1 and 2 last year, and MW's always MW. He's always putting up big numbers. So they're a dark horse squad, but at the same time, if they can beat NRG today, not only does it put them on the map, but it also means that their next match coming up should, in theory, be a little easier.
Yeah.
It's the winner of C9 MIBR, and that, if they were able to win, would put them through to the playoffs of Kickoff. So, there is a lot on the line here, specifically, I think, for the Furia squad.
Well, in the meantime, let's hear from Crashies and his thoughts on moving Ethan into that IGL role as well. Check this out.
So the transition from FNS to Ethan has been really easy, I would say. We knew each other outside of Valorant, and he's known Chet and all of us for years. So like I said, the transition was pretty easy. And then him being IGL, I feel like it's kind of on us to help him succeed, just because we learned so much from FNS. So we can't put everything on him. It's kind of on us to help him succeed in that role, because he's never really taken the head role of IGL before. On EG, he was just kind of mid-rounding really well, and yeah, he's never really had the sole status of being an IGL. So I think we're definitely going to try and support him to be successful, and hopefully, it works out.
Right, well, I said, 4 to 5 minutes.
Yeah. Did you like to
Have you been counting?
Yeah.
You set a timer?
It's been about 5 minutes, actually.
Has it been about 5 minutes?
Yeah, we ready to go?
Give me 1 minute more.
1 minute more?
Are you going to break my kneecaps if I say 1 minute more?
I might do.
Don't. I mean, listen, come on. I want to see the game too. But they are remaking the map. You can see the players, they're jumping around in the practice range. We're getting everything situated. We need a few more minutes. Give me a few more minutes, please. Give me a bit of time.
Well, I
can get the money together. Just give me the time.
I want to talk a bit about what Crashies was saying about Ethan becoming the IGL there. They've got a lot of players on this team that have done a lot of mid-rounding in the past. And one of the reasons why I think it might work for NRG is that Chet is a heavy strat caller. He builds out a playbook, sorry, not a plat book. That's what people in ranked play with. But he builds out a playbook, and then he can pull strats from that while the game is happening live, and then he can allow the really competent mid-rounders on the team, like Ethan, Crashies, and Marv, to make calls based on the information that they then see off the back of that. So I think Chet's the perfect coach to try to implement a system like this. And the teams just got stacked with talent that have that mid-rounding experience. So yeah, they don't have that player with huge history as an IGL. But I think if there was any team to make it work that wasn't Paper X, it might actually be this NRG squad. We will simply have to wait and see. And today will be their first test.
Yeah.
When we get started.
When we get started, of course. Yeah. I mean, hopefully sometime soon. How many times have I said that?
Yeah. I mean, you're wearing on me now, man. You're wearing on me.
I'm just
my
eager.
patience.
I'm eager.
No, I'm eager as well. What a match to set stuff off, though, because I think this is going to be explosive. It's the first test of a big super team, and one of the teams that everybody's tuning in to see whether they can compete with the best in the world. And at the same time, it's an inter-regional matchup within Americas too. You got a North American super team playing against one of the top teams from that kind of South American, Brazilian region that has been putting out extraordinary talent. Just most of it has ended up on Loud.
Yeah.
So this is like the other collection of players that have been performing really well. MW has performed at the top level many times before. Havoc's been performing really well at the tier 2 level last year. Like I said, Khalil's been good. Conan was on the bench but has learned a lot and been trying to apply that over the offseason with his IGLing. So yeah, this should be an extremely fun way of starting the season.
Yeah, really should be. Okay, well, a short break is needed. Don't shoot a messenger.
No.
Okay, on the other side of things, I hope, crossing my fingers, we'll have the game ready.
And I'll come back and do a solo cast.
Exactly, and then you'll know exactly what's happened to me, and please, somebody find out, all right? Find out for my sake.
Welcome back, lovelies, to VCT America. So sorry that you're hearing my voice. I called everyone lovelies. They're all, look at them, they're so lovely.
Are you a 1950s diner waitress?
Golden Boy, that's a camera.
No, that's people there. Can't you see?
No.
That's us on the TV behind the camera.
He thinks the Killjoy turn's alive.
Hey, Johnny Five. Anyway, that's a reference. So, unfortunately, we had a little bit of a delay, as you guys can already tell. That goes without saying. So hopefully we'll be able to get this resolved relatively soon. For now, though, stick around with us until we're ready to send you over, because Bren just mysteriously disappeared. Crazy. Anyway,
Something about his knees. I don't know.
Something about his knees, right? Yeah. He was like being dragged out. Kind of confusing. Anyway, let's go ahead and talk about, though, our first map, what we're going to be seeing here. We get Breeze and changes with this map. We got ourselves a new weapon. Compositions aren't that different, but Chrissy, to start with you and really just dive in, I guess, into like what we should be expecting, what viewers at home should be expecting with the changes to Breeze.
Well, first of all, we expect to see a lot of the same comp. We saw mirror comp at the start,
fun.
And that is gripe number one.
Wait, is this Ender's gripe list or something like that? Is gaming grievances?
It is, because, look, I don't have that many problems.
Pulls out serious.
Personally.
I only have 23 problems, okay?
But Halls is one.
Okay, Halls is one.
One second.
And Halls is all of them.
Why are there halls? Like, things could come around the corner at the end of a hall.
Well, how else are you gonna get between spaces?
The open road.
The open road, maybe.
Point A to point B.
I love my truck.
Make your way through. But do you feel like, granted, with the compositions being similar, being literally the same, do we feel like, though, that the skill expression kind of comes into, like, you know, whether or not they want to incorporate some of these new things, like the Outlaw, into their gameplay? Or I think I heard Brendan Sideshow talking about, like, maybe it's more of like a countering type of thing rather than like you actually like wanting to run the Outlaw.
The Outlaw, that is?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think the Outlaw it's not game-breaking. It's not something you're gonna see every round or even many rounds. I feel like it fits a very specific, like, economic situation where you have enough money to buy it and your opponent doesn't have enough for full armor. Say they like forced up and they have to buy into this round, like it's last to half, so you're gonna get a one-shot guaranteed. Or they're on an eco, you're not. Things like that, it has a lot of little niches it can fit into. Because also if you're a good player, you can make it work even against armor. But I really don't expect to ever see players just buying it in rifle versus rifle rounds when you could just get a
I call a wager.
Wager, yes.
Chances are Demon 1 picks the Outlaw.
He'll have an Outlaw.
He'll have one.
Okay.
Yeah,
no more than twice.
Ultimately,
no more than twice.
Yeah.
Okay. It depends how many ecos what's happening. Because ultimately, this is how the Outlaw purchasing works. Some teams will just buy it on round 2, because like, hey, if you buy Outlaw on round 2 and the enemy team bought Sheriffs, they're cooked on round 3 because they can only get a Vandal and half armor, right? So then your Outlaw gives you a big chance to win in round 3. Outside of that, you're gonna see teams do that against Fnatic, although ultimately Fnatic will just not be able to buy 5 light armors anymore, because then other team is getting a 2,400 credit operator. So that's kind of out, and you have to like mix and match your economy a little bit more.
So that strategy definitely takes a little bit of a backseat, potentially.
But only if you're like being counter-stratted actively.
Only if you're doing the
know you're doing it and realize, hey, these guys are running half armor, then you can kind of do it preventatively. But I don't expect teams to, without knowledge of who they're playing against and that they are a half armor team, are going to do it. And for that reason, I think we won't see teams that are exclusive half armor teams.
Yeah, I heard that Mini stopped being the head coach of Fnatic because he couldn't tell his players to buy half armor every round.
That was actually all he did.
That was all he did, famously. It's like, buy half armor, buy the mini armor.
That's awesome.
Hi, Minnie, we miss you, buddy. So then I guess with that then, since it's not really going to create that much of a difference here, I guess looking at this map, you know, kind of in a broader picture then, maybe this is an opportunity, though, for Furia to take something like this to the cause, or to the task, rather, of NRG, right?
Ultimately, Breeze is the jet map. It's the op map. Like, it's one of those maps where...
If there's a map to upset just by MW having a game, it's Breeze.
It's going to happen. And to wrap up the Outlaw for just a second...
Yeah,
There you go. I said it word for word.
Heard it here first.
No, to wrap it up, I do think the interesting choice that you make with the Outlaw is, okay, your team has money, enemy team at max has a half buy here, or they're forcing light armor Vandal. Do I go Outlaw to, you know, destroy this round? But the next round, am I dropping that? If we die, maybe I can turn it into a rifle. Or do I buy the Operator, which is more investment up front, but then you are saving that over into the future round. So I'm personally of the camp that enemy team has a half buy, you take the Outlaw, chances are you aren't going to flawless, and then you just trade that out for a gun.
Sure.
Yeah, interesting that, you know, now it's like you're going to have these financial decisions that could, you know, maybe have ramifications like throughout the game, right? I mean, you buy the Outlaw, you whiff, you screw up, oh, and then you're screwed. You know?
It's
just like real life.
No, like, I mean, I have to wonder, like, what am I buying now?
Capitalism.
Taxes come, I'm just like, man, it's too much.
It's too much. The numbers are too much. Guys, we're going to be starting the game in a little bit here. As soon as we're ready to go, we're going to be jumping into the action. We do have our maps laid out. It's Breeze, and then NRG went with Ascent, which I was saying before, they ain't showing nothing. I don't think these guys want to give any information to anyone right now.
I will say, Chrissy, you're a fan of non-standard comps on Ascent.
Look, at Teddy Tactics, we like to play some
put on the
crazy
hat.
stuff. You want me to put on the
put on the Teddy Tactics coat?
Okay, okay. Here's what we're rocking with. And this is not leaking because we've played it already, but we are doing, and okay. How much do I say? I have to be a little bit like political in my answer. This is kind of fun. Okay. Here's the comp. Breach, Raze, Cypher.
Two more, quick.
Astra. Guess the last one.
Quick. I can't, because I gotta
we
throw
don't
it.
have time.
I gotta throw it in the British side jump.
My default comp.
Just got the call. Just got the call. All right, well, I did get the call. The good news is the game is starting. That's right, people. So let's go ahead and send it back over to Brennan Sideshow, and hopefully this time they don't break the game.
Or they...
Woo, yippee! We're getting into the game. Let's go. I've been chewing on the desk, man. Let's get it started. Finally, Fury vs NRG, our newest super team on the block versus some up-and-comers as well. The Brazilian team with a lot to prove, and they could take a bit of a heavy scalp, honestly, if they manage to best and beat NRG here in our kickoff bracket early on.
Yeah, this would be massive. Victor was talking in an interview, and he said, unless they make it to Madrid and make it deep at Madrid, and then make every event this year, and make top 4 at every event this year, it's been a bad year for NRG. So talk about putting a bit of pressure on yourself.
Yeah.
NRG have come into this with massive expectations. Let's have a look at the pistol round. It looks like NRG want to get some aggression going in mid. Early on, Furia over towards elbow. Dodging out this early flash recon kind of combo. But NRG are going to get a lot of info in mid that they are not there.
Nobody was ready to receive it. Here's the reaction, though. Wall goes up now straight into the B side. The knife connect. No, it didn't. There's still one tripper. Get themselves into the site, but no backside control. Still, the plant is there. 5v5 now. On the retake. Now there, a knife.
Normally, these teams on the retake are going to battle for the window position. Look how many Furia players are ready to collect crashes.
And here it is, crashes. The trip's broken. Gets the one, but instantly returned. It's Conan there, still holding his ground as well. Now Demon 1 activating the dash. He knows there's a player window. Time is running short. They're taking a long bloody time with this one. You got to get a move on, seriously. Kills need to be found. Molly at the feet. Liazzi still, he's vulnerable himself. Taken out. Just a single shot will do it, but still it's time. The biggest issue. And it just took far too long with it. Furia. The round just unraveled there for NRG, but they're going to be winning that pistol round and happy for it.
It's the kind of pistol round, though, where both teams just miss each other completely in terms of what the game plan was. There was nobody anchoring the B site because NRG were banking on that being a bit of mid-control for Furia. That was not the case. So for NRG, yeah, that B retake did look torturously slow. But let's wait until we see a couple of the rifle rounds to see exactly how that kind of stuff goes and whether there's a pattern developing. On the other side of things, though, Furia buying up 3 bulldogs, rifle, Yahtzee even vying to make sure that MW has enough money for an attack side operator coming up as well. You can see that MW with the rifle still has 2,200. Demon 1 is trying to get aggro here. Even with only full classics, they're just trying to group up and see if they can catch somebody who is containing over towards A.
Yeah, make a play. Maybe if there was one player holding it, but no, everybody's grouped up towards B. Unsteady. Shock just in case it's a trip into the corner. Order util send flying as well, making sure to just clear through onto the side, but Victor's nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, look at the utility that Fury are using. This is going to be probably a quite standard B execute. You've got flash recon, updraft to get over the initial trip that Victor might be laying down. And then there's a KO molly towards the back of site as well. These are all the kind of things that had NRG actually had a couple of players there, they would start to learn about.
Okay. Look at nice of it against the eco.
And Crashies and Liazzi just...
Okay.
Looking the other way. Clean beginning for Furia with a couple of B hits.
Border guns surviving.
Here's something I noticed about Furia in the off-season. They've just got a new coach in, right? Who unfortunately can't be here with them today, but I'm sure is still in communication with them, obviously. But they have started off their Breeze games by hammering one side of the map at the start of the game, and then they open up and start doing different things. So really trying to hardcore do something to condition their opponent at the start of Breeze. It looks to me like they're going for heavy execs at the start of this to try and pull NRG towards the site. Maybe later on they'll start to exploit mid.
Flash to set it up with the recon as well. Demon 1 is tucked to the corner now. Players in his face. Lots of chances, lots of opportunities.
What a flash.
And it is beautiful. 3-4. Clear court in halls.
And the idea in this round, the distraction that's supposed to allow for Khalil and Liazzi to do anything. NRG did not need any more help on site than a couple of flashes from Ethan, and Demon 1 collected names.
And Crashes was bigging up Ethan on the KO. A lot of his setups, a lot of his flashes. I mean, Ethan, he's a cerebral player.
Take a look at that flash. That is perfect.
That catches all of them.
Yeah, everybody. And then it's only that one duel towards the end, which Demon 1 manages to collect. But that also frees up the rest of NRG to start looking towards halls. They don't have to run and help Demon 1.
Yeah.
So, first round on the board for this American super team. Demon 1 looks like he wants to try and contest with a flash into mid.
Big dart. Breaking it.
Did that catch onto Liazzi?
It did, yeah. Nobody broke it.
So now you see Furia, after going for hard execs 3 rounds in a row, now they're starting to explore mid. Here is...
Drone. Spotting it out. Liazzi off to the side, was hoping to try and get a lurk time with the orb up. Still can do. Really threatening this. Slow beginning into mid. Demon 1 might just be the playmaker once more. It's an off angle. Slightly ajar. They're not expecting it. There's the return. MW.
Good trade.
Killed. Yeah, great trade. And he's still alive into the action. Into the site now. 55 seconds. Plenty of time left into this round. Back to the site. NRG just slowing it down, making sure to contain. But Liazzi could really be a difference maker.
NRG are aware of it, but that doesn't mean they can deal with it.
Into mid as well. That's marked. Good kill. Still, here's Liazzi. Finds the one, finds a second. Orbi enclosed in his face. That's Victor. 2v2. At the double doors now. MW still back towards the pyramid. His teammate watching his back. Just from main. Watching for the cross here.
One enemy remaining.
Taking the time with it, MW. Lovely shot. Marv now with so much more to do, but he just does not know where his last player is in the MW. Lovely 3-piece 3K. That's 3-1.
Furia playing a slow round there, walking their way up through mid, and even as Havoc died on the entry through double doors, instant trade came out from MW, and that was it. Acceleration. They go forwards instantly as soon as they take out Demon 1 there. They realize that they've found themselves an opening. If you can go 1-for-1 against Demon 1, you're actually in a great position to be able to get into sites, play post plans. So that's knocked the economy a little bit of NRG. Marved back onto a Guardian, and this is a really important
flash play, no?
round.
Okay, just a knife. Right, it is important just for the economics, big investment with all the guns.
And look, Liazzi not going to be on a lurk this time, sticking with the team, and once he gets the spike plant down, he has picked.
Waves of the util. Demon 1 didn't get caught by any of it, but now the drone's in his face as well. Needs some help from the rest of it. Wall goes down, had the dash active, loses the fight. MW really taking it to him. We talked about that jet head-to-head still. Ethan is alive and kicking the IGL. The flank timing! Crashes! That's gonna land it. That is really dodgy. Sharp as a cue ball with that one still. Ethan is alive there. Hit down though, makes things a little bit more difficult, but is steadily really just getting out of their hands here. You have Furia with the pit now falling. It's all down to just the one. It's Conan, and he can't do anything about it.
Major round from Ethan, not with the utility, but in fact with his rifling. Ethan's throwing out all of his util right at the beginning of these rounds. He's not saving much of it for the retake. He's trying to put pressure on people as they get into the site. But in the last couple of rounds, hasn't quite been able to time up with Demon One. You see the flash there that pops, but it's after the attacker's Viper Wall has already gone down, so just mistiming it slightly. But nevertheless, landing so many great shots to be able to win the round outright. And that's the danger with NRG. They're all very talented players that are able to work the map with their utility, but they've also got insane rifling skill. And they've flipped the economy back in completely the other direction.
W with the Blade Storm available. Still some slight danger into the round. But okay, Demon One's got the exact same idea as well. Here we go, sending the util up in their faces as the flashes have to disengage. Back and away still here with the updraft. That is nice. Micro adjustments just to find the kill. Havoc falling. All the advantages now laid out for NRG. Are they going to be able to reclaim these contact plays? They're going to be waiting, walking right into each other. Pure collection. All down to Liazzi.
And Demon One is hunting for a 20 HP. Gets taken out with a classic, but Victor is going to collect. What an interesting difference to the round there from NRG. They've had Demon One playing aggressive at various times, not always hunting for that aggression in mid, but this time pushing out with the Cypher. And you won't really see that when the sides flip, I don't think. Khalil's much more of a heavy anchor rather than trying to push out to support his jet. My eye. But Victor was really happy there to get aggressive deep down into cannon on an anti-eco.
They didn't shy against it, did they?
Oh, here comes the Demon One operator though. And he's going to try and get set up by the look of it towards A main.
No one there though, no targets. Maybe towards double doors if they end up shifting, but it's mid that's being played by Furia.
What an orb liner.
Here we go. Just taking mid control. The force Marth to now use the Viper's Pit. Lock off that one choke point. Be worried about this. And look at that reposition as well. That was Liazzi picking up the orb again. Repositions it into tunnel so they can get even deeper into mid.
Yeah, both teams really interesting usage of the Viper orb. Marth threw his all the way into A main from tunnel. So that's now there to try to support Demon One as he picks towards double doors.
And this is crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, Crashies has got extraordinarily deep, but they're waiting for some kind of information for Crashies to go even further. And Furia are playing quietly right now, not giving too much of the game away.
A lot of players contained in spawn because of that orb. They're worried about the lurk. Up into nest. There's the drone. Molly down, but there's nobody going to be following up through it. Instead, everybody right through the tunnel now. Victor is going to be the man to do the most here alongside Ethan. Ducking and dodging in between each other, trying to play between both of them. The flash was good. The connection damage done to Liazzi, but still he collects that kill, at least, into the spawn. Now, it's lovely with the movement. Lucky to not get that one kill, but still Crashes is there. Finally, the lurk paying off, and they all just crumble.
Marth finally took the time in to come out of his pit. Really great discipline, actually, from both teams there. Crashies with a phenomenal flank timing. Marth making sure that he stayed alive the entire time in the pit. And on the other side, you've got to praise Furia for trying to make the best of that situation. Doing a little jiggle, seeing if they can put pressure onto Ethan. But look at the angle. They just got their back of their heads towards where Marth is pointing his rifle. At the moment, NRG look fearless in terms of the way that they're pushing out around the map. You know, Victor is quite happy to push out from B and not just hard anchor it. Crashies is walking down halls in the very next round. They're not worried about MW with some kind of attack side operator holding a line that they might walk into.
The comms seem clean. They're not really losing track of any players as well when it really gets messy. I mean, that was a messy round. Players are all over the place, but using this timeout now to change the tactic ever so slightly. You said, you know, they had that early conditioning with the heavy executes of Furia into the side. They have slowed it down since then, going for mid-control, a bit more heavy towards there.
Yeah, but the thing is, conditioning only really works if it was super successful, because then your opponents have to make a reaction off the back of it. And maybe Furia should start thinking about going back to some of those big execs. They haven't tried an exec on B when rifles have been up. That updraft dash exec with the recon and the flash, it looks like, based on the minimap, they might be trying something over towards A again. But this is the eco round, you know, Furia probably taking the time out here not to quite discuss what's going to happen in this one, but instead in round 9.
I'll find their Cypher.
They're aiming to look for a couple of kills here, but they're going to be walking right into Demon One. The anchoring player dodging the flash. Smoke in his face. Dash is still there. Spots the one. Will he go for the repeat as well? There it is. Havoc deleted. Flash looks in his face. I mean, this is just oppressive in terms of the util that's been sent flying, but they do have this one player deep onto the site, NW. What can he really do, though, with the Stinger? Gonna get up into somebody's face. Demon, what? It's a classic! You're gonna be kidding me.
Spike down
Brutal.
A.
Poor Khalil, last one left. Not a chance.
If you listen to any of the interviews, in the run-up to this season, the NRG players were talking about the fact that their job often is to set up Demon 1. The amount of initiator utility that is being thrown at Furia to make sure that they can't attack Demon 1 is absurd. There are flashes coming in, recons coming in, darts coming in. It's just everything is being used to make sure that Demon 1 has the best duels possible. And now MW has gone for the glass cannon attack side off. Okay. So this is going to be a slower approach again, but he is vulnerable.
Open for the first kill. A bit of a patient play just at the beginning, just in case there was that mid-aggression. Far back. Ethan just jiggling. All across their placement. Be good. There was a chance for MW, but a missed one.
They've heard the drone come down hall. It's possible that MW could try to get set up over there, and that's where he's going.
Yeah, jump spot. Here we go, chance number 2. Doesn't know which angle to watch for here. Oh, adjustment. No damage though.
This is the part in the round where Khalil actually needs to start making something happen. If MW can't find a pick, it's got to happen on the other side of the map. We see Conan calling for Havoc to come back over towards B. It's going to be difficult for MW to get in. He doesn't have an updraft to be able to get over these trips.
The idea is to try and use this KO wall, but guess what? Victor is nowhere near. This setup's going to be alive. They do tend this ult here yet, so they're going to be splitting into B, but it's not going to be connecting onto him, so trips are still there.
No hard anchor though to play off the trip.
But Marved, bit of a cheeky one. Crashies as well. They are collecting this one. The crossfire setup, they just don't have the angles. Watchful and Furia trying to get into this site. There's 25 seconds left. Khalil has a spike. He's out in the open. He's got to reposition now. Get close to the pillar. Finally, the plant's starting to go down.
Conan is watching for this.
Ooh, and finds it. An important one.
But it's a 4v3 on the retake against, again, MW with no shield.
Well, okay. Good one to begin. Counting out 3v3. What about who can get these first picks as well? Demon 1's also holding the operator angle. It's a difficult retake, but still he just needs the one, and there it is. Maybe it opens it up once more. Khalil still close to the pillar. Weaving all over the place right now. So his teammates to try and watch his back. Ethan, he's cripped all the way behind, and he's won the round for his team.
That's an insane kill from Ethan onto Conan. And to be honest with you, if Conan had just played time there and played off his Sova ult and the shock darts that he had, that might have been a better decision than trying to support his teammate on site. Difficult to tell. Very difficult to tell what the best play would be in that moment. But that's now 5 rounds in a row for NRG. And look at the way they're defending B. What on earth is this? No hard anchor. Everybody on Fury are looking for the player that's going to be hidden somewhere on site. They're nowhere to be found. Victor's on the other side so he doesn't get hit by the KO wall. And they got a crossfire from Narnia and the wardrobe.
It really is. Probably top nest and just playing all the way in arches.
Man, it's unbelievable. But these positions are working so well.
Yeah, they really are. Well, guess what? We're into the action. Missed about 5 seconds.
Yeah, Demon 1 already took a peek down A main.
A little bit of damage done to him. Shied away now. Crashy's been getting a lot of value with this drone deep down into halls, but maybe Leazi can catch a timing. Look at this. Pushed up now onto the left side. It's a jiggle. Marv is so aware of this. Always making sure that that one avenue is not open towards them. And now double doors. That is going to be the sideline. Havoc just walks into it.
Down mid.
Freebie really for Demon 1, close to the corner. That's Marv here with the dash. MW! That's a bulldog! How's he pulling that off still? He will fall.
I know exactly.
2v3, there needs to be a bit more being done, but it just cannot happen. Not with the weaponry.
So NRG pulled things up to 7. Furia's success came so early on in this map. We just haven't been able to get anything on the board as soon as rifles were online for NRG.
Been destructive, to be honest. I mean, the pistol round is the only reason this is looking remotely salvageable. Essentially like a 7-5. That was disgusting.
That was an EDS shot there.
Can't deny MW skill.
But at the same time, Demon 1 had already picked off 2 of the players. He caught Havoc just walking through double here and spun around, aware of the split push coming through A.
Good play again, reminiscent of a little bit earlier here because Victor's playing up with them, but this time into elbow. Nobody will meet them. It's A main to be played by Furia.
And it's another one of those rounds where Furia are close to some huge ultimates, specifically the Viper's Pit, one away. And of course the Hunter's Fury that they can use in the post-pack. But NRG have been just contesting these plants going down so much. They're playing retake B a lot, but A, both initiators fighting constantly to stop Furia getting any space.
Just lobbing the artillery. Flashes, darts.
Mortar strike.
Absolutely. I mean, they just can't take it.
So Conan is just going to insert himself into A main and allow the rest of Furia to go and work around the map. They'll probably end A here as their IGL still maintaining control in the area. There's only 50 seconds left. Enough time to work A, but not too much time to explore towards B. And there are still 3, maybe even 4 people ready to hit on the defense.
Trying to exec now, right for the double doors with this Hunter's Fury to set it up as well. Push these players out of position, but Mark, they didn't account for him. He's in through the back. There's the trade though. Brought him down, but still NRG, this firing squad is firing on all cylinders. Can't stop him, man.
And if you had any doubts about NRG's call, then so far this defense has been played immaculately. They haven't really had to do too much pivoting on the fly, calling improv kind of stuff, maybe in one of the rounds, but they are getting way too much value here from just leaving B open and putting a camera there. Yeah. I mean, Victor is basically just leaving B with a cap, and they're allowed to stack 4 players A to stop this hit from coming through. Furia are running into people on every single angle, battering their heads against a brick wall.
Put everything into this final round of the half. Let's see.
Now that's interesting. That knife is normally to tag people up in A main, so they may not think that NW is working the halls here.
Drone being used as well to clear out mid. Normally Crashies is exclusively using that for halls, but see if there's an opening. Still the trip covering it, so it'll be hard for NW to get anything done from that position. Ooh, this time much more aware.
Off the back of that, knowing that the operator isn't there, NW takes a couple of steps forwards. At some point here, you know, he's going to be aware that Crashies is normally playing in this area. Look how they're trying to apply pressure to Crashies' position from both angles. Very hard for Asoba to cover both spots here.
A lot of noise being made into Nest.
And pings on the main map.
Yeah, I mean, NRG. Got to be aware of this one here. They are essentially being squeezed over 37 seconds
They got
left.
the knife on Victor, so they got past his trip.
Oh, and NW, here it is. The time to strike is now. Well, the iron is hot. This man, he's making all sorts of weaponry, isn't he? Dash forwards, he's feeling like really just getting involved into the thick of things. Demon 1 will not be outdone, but perhaps no. And W shuts him down. This jet head-to-head, manifesting for the last round of the half. Here's the pit, finally down in play. It's all down. These 2 players, the double doors, Marth and Victor, got to try and play together here. Find these kills, all up to Marth, he will fall. That is an 8-4 half. Finishing with a flourish, really, wasn't it, from Furia?
An awesome round from Furia, but one of the only rifle rounds that they were able to get on board. That KO knife from Havoc was immaculate. Found Victor, disabled the trip, allowed MW with knives to sneak through halls. A perfect round, but that's what it takes to even get 4 off NRG at the start of the season. That should worry you.
Speaks about the caliber, I think, as well of these players, you know. Just they have talent, boundless amounts of talent.
But Furia are capable of throwing curveballs their way. It's just the amount and the consistency.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's throw it down to Smix as well with a special guest. We've got Tarek as well, sitting in the hot seat, our favorite co-streamer, carrying the viewership.
Thank you very much. Sitting here with Tarek. Tarek, it's always amazing to have you here at the Riot Games Arena. So many fans in the audience for you.
Yeah.
It's been a hot minute since we saw you here. How have you been? How's everything been going?
Yeah, it's been such a long time. I think someone was saying 174 days since the last match. So yeah, it's been a long off season. I think everyone's been waiting for this game to finally happen, and it's starting off pretty hot. I'm not gonna lie, both teams look pretty good.
Yeah. NRG definitely, after losing Pistol, they just came back, and the half looks resoundingly like theirs. I'm curious for you, as someone who's had such a long career yourself, when you get to see players cracked out, you know, when you see Demon 1 hitting these shots, do you ever think to yourself, man, That used to be me.
Yeah, no, I do have like, you know, even I was doing a meet and greet today, and people always bring up Boston, obviously, but I haven't thought about it to the extent where like I want to get back on stage. I think I do my own form of competition with ranked, which I think is honestly harder than some of these pro matches. But no, it's really fun to watch, and I want to give kudos to these guys because I feel like everyone's like showing up surprisingly. Like you can see the nerves a little bit too, because there has been a couple whiffs, but overall pretty entertaining. Yeah.
Can you believe it's been 6 years since that amazing day in Boston? I feel like in some ways so much time has passed, but in others it's 6 years.
Yeah, that is nuts. I think that I get reminded of it a lot, so I feel like I'm not gonna lie. No, but it's really cool though, and you know it's with us, so we got that.
All right. I'm gonna force you to do 2 predictions.
Okay.
1, which is the team that's gonna win this match right here? And 2, which awards are you winning tomorrow at the Streamer Awards?
I got NRG winning here 2-0. I think this is lightweight. No offense to Furia. They're looking actually surprisingly good to me. And for the Streamer Awards, I don't know what to expect. I know I got nominated for 2 awards.
Do you know which 2 you're nominated for?
I got nominated for, I think, Gamer and FPS, I believe. And you know, I don't think voting is open, but if you can vote for me, vote for me.
You heard it from the man himself. Please vote for Tarek for the Streamer Awards. For now, let's head back to the game with the casters.
I'll get on that, Tarek. I'll get on that. I'll try and find the links.
Little bro's just bragging during the end. It's crazy.
No, I mean, it's us bringing up Boston. That man gets reminded every day in the chat. I mean, it's us bringing it up. Here we go. Second half into Breeze. It's a really strong beginning for NRG with that 8-4 lead.
Yeah. It is going to be difficult for Furia to battle back, but their win condition is MW not just having twice the number of kills as the second player on the scoreboard, but more like 5 times. That is the win condition on defense. He's going to be hunting fights. His team's bought him a sheriff in this round, or rather, he's bought the sheriff in the round. So,
that is risky. He's spotted. Really interesting. Cam, well, gets the 1.
NRG were running a fake into B there. Demon 1 got into the site, and they were hoping to try to get an easy plant down on A. But MW was pushing out of A at the same time.
That is crazy.
So both Jets were fighting the opposite side of the map, and NRG's fake attempt has been found. And that means that they're now in a 3v4, where they've got to go down to plan B.
Whatever that might be. There's some info. Good awareness from Havoc. Underhanded flash to see if he can get any damage. Okay, everybody's just getting out of there. Crashies. You give up the space that he was holding on to just over towards Albo. 50 seconds left. What direction do they want to go in? It seems like there's some uncertainty.
Yeah, but they're ending towards Havoc. Talented rookie player, but currently sat 0-11, having a bit of a nightmare of the first game. It can be difficult. First time at the tier 1 level.
2 spotted now. That should force out rotations at least. There it is. See if you can find the first one on the board. Get rid of that goose egg. 25 seconds left. Easy access. Walking straight past the Viper. All damage has been done. Look at this. It is just an absolute onslaught still. Surely you got to be receiving it. Oh, it's a disaster. Oh my. 2 players left now for Furia. Still up onto the staircase. And Crashies. Short work of that one. The Sova diff here.
Planted.
Really any time to spare. Shot lands.
Toxins going up.
Nazi ducking as well. Lucky to be alive here onto 20 health, but still maybe there's a chance with Crashies low enough. And there it is through the wall. Turns it into a 1v1. But a single shot will do it really. Potentially onto Iver's side. Walking up onto the right side. It's all about the gambles. Could have crossed it onto it. Ethan's there. Liazzi! 3 in the round. Another pistol round.
Massive clutch from Liazzi there. Picking up the rest of his team to deliver them the pistol. After the anchors over towards A had fumbled the bag a little bit. I definitely agree with Tarek. I think that there are some nerves in play here. I think for the Furia side in particular, you see these players that don't have as much experience, particularly Havoc, struggling a little bit, but Liazzi as well is not a player with huge experience at the top level, and that's a major clutch to come out with.
Yeah, really nice.
He's playing with a lot of respect for NRG, and I was worried that, you know, he wouldn't be able to take the fights that he wanted to, but he managed to find them. You see what that means for Furia. They still believe that they can get back into this game.
The pistol round does change pretty much everything. Almost guarantees the second round as long as you don't fumble. Walk in from NRG. All grouped up. Oh, this drone's going to see him. Surely. No. Duration wasn't enough.
Yeah, Conan droning from too far back. Crashies was droning from much further up so that you could check that corner. He's just cautious, worried about being dashed on probably.
broken, but only the one person firing, so they don't know that they've got the entire squad here. Flash through, but still defensive positioning being played by Conan. Oh my goodness, still getting the damage really off there. MW still lucky, backing away, right in the back. He's got it! He's got it! There we go.
Welcome to the big time!
Is that cyberbullying? I don't know, but...
No, that's it.
There's a second, okay.
The crowd getting behind one of our youngest players here as well.
I love that. People's champion right now, I think, honestly.
Look at the streak of rounds that NRG got on the other half, and yet there's only 2 rounds deciding these two teams.
It's the pistol rounds, man.
Yeah, if Furia is able to actually get some value out of this bonus, this game could still be really close. And the defense side is where MW tends to feast.
Ready with the lineup. Flying now towards mid, along with the knife as well. That's 2 layers of the util just to catch a player deep pushed up. It's MW suppressed as well. He can't get out of there. He can't actually dash to disengage. Demon 1 will bring down the counterpart.
Immaculate utility to neutralize MW. They even threw the cage at the start in case he was peeking out B main at the beginning. I mean, NRG have thought about how to neutralize an aggressive defense jet here on Breeze. And with MW not really having other players to play off there, you know, no initiator to back him up. Not like Khalil was pushing out like we saw from Victor in some of the previous defense rounds. He's isolated and plucked out. NRG slow things down. As he's pushed up, this is a weird angle.
It's a really weird angle. I mean, this is the one thing working against NRG. They don't have any map control. They're going to have to clear this one. Will they do so? Yes. Crashes is there with a kill. Liazzi falling. I'm still alive. Now can start to just absolutely barrel their way onto the site. All falling.
Small amount of fuel.
Down.
Yeah, not very much fuel there from Marv. These players a little out in the open, but nice nade there. And NRG are going to continue to apply this pressure. They only really require a few players on site to do this too.
Post plan looks really nice.
Yeah,
right. Mid lurk from Victor.
Demon 1 as well.
Yeah, into halls.
Up deep in halls.
Plenty of threats available here. Fury are going to be finding it really difficult to try and play this retake. Time potentially against them. Ethan making noise with the jump spot. Timing unfortunate.
Brutal.
Still gets it.
Utterly brutal.
Still gets it. Door opening as well. Distractions being made for them into the back of it. Damage though. Okay. Players falling low, but so is the time. Look at that. It's ticking and it's working against them.
There's no chance. Marv's in the cringe spot, man. Look at this.
Yeah. Okay. No chance in hell. Players going to be falling.
But was that damage? Yeah, I think it was. They took armor from everybody. They killed 2 players. That's a decent bonus round for Furia there. And they've still got money to be able to buy up into this. They would have loved to win that. They would have loved to. It would have started the comeback. It would have allowed MW to build up a bank where maybe he could have got a defense-sided operator online. But listen, they'll take what they can get at this point. 3 rounds now separate these teams. And MW's going to start to have to think a little more about how he gets aggressive on defense, this time with a lot of players over towards A main. Flash lineup from Havoc?
Yeah, potentially.
Just waiting out the knife.
Over the top, that's another flash. That's Ethan. Updraft movement, not enough to try and evade the sight line of Demon 1. All up in his face. Victor not wasting any time, is he? Straight up, walks up the doors, another flash, and recontest though. The flash was not quite good enough, Ethan. Wasn't blinded. Victor, chance to feast for him as well. They are plucking and picking apart this A defense. It's surgical. It's looking like the 10th is on the board momentarily. Kona, no chance. Just got to save this one. No way, does he really want to try and take that fight? Yes, he does. Not losing confidence just yet against our championship player.
But Conan's got no chance, really, I don't think. He's going to sprint down Marv, but he's going to run bunny hop straight into Crash, who's welcome in arms. And that round 16, may well have turned the tide firmly in favor of NRG. Because that's broken the economy of Furia. That's shattered any chances of the bonus round having some level of benefit to their economy. It's going to allow NRG to creep very close. And every rifle fight was favored with a piece of utility, or every rifle fight just looked so clean from NRG as well.
Timeout has to be taken. Furia realize it. The back's against the wall for map number 1.
The thing is, Furia, I think, had two big win conditions in this map. And maybe you could say the match overall as well. I think this first map of Breeze is where Furia had the most chance. It's where we've seen them in the offseason destroy Cloud9, for example, with that level of defensive aggression. Some nice attack side rounds. But I think the two win conditions for Furia were, maybe even still are, MW0 having an unbelievable performance, and he has been shut down by NRG's extremely diligent play on their attack side. They are throwing extraordinary utility that's got pinpoint accuracy to push him into unfavorable situations, flash him, recon him, whatever it might be, and then kill him. Yeah. And set up Demon 1 for favorable fights. And I think the other win condition potentially for Furia in this match is that Conan is able to outcall NRG, who, you know, don't have that much experience with a very successful IGL on the team, etc., etc. And at the moment, NRG, everything's working for them. They look like a well-oiled machine, and this team's just barely getting started.
I mean, they've only just formed, very recently compared to a lot of other teams. Yeah. Scrimming with the core just over a month, I believe, so... And they're looking this good.
If you wanted the cracks to show for NRG, you'd have to push them away from Plan A. And unfortunately, Plan A is just working so well right now that Furia are barely getting openings in some of these rounds.
This is a slow start, isn't it? Hoping for that mid-aggression as well, because Demon 1 is just got his crosshair set on the top of that wall in case MW does decide to take a bit of a peek. Seconds getting whistled away. Oh, hello. Close to the wall, close to the corner, just needs to get himself out of there. Havoc. Getting cheeky with it. You need a miracle if you're Furia.
Whoa. The miraculous players on the other team. Demon 1's mechanics have not suffered for the long off-season with his, 5-month break from the game.
He did say 4 to 5 months he was just watching movies and traveling. What? That's what he said. Yeah, I'm not kidding.
Yes.
He didn't touch the game.
The most well-known training regime for top VALORANT players.
Yep. This man is unfazed. Yeah, he might be taking the Iceman title away from Marv, to be honest.
30 seconds left.
I think he's too fiery to be the Iceman, that's the thing now.
Havoc cleared out, 1 bullet left. Can he do anything with it? The answer is no. Marv, the extra piece that was needed. Taking a lot of space now up towards stairs. 3 players left now for Fury, but the plant's down. And slow and steady approach from NRG. They leave no gaps in their play.
And I'm going to be honest, Brent, at this point, now that NRG are looking like they're getting up to 11-6, the questions going through my head are more, are they going to show what their genuine plans are with these ultimates? Or are they going to try to conserve strategies that they're working for later games? Which is a brutal spot to be in. Furia need to continue pressuring them.
You know what his final 2 players are hungry for, the kills, the flash, the dart, everything to set it up once more. Initiators really helping it out. 1 last bullet. Not enough for it, but yeah, NRG running away with this map. And it really has been down to that initiator diff. We're talking about it. Ethan and Crashies, those waves of util MW can't get away with as much as he's potentially hoping for.
Yeah, I really agree with that. I think that Crashies and Ethan has been absurd in the way that they've set up Demon 1. But also on the defense side, this is Victor's first ever game as Cypher, right? We think about this guy being super flexible, but normally he's been playing in the Killjoy meta, and they were getting crazy value out of just putting the cam and a little bit of a setup over towards B and stacking A. Whereas Furia are playing much more spread around the map. They're forced to, because they don't exactly know where NRG are ending.
Gamble by Furia, 3 players anchoring over towards B, expecting NRG to be trying to go and hit into that side. Ethan has the KO wall.
And that's why they're holding Khalil on the opposite side. A classic anti-KO wall setup here. NRG looking like they've read it a little bit, to be honest. Setting up for some kind of A split. It's going to be a slower round, because Demon 1's looking for a pick with the operator. But there is so much that you can do on Jet with this map. Now that Halls has been re-added in. Yeah. You know, opening the switch, dashing out onto yellow. On the defense side, going for some pushes down there with the recon dart potentially. It's a Jet's paradise, this map.
Look at the amount of respect that's being shown. Furia not eager to try and peek, take a look down Halls either. Slide off angle. Now the dart comes through. 45 seconds left.
they've just walked Ethan onto site, kind of alone.
He hears them though. There we go. Offload into Yolt. See if he can survive as well. This is revealed for about a moment. Here we go. Hunter's Fury into the back. Ethan couldn't quite stand his ground, but it's Liazzi who will stand and deliver. Hunter's Fury eventually a kill to be claimed. This crashes onto Havoc. Door opened up. Demon 1. That's the knives available if he really wants to just let them rip. Still the dash active on top of things still. Get anything done with it though. It's a weird round. Maybe they can make the most of all of this here with time running so damn short. Victor, man of the hour.
You can't let them win this round, Fury.
It's absolutely insane. You've got to be kidding me. MW to the 1v1. Dart doesn't scan him. He's brought it. This one moment defining. It could be everything the backbreaking round that he's looking to avoid by winning this one out, but the timing's here, caught it to the side! Crashes! Denied the chance, that's all MW.
Fury have done such a great job of setting themselves up for success there. It's the first round where I'm confused at what the game plan was for NRG. Ethan was so far out on site alone, just trying to take advantage of the fact that they felt nobody was really playing A. The read was somewhat accurate, but it wasn't synced up with what Demon 1 was going for. And look at Liazzi here. He was able to play off the back of the Hunter's Fury, get in deep, and MW closes it out with that classic, awesome op accuracy. They need more of that. And after the first round, in my opinion, where NRG's game plan looked a little off, instant timeout.
Instantly.
I mean, Chet hits the big red button immediately.
Not wasting any time. There's somebody in the crowd saying, good timeout. Respect that. Get the coach whistle out. But yeah, they can feel it, you know. Listen, it was the first round where things did get shaky with the game plan. The players have talked about Ethan adjusting into the IGL position, and you know, Crash is saying we understand we have to support him as well. It's a new role for him, despite all the experience he's got. He's played with world-class, championship caliber IGLs. Yeah, multiple across the board. So
across multiple esports.
Yeah, exactly.
His time in CS too. But there is still a chance for Fury in this game. The issue is, it looks close because Fury have won both of the Pistons, right? And now they're starting to win a couple of rifle rounds like here or there, round 12, round 18, both really good rounds for Furia, but their economy is still shot. And there's an Outlaw on the other side too, Demon 1 picking it up.
Okay.
What was the bet that they had on the analyst desk? I think
it was Demon 1 picking it up. I mean, there's a lot of half armor targets.
Yeah, 3 light armor targets on the other side. I think MW, the head, 1 body shot from either player.
We're waiting for him though. There's a flash with the knife to set this one. Oh, Khalil! Oh my, looking like week 1 2013.
2013? 2023?
Yeah, that's what I meant.
What, you going back a decade?
I'm going back a decade, apparently. Good call out.
I don't think I knew Khalil back.
I think Valorant was out back then.
All right, so NRG under a little bit of pressure because Demon 1's been popping off this game so far. They haven't really had to play an attack side round with him down. Marth has the spike, he's 1 away from Pit. But it's going to be difficult to get any kind of purchase on the A side.
Yeah, single shot. Nade forced out. Havoc just using the util to try and delay here, but down to a minute left. Sidestep, Marth. He's eloquent with it.
More awkward timings from Havoc.
Leo is lit up. Players now starting to swarm onto the site still. They do have the benefit of having this pit towards main. They don't have to worry about that position clear though. He is being swarmed, surrounded, pincered. The players finally arriving. Still Liazzi alive. Sidestep once more, playing into this pit. They got nothing to clear him out here, and they want to be trying to commit to A. This is an absolute disaster for NRG.
30 seconds left.
Leave it up to Victor. He can't find any easy fight, and it's shut down in a moment's notice.
I came into this game thinking that the difference maker might be Havoc, because I think his performance during the off-season and during his time in Tier 2 looked really promising. But actually, the big player that's stepping up is Liazzi. He's 14 and 14 right now, but the frags that he's getting are so high impact. I mean, he's got to survive here and find his isolated ones, and he just peeks out of the pit, manages to get onto Crashies, times his peak onto Ethan perfectly as Ethan was reloading the Classic after he'd spent all of his bullets spamming the pit too. Another big round from Furia to pull this back to within 3. They are not down and out.
Still winnable.
So much of this game on the attack side has come down to A splits, halls play, that kind of thing. We haven't really seen many big B execs. Nobody wants to go into that Viper wall and trip setup.
Drone not really seeing too much.
And a nice camp from Victor that does see a lot. Yeah. It lets him know whether people are jiggle peeking, whether there's an off-guarding angle. It's going to allow him to get up deep. And of course, he's always got 2 cages to be able to open that door and create pressure from switch as the rest of his team gets close.
Will this flash connect onto the backside player? That's Liazzi off around the corner. Dark flash, everything being combined, even with the knife. Liazzi still holding his ground, still shot missed. No player's running his way up there. That's Victor still, and he has taken out a kill. Still Liazzi! Player to watch for, really. He's the one making these rounds more than winnable. Out to the side, though, does not expect crashies at that particular position. MW narrowly avoiding it as well. Bullet sailing, whistling right over to his head. He's looking for the fight. Nobody offloaded. Gives him an idea of the positioning. Pit offloaded. There's 16 seconds left.
It's an awesome pit. It blocks the sight line and allows him to cross. It's not really to play the post plant. It's just like a smoke.
He's trying to get himself there. There it is. Time available for the plant. And then forward into the pit could come down to almost anything. Battle of the timings. Okay.
Crashy's reposition has got to be fairly unexpected here as well. The last time they saw him, he was over by the crab pyramid.
They expect it. It's been watched for. Not going to be a swing from Marv either. Crashies is taking a little bit back. MW!
What a read!
So damn aware. And Marv is low enough. Tiniest amount of chip damage will do it. Round to the side. That's a bit overkill with a shot to the cranium, but it gets them the round. Necessary one.
And if NRG thought that it was going to be smooth sailing on this side after racking up all of those rounds on defense and coming into this with an 8-4 lead, they are sorely mistaken. This is now within 2.
Indeed.
Many of these chances for NRG to cleanly put Furia away are being squandered. And it is at this point that now the NRG economy starts to get squeezed. This round that we're about to see is going to be make or break for the NRG economy. And they don't have those big ultimates to work with. They're one away from Crashies and somewhat close to Ethan's, but probably not going to be online this round. MW not playing as aggressive, by the way. Good adjustment from the Jet on Furia. He's really found that discipline and patience that we've been wanting to see from him as the evolution of his game from years prior when he's been a duelist. He's not just giving himself away as a free pick trying to force the fight. He, in fact, is anchoring B in this round.
He's watching the tunnel. Just in case it does come through. Crashies. Just ult a little bit prior. We saw that one, and now the team grouping up for a potential B hit. But really essential, I think, that they try and remove these trips, either the knife connecting or otherwise maybe some util. Drone used to clear close just in case somebody repositions into main. Here's MW chance. Missed. Here we go. A lot of util being used. Lit up. MW trying to avoid it. Playing inside it. There we go. Oh, lit up. Plenty of chances with the shorty. Still 2 bullets left into the chamber. He's weaving in and out, but Victor's got his eye on him. It is chaos and anarchy right now into the B side. Kills happening all over the bloody place.
Things stabilize a little though into a 2v2 here. And the Cypher ultimate, huge to give away information. Crashies is coming around the side.
Crashies is traded. 1 versus 1. And Liazzi has been more than good for it. Victor, real chance to shine, put them up. Lovely jump spot, gets the information. Repositioned to the back of the site using the Viper wall against him. As he puts his own up though. Here we go. Round to the side is Victor. Shuts it down and brings NRG to that 12th round.
Major play from Victor, who's been quietly putting up an excellent performance in, again, his first ever Cypher game. You can tell that he's put in the hours. It also seems like a suited agent for him. He's very good in these anchor positions, good in the clutch as well. NW had some chances here to make magic occur. But instead, most of the impact was happening off the back of Sova utility. Conan got 2 with like a shot dart and then a wall bang. Victor got 1 off the wall bang as well. And now we head in. NRG up to 12. Looking to try and take this fight through mid this time.
W chance on the cheeky pickoff. And the diligence isn't there. Look at that, Ethan. Not expecting it. I believe that's one of the first times NW's played in that spot.
Yeah, he's doing a great job of mixing things up, still managing to be dynamic and mobile whilst not always pushing on defense. that is a fake wall from Marv, making it feel like it's over towards A, when in fact, they're getting set up for the B pinch. Liazzi is going to be under pressure, only a Spectre to his name.
Yeah, and Tunnel needs to be watched for as well to squeeze doesn't come in, but NRG hoping and praying for it now. Look at it, they've already crossed. MW's missed that one, and the dart reveals him. He's going to be pushed off this angle. Crashes is already in, walking behind them. Conan just not even watching it with his own gun. Liazzi's still there close to the corner, only with the Spectre, 10 bullets. Everybody going to be walking into him now with 40 seconds left. Putting a break and a pause into the play because the spike has been dropped down at the wall.
I've got to be honest with you, I think this is a save for NRG. They're in a 2v4, they have an off, barely any money. Marv's only 50 credits, Crashing's 350. The rounds have gone back and forth. They don't have a big loss bonus. They just won the prior. So this has got to be a save. And if Furia have the confidence for it, and if they decide to push forwards as the time gets lower, these could be big rewards if you're able to take the op and the rifle out of NRG's hands.
Keeping their own guns though, the money's low enough.
Yeah,
it is. I mean, I think it's a worthwhile though. Risk the take.
You do see Liazzi actually looking to go forwards because he's the player with the Guardian, right? So he's not bothered about saving that into the next round. But it looks like nobody on NRG is really going to get spotted. So they survive. Anticlimactic end, but what a map that we've got here. Fury are certainly coming back into it. The second time out caught by NRG.
Here we go. The heat's being turned up.
Look at these crossfires. I mean, it's such an unusual position, honestly, for Liazzi to be playing. When the attacking team has already taken tunnel control, you are pretty much screwed in that.
You're just out in the open. That's why I was talking about how important it was to just hold tunnel with the off in that spot.
But he managed to make it work.
Exactly. I mean, I thought that when the player, I think it was Crashes, crossed over and caught that timing, I thought that was going to be the end of it.
But they were too focused on archers because the recon archers came through at that exact time from Conan. I mean, things are getting a little messy here, but I think major credit to Furia because they have found ways of being able to win on the defense side right now. You know, they're not giving away early picks. They're actually forcing NRG to come up with game plans that make sense to close these rounds out. And NRG have not actually demonstrated big execs that are functional on A or B. They're doing a lot of work in the map, trying to find picks. It's a slower approach to Breeze. And thus far, Fury are not giving them the openings. That's making it tough for NRG. Ethan is going to be getting close. After this round, he's going to have the KO ultimate. Now that could be a massive difference maker as you head towards round 24. I think it's very, very likely that we see a 12-11 score here in favor of NRG, but only slightly.
Time ticking down. Like you said, ults to build towards, maybe Crashes as well, build towards the Hunter's Fury in this round. Hope and pray that Demon 1 might be able to find something, at least with that operator who's still got drone to be used.
It's a strange dynamic though for NRG because they want to put Demon 1 and Victor into positions, but they don't want to lose the rifles, right? Or the operator.
Yeah, Blue is not giving him anything. There might be a chance though. He's creeping onto the left angle. Guess what? Havoc is playing there. No way! What? That's barely a sliver.
Another disgustingly unfortunate moment for Havoc as he just gets drilled by that, man. Here. He's having a nightmare already.
Yeah.
Turning up to the tier 1 level and playing against the world champ. The top level performing player from Champions.
Tough ask. MW looked like he wanted to take a nice little fight, but no, backs away now, realizing that they've lost control of halls.
And Victor's quite isolated over towards elbow here. He's going to be in the hard lurk position. But he's got that rifle.
Walking up. Crashes. I hear that trip close, at least the cam as well, I can hear it. Yeah, they ping.
And Marv just getting that fuel back. Now they can go for a proper exit. Still just contacting behind it. But the cam is going to see all of this.
Here it is. Util's broken, still close to the corner, Khalil. Cage is up. Plant, Ethan. Should be dissuaded away from it with any sort of util. Just going to let that one get off here. Khalil doesn't dodge the flash. The underhand, there was no peek coming through it. There's Victor.
And now he's opened up the B side, the mid-rounding. This is the opportunity. Oh, of course, the plant.
Still close, yeah, still close to the corner though, and they're still walking a little bit wider. There it is. Lineups being used on offer, and this is when the time really starts to tick. Putting it all on the line here for Fury, and this could be the backbreaker, the round win, just based off of that alone. The lineup's bad. It's like miss to the side, but they don't want to stick it in the moment here. Still, Conan pressing the advantage, pushing forward still. Khalil, he will fall, half on it, and the shot finds Hart. Wonderful finish. 13 to 10.
What a way to close it out. Marth with an operator, throwing his lineups and finishing things out, getting the better end of MW. But you can't say that Furia didn't push him there. That second half was not easy. Powered by both of the pistol rounds going the way of the Brazilian squad, they've got chances in this match. NRG still played exceptionally well. That first half with the initiator utility was almost immaculate.
Yeah. Really starting to see that caliber shine.
And yet, you know, Furia really showing why they should be treated with some respect. Dark Horse team pushing NRG, showing that they're able to keep up in terms of the individuals. Big performances from MW and Liazi on that map. And if Havoc wakes up and comes online and gets that experience under his belt,
that's what you mean. I mean, you've got...
It's going to level him up.
That scoreline, close map like that with one of your players putting up, what, 2 kills at the end?
Something like that, yeah. I mean, and actually not the kind of map where Havoc was owning people with his supportive utility either.
Yeah.
He was just a little slow to warm up on the stage.
Well, map 1 all done and dusted as well. Going to be taking a short break on the other side of things, setting us up for that critical and crucial map number 2. You don't want to miss it, so don't go anywhere.
Rachel, you okay?
No. I live with a broken phone. I can't trade in.
Okay, that's dramatic. Better plans Verizon. Everyone can trade in their old phone and get the new Samsung Galaxy S24 Plus with AI on them.
A new phone?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Let's go.
Wait, I'm on Verizon. Can I still get it?
Yeah.
I gotta trade this in, right?
New and existing customers can trade in any Samsung phone for a new Galaxy S24 Plus watch and tablet, all on us. That's up to $1,800 in value, only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
NRG manages to pick up the win in the opening contest here at VCT America's Kickoff, but I'm sure a few NRG fans had a couple beads of sweat trickling down their foreheads for a few moments there, because things were looking a little dicey from time to time, but then, you know, I guess cooler heads prevailed, and then NRG was able to find that win.
Ultimately, once MW0 got the up in hand on their defensive half, like, the rounds started getting a lot more laborious for NRG to actually go and close out, but that was one of the breeze maps of all time.
That was the breeziest map. Yes.
It's just every round is we're either hitting a site or our jet is sitting in. It was very breeze. But I think what we learned about NRG from that match is they were not lying when they were talking about in the offseason that the chem was hitting with Demon 1, because we saw it here. I feel like Ethan and Crashies did an absolutely excellent job, especially in this first half, at setting up their new star.
I liked a lot of their mid work too. There were a few different times here, of course, going multiple players down mid, jumping up, but also those elbow pushes with the Jet and the Cypher.
Yeah.
Sometimes just the Cypher escorting Jet to get that boost up angle, peek into spawn, and it was just there for like 5 seconds, then they were falling out. It wasn't like a all-in protocol. It was we fish for a pick, then we fall up space. It was a very mobile defense, which I liked a lot.
Yeah, and even just rounds where they were heavy anchoring sites, I thought they used their Cypher util super well. Victor was just being permitted to set up his cam towards B. It was never being broken, so they could gamble these really heavy 3 or 4 stacks towards the site that Furia was hitting, and always have the great supportive util for either Marv or Demon 1 as that main anchor.
It was so easy for them to just sort of play off of that B side of the map, because Furia showed a couple of hits towards B early on, and then after that it was a lot of A, it was a lot of mid work, so you'd just have very deep positions from NRG towards their spawn, or peeking in behind whenever a mid split was happening, where they were shooting people in the backs of the heads. I think NRG sort of waited for Furia to overplay their hand and punish them for it.
And Furia couldn't fully beat the MW0 is the one player who goes crazy while everyone else is double negative allegation. We were very close to that happening, but it didn't. I think we started to see this team come alive a little more in that second half. Liazzi was having a lot of important rounds, but really I think the catalyst came down to MW and his op, and also to how NRG was playing that attack. It was so slow.
Also, I mean, I don't want to be that guy, but you know, Havoc did start off this game 0-9 out of the break, so I had to, because you know,
that's messed up.
You need all 5 players to hit, and it, you know, wasn't really working out that well for Havoc, which, you know, we'll give him some grace, because obviously it's like he just the first game on the main stage, right?
And
this
you're playing a team like NRG. That's scary.
I don't want to put too much stock into that, but I do think that in some capacity that does play a little bit of a role here, especially when it comes to nerves.
Look, it's the elephant in the room. It was the one round, got the 2 kills, couldn't make it happen again. But like you said, it's one game. Get over it.
You dust it off and you move on.
Just play Valorant.
Yeah. Who cares, right? Ultimately, who cares, right? Life moves on. You know, focus on this next map, because what's going to be coming up here is NRG's pick of Ascent, and we've seen, you know, the core of this team go to this. It's always been a reliable map, if you will, for a lot of teams, and I would suspect that in NRG's case, they picked this because, well, quite frankly, you don't want to show too much right now in the early stages of this tournament.
On this map of Ascent, what I'm looking at is the 2 new IGLs, Conan coming in for Furia and Ethan over for NRG, and what they can bring on their attack sides when it comes down to the mid-rounding. On NRG's side, the team during the offseason, Crashies in particular, was talking about the fact that what they were really focusing on was how they were going to kind of provide the same ideas and provide the same help they always did to finesse in the mid-round with Ethan, who's a different person and calls in a bit of a different style. But he was confident that they got his style down and were comfortable in the mid-round, and I think for me this is the big test of that on NRG's side.
And ultimately the big challenge when it comes to like mid-round IGLing on attack on this map is, can you sort of oversell one side of the map that you're hitting into, right, with a couple players moving towards market or towards tree, and then anticipate the rotations through spawn so you can turn it right back around the opposite direction. I think that is a big test, and honestly, if they just continue playing as well as they are between the KOs and the Jet combo of the world, like we saw back on Breeze, I think NRG remain in a...
I mean, they were doing some cool things, right? I was liking the combos they were whipping up, really giving Demon 1 just so much room to do what he does. And, you know that was always going to be the case, right? Because, you know, you signed Demon 1, so it's kind of the point. But to see it really execute that way, should give a lot of people confidence here.
And I think on Breeze, it's a little bit less like stock standard how you set up a Jet. Ascent is a solved map, how KO is going to flash the Jet to refight into A main when the attackers are moving in there, right? Or you know, creep the op up towards B main and get that forward line with the operator. So I think this is a map that both teams will be much more comfortable with in terms of those fundamentals of how they are going to end up playing it. So I'm trying to cope a little bit and say that
but you see, but when you say you got two teams that look comfortable on this, but then it's really hard to be like, both teams, they should be all right. But
and then look, I'm over here spiraling because as I feed out the cope, I'm spitting out the cope. I'm like, yeah, but they also won both pistol rounds and still lost the map. Like the only reason Bleeze looked close was the pistols and then finally an operator in the hands of MW's era.
But what do we have on Ascent? Pistol rounds. Two of them. And guess what you can buy on Ascent?
No
way.
You
buy pistols. You can.
Okay.
But you can also buy the operator.
Whoa.
Okay. Do it again.
Hold on.
That's a take.
Now, what would you do with that?
Shoot them, perhaps.
It's a bold move, Con. See if it goes pay off.
Solved.
Solved. And talking about solved maps, guess what, guys? These pumps, so shocking. Who could have seen it coming?
All right, Golden Boy, do you want to tell me how these comps play here?
You see, what you're going to do is you're going to set up your jet to go ahead and take A main control.
Okay.
You're going to use your Killjoy, and you're going to give yourself some mid presence so that this way you can try and keep track of your opponent. And then after that, you're going to have your Sova working over on the other side of the map. She's trying to prevent them from coming inside of that thing, and then they get shot with the Odin. That's the map.
Why are we even here, Mimi?
I mean, well, you're here because you're remarkably better at your jobs than I am. So
I don't like that voice.
You don't like this voice, Mimi? What a shame.
Win conditions for me from Furia. Win the pistol round, get MW and off, get that momentum rolling, see more success from Liazi while anchoring. If they can get this map going in the right direction, maybe they can pull it off.
You know what, Mimi, just for you.
Let's go ahead and find out if Furia bounces back and send it over to your casters. Here's Brandon Shasha.
I mean, GB was doing a stellar job, honestly. He was just, detailing the entire map. We've seen this one played out, but it is Ascent, map number 2 here. Furia versus NRG. Moments where, it was a close first map. Furia, chances for them to try and take it away from NRG, but now we're heading into it. It's NRG's map pick itself. And really no shift in terms of the roles or the compositions of it. And Victor now playing on the Killjoy. It is bread and butter. It's standard. It's been the case for eons.
Yeah, but I think on the attack side, you actually can have some differences in how you approach this map. EG used to set up Demon 1 by going for map control and searching for picks. That's kind of how this team just called on Breeze on their attack side, right? Whereas old NRG under Finesse used to do a bit more defaulting into site execs. So there is a pretty big difference there in terms of how you set your jet up. Speaking of setting jets up, MW has a Sheriff, and he's playing in that little bait spot over towards Heaven.
Going for the split here. Paranoia is nice. Cuts his way through. Havoc trying to go for the repeat with the flash, but just baited out the util now. NRG looking for a bit of a pivot.
They've scared them away, but look at this. Conan and Havoc have read it.
They're straight there. There's no flash to set this one up. Havoc's just taking a fight. He's just swinging wide. Takes out Demon 1. There you go.
New map, new beginnings, new Havoc.
Talk about getting your confidence back. 4 versus 4 with a minute left in the round. MW, re-exploration now out towards main. That's a jiggle. Oh, shot through the wall, not enough. Crushes, what was that, right clicks?
Yeah. How is the classic beating the Sheriff there? It's absurd.
Maybe the entrance they needed now as well. Smoke blocking their way, flash on top of it, damage. So a lot of the players, half HP, but it's still a 2 versus 4.
Spike planted.
Going to have a rough time of things. Needs to get an opening pick somehow. There was a chance with Marv just peeking the jiggle, but now showing a bit of respect. Look at this position here. There's the Hell player. Any swing available? Not quite. Ethan wasn't in a position for it. So cleared out towards Hell. Weren't watching for it though. That re-swing. Now Paranoia. All the util.
That's immaculate.
Is layered, isn't it? Leaves Conan in an impossible situation. Out of range of the turret, but as soon as he steps forward as well, Ethan, he's still going to deal with him, and he's not going to be granted the chance or opportunity. 3 bullets left time. It's an impossibility now. Pistol round win for NRG. They're toying with them, playing with their food.
And that's new turret change there. It's only got a 100-degree radius in the sight line, so something to think about. Not the biggest change in the world, but NRG very comfortably took that away. Basically, the important kill was Crashers being able to get his pick onto MW as MW re-explored into A main. I mean, it's like an info re-clear over towards A, and Crashers wins it, and that just opens up the site completely for them. You're expecting the defending team to be generally favored on Ascent. But at the same time, Furia, the more aggressive they play, the more they play against the strengths of the map, I think, actually. So it's another one where MW's got to have that patience and that discipline that Furia have talked about trying to develop across this offseason. Look, I mean, look at the way that Ethan is set up to try to punish aggression through B main. They've got to flash off a turret.
They're ready for it.
They are so ready.
W.
And these are the kind of preparations that NRG will have been going through to try to shut down what they view as the main win condition. And I think most people view as the main win condition for Furia, especially when you've got a map pool that has two big jet maps to open up. They've got game plans to try to deal with MW. But again, discipline, patience, MW not giving himself away early on, and that puts the onus actually on NRG to make something happen. As it happens, there's nobody home at A.
It's a gamble.
They're just literally going to walk into A, get the plant down.
Nobody is home.
And this is going to be the least eventful round you've ever seen.
It is so slow.
But diligent.
It is diligent, yeah. Taking the time with it, making sure that, you know, like you said, mid-aggression was accounted for. 30 seconds left.
And just to use this opportunity to talk a little bit about the team styles. So this is a blending of Evil Geniuses of last year, the championship team, with NRG, or that kind of optic core, really, right?
Victor's got a rifle. I'm gonna lose it. Victor!
Close.
Listen, it might be an eco, but I was getting excited.
Yeah. So are the sponsors of the Ace.
Yeah, exactly.
But, poor thing. What a waste.
What a waste. Yeah, we'll not be letting them pick up that Vandal.
So just to talk a little bit, though, this NRG super team has been a blend of the championship squad with that old optic core. And they approach the game in very different ways. Obviously, neither of the IGLs of those teams are actually on this super team. But the two different approaches that they had, you know, Finesse tends to call like a default into some kind of exec and trying to mix up the pace and disguise what he's doing. You see EG, they were all about trying to take aggressive map control and set up Demon 1 to fight things and try and bait their opponents into re-clearing. So I'm really interested to see what this version of the team does. Are they similar to one of the teams or the other? Do they have their own new calling style?
Dart of the knife. Swings down, clears through into mid. Just dodging.
Shadows traveling. And this is very much that kind of default, making it seem like they're playing for mid control, but actually going into an A split.
Players there. Oh my! Bottom mid not accounted for. Victor was hoping for the B main push. That's where he set his sights. A lot of players there. Lit up with the paranoia, going for an attempt havoc. There it is! Boundless with the confidence. Khalil pushing out, not showing any respect in the slightest.
And that is a dismantling of what NRG wanted to do in this round. And it's because they disrespected all of that utility. NRG threw the util to make it look like they were going down mid, and Furia said, nah.
Yeah.
And MW just literally walked up mid and was like, there's no one here, mate.
So with murder almost.
Yeah, if you can call your opponent's bluff in those situations, you're going to benefit massively because you just get so much more info about what they're actually trying to do. You need the confidence, though, to be able to fight against that.
Well, round 4, Havoc's double the amount of kills he's got compared to map number 1.
Yeah, and again, it's not like we were saying at the end of Breeze, Havoc's a terrible player.
No.
You're expecting him to go 2-20 in every game. No, he's been extremely successful at the tier 2 level, and it just looks like he had some nerves in map 1, which is super understandable.
Bit of a one-off when you're playing against a new super team on the block.
Certainly.
Good salvage, denying that bonus round. Here we go, fast play. Yep. Paranoia, but a flash. Everybody was playing anti-flash positions. Ethan.
And this actually is how Furia could lose this game after looking so good at being able to put up rounds like the one previous. Because the more aggressive they play the defense, the more I think they're going to play into NRG. But that's an interesting re-clear to catch Victor. Pull things back into a 4v4.
Sees 3. Looking around, this is a little bit awkward in terms of the defensive players here. Furia just wondering where they can really stand. He's spotting anything out. It's all about that timing. Marv, he's found it. Classic playstyle of his, always just making sure that he can creep in at the right time. Knife against the dice. Suppression across the board. Least onto Havoc. Now we see the Hunter's Fury. It's going to be offloaded to try and at least support them. Havoc still gets the one. In the meantime, in all of that sound and chaos and confusion, it's Conan. He's walked his way past the smoke. Demon One falls 2v2 with 37 seconds left. Khalil, flanks on flanks. All the way on flanks here. Leave it to Crashies. It's a 1v2. Crashies! Not bullets, but a wonderful chance, a wonderful attempt.
And you can't have watched that and not believed for a moment that that was going to happen. Ooh. Just couldn't quite get the spray down there. Great work dealing with that aggro lurk from Marv, though. It felt like for a moment Conan hadn't quite accounted for the fact that Marv could be all the way up into grass, and then Khalil came back on the flank and was able to handle it. But Bren, if we're talking about calling styles on the attack side, this version of NRG is not going into big set executes.
Yeah.
They're actually a little trickly in terms of how they're committing.
Really quite slow, cautious. Top flash play, plenty to receive, plenty of targets. And look at that, the layers again of the util. Having to use the TP, but Marty couldn't see a bloody thing. Didn't know where he was going. TP'd straight into the wall here, and of course it's the eco, so these early kills being collected up, maybe a chance for Fury to build up some key ultimates.
But also, the fact that NRG picked this map allowed Furia to pick defense, and because they're favored, and because they're getting into situations like this has got to be a morale build-up for people like Havoc, for people like NW, I mean, for the rest of the team, to believe that they can accomplish it. With how close map 1 was, they should be favored to get up to a bit of a lead here. It's still fine for NRG if they only put like 4 on the board, honestly. But that is going to really light a fire under Furia.
It might just start getting a little bit more difficult as well. Paying attention to the money situation, you might want to try and get an op in MW's hands. I mean, Khalil's got the money for it. And when you get that op on the defense side of Ascent in your Jets, I mean, it's just going to be open up plenty of opportunities.
And we saw what it did on Breeze. That was one of the big turning points, was getting the operator into MW's hand. Yeah. And he wasn't always trying to push super aggressively forward. But yeah, I agree with that.
See if they opt into it.
I mean, you're unlikely to do it in a round like this because nobody lost a rifle. Yeah. But assuming we see somebody die here, we could certainly see a reinvestment for round 7. This one, aggressive re-clear strategy over towards A main. Really cool thing to throw in occasionally. You're not pushing out beyond the bounds of where Ascent is really powerful on defense. You're just allowing the map to work for you, catching your attacking opponents in tight choke points.
NRG with a timeout now. Something's got to change.
And I think the ult situation is actually the thing that's going to change the most. They're heading into this next round with a lockdown and an ult command to be able to work with. And those are big ultimates to be able to cook up some kind of attacking idea. And that's probably, I think, why they've called the timeout, because Chet's probably got a specific strategy that he wants them to run. And coming out of the timeout, these are... Whereas NRG, at least at the moment, they've got a small sample size, but on the attack side, they feel like quite a fluid team. They're trying to gain information, take map
poking
control.
And prodding, seeing where people are.
Yeah.
Using the info like the minute mark.
And I think after these timeouts, it's probably going to be a bit of a stylistic shift because, again, from what we know of Chet, he tends to call more structured strategies coming out of the timeout. So we'll just have to wait and see. As I say, this is a new super team. We don't exactly know what the style is going to be.
Feigning a bit of aggression. I mean, the only player in mid here is Havoc with the flash.
It looks like they're going to go for the recon dart wallbang strat, though, with Conan. And there's a lot of players over towards tiles.
Through the Odin.
I mean, if Crashies decides to drone at the beginning, he could get caught, but he's just chilling.
Yeah, he's just chilling. Be up close, so they were aware of it. NRG containing.
But again, for NRG, this looks like they're taking mid control. They've knifed market, they're droning down. From Fury's point of view, you've got to think, is Demon 1 following this? And Havoc is immediately jiggle peeking to realize, no, Demon 1 is not there in mid. So they're trying to, you know, get a situation where Demon 1 can find a pick without Fury expecting it on B. But Fury actually have all the info about where NRG are playing right now.
Especially now.
The thing is, the spike is on the other side, so this is never going to become a B exec. You look at the minimap, there's just no way.
Re-clear in A main.
I mean, not just a re-clear. This is...
Re-push?
I mean, they're going for some frozen yogurt. They're out in gelato.
There's a lockdown. Spammable spot. Spammable spot. Shock darts. It was a little bit too high, actually, with the aim. I think the bullets are just sailing right over it, so it's not going to be taken out. Awkward. Have to play out back here, but no players detained. Now decided to make their moves in towards the B side, but they're lit up again. Nobody's taking care of this Utah. It's Demon 1, I believe Norton 5 now crashes. Maybe can claim some space. Get themselves into the site with Ethan with that plan, but MW is right behind them. Look at this flank timing, you can see it. Poking all the way out, gives him away. Talk about Pinocchio's nose. As online, Havoc back in the fight, back in the action. It's a flash over the top. No casualties off the back of it, and his post-plant position is not ideal for NRG. You've got 3 players playing onto the site.
Marv still has that paranoia. Can he cook anything up with that? Looks like he's going to try and use it on these lane players.
Didn't need a miracle, but time, maybe. Working on their side. There's a paranoia, big one. 3 players colliding, and still come down to just really the minute details. Moving their way forwards. What are these one-ways? Furia, though. They had the players, they had the advantage there, and it's a clean retake.
Oh, Liazzi is cooking with those one-ways. Those are awesome. I don't know how much they particularly help, but it did make it a little bit more difficult for NRG to fight their way out of that. A huge player advantage, though, and I like that you've drawn attention to Demon 1 being 0 and 5, because it's not like Demon 1's failing his duels, right? It's not like we're seeing Demon 1 trying to take aggressive angles, fight a player, and lose him. In fact, actually, it's that he's getting snarled up as he tries to enter the site.
He's getting caught by the initiator, you feel, most of the time. It's one of the storylines we were talking about leading into this, honestly, was the difference between the initiator players and that map 1, but what a time to come alive.
And thus far, Furia have been playing a really nice defense, not overextending too much, and MW actually picking his time to push out Gelato in that previous round and got onto a beautiful flank for the retake. So, timing it quite nicely. This is an aggressive hold of Catwalk, with Liazzi tucked in his corner.
Yeah.
But this looks more like an Evil Geniuses round from last year, where Demon 1's hunting for a pick over towards mid, and then the team has options of, should we go cat, should we split B, should we go back to A, playing a 1-3-1 default, with Demon 1 the tip of the spear. And now somebody's called with a minute mark for them to group up on A. That's where MW's holding with the op.
Main's gonna be theirs. Can MW do anything about this? Because Cavalry is here, looking at it. That's a wide face, jumping around, but it at least fires off the first shot, and they're trying to flood into this one. Victor right from behind, alert timing. They do not expect a bloody thing all the way through. He's claimed 2.
Immaculate play from NRG, setting that one up. The entire feint into A, just to allow Victor to get those 2 kills. The weaponry is still not great, though. They haven't even recovered the second rifle from the player that they killed.
Still the player advantage, and when you take these close quarter fights, doesn't matter that you've got one of the players on the stinger damage. Marv, lucky to be alive.
They're saving.
They're saving, they have to.
Saving.
They have to. Off retake into that. When they set up in the post plant close to the site, you can't clear all of them.
What a round to pull out from NRG. They've been looking to try to set that play up in one of the previous rounds too. We saw Marv try to get on that aggro lurk timing, but look at this. I mean, also just catches a flash of havoc. And this gap now has got to be plugged for Furia. NRG doing a great job there. The IGL, the call to feint as if it's going to be a big explosion into A, and actually it's that aggro lurk timing that's the playmaker. And of course, when NRG are sending utility into A and making it look like an exec, the A players are going to look towards the site, right? They think that's where the danger's coming from. But now they're going to have to adjust. They're either going to need 3 people at A and 1 watching catwalk, or somebody plays aggro in mid and tries to catch the player walking down cat. You know, there's many different ways to try to plug that gap, but Fury have got to come up with one of them. And at the moment, I mean, this one is unusual. Khalil with the op.
He switched it over, swapping out the gun, so they're going to be going for, it looks like, it's a weird one, like a Tiles Crunch, I think, through main. Dart deep into mid. Paranoia as well, dash forward, so just trying to catch one of those plays, but look at it. Victor is out of there, he is hightailing it.
And the call from NRG is react into A, into Khalil. Did they spot the fact that he has an op?
Flash is nice. That's really nice. Pushes him off the angle for but a moment, enough as well for the team to get right into the site, and they've gained all that ground. Hunter's Fury is late. Conan, no targets to be found, and here goes the plan. Ethan.
Spikes planted.
How does this retake come online? Middle of the operator again, drone. What does it see? What players close now? Shot darts. Against the side, nades as well. Time is ticking. Paranoia was saved for just that moment with the dart as well, and then waves of all that. Util, hello, still the counter spam. Khalil, he finds that one. It's up to Crashies, pushing forward to help out Demon One as well. Reinforcements might have arrived and just in time, but Demon One still, he can't get the kill. It's up to Victor, holding down towards main, smoke in his face. He doesn't have a clue where they are. Diffuse being stuck.
Plenty of time. What a retake from Furia. I don't know how they managed to get both of those players in hell. It felt like NRG's setup should have rewarded them, in fact, because they had a double flash play with a recon dart up into hell. The players up top were lit up by the recon.
I mean, that much delay.
But at the same time, the counter spam just came through from Furia and both players in hell.
2 kills into the players in hell. Look at this. Ah, lit up. That's why.
Wow. Perfect stuff.
Really nice.
And what an interesting smoke again from Liazi. It's not on the spike, but it's just kind of like out there for him to try to teleport into, even though he got caught. The retakers from heaven are able to utilize some of it. And here we go, another tiles crunch.
Yeah, we're into it again. This time they are not ready. NRG, the discipline has been there to contain, but they just get overwhelmed.
I mean, do you expect that to happen again, the very next round? 2 rounds in a row, the Furia decide the exact same strategy is going to work.
Very unexpected.
The first to try to force the reaction into A, and the second, they just clean up all the kills, and Khalil was still there, ready.
Ethan. He's traded.
Spike down A.
Even just a marked. Hello. 1 kill, flash dodge, but he's really just being approached now from B main angles. Spike drop down, he has his ult. I mean, there's chances here, but he really just needs to find this one. He doesn't have a clue yet. Havoc. Sidestep, 6-3. Look at that scoreline. And remember, you know, listen, there's a Ascent defense side. Usually that team is going to be favored. It's Furia.
Yeah, but
it's looking clean.
At the same time, there are 2 big differences, right? The aggressive plays on defense are actually working. They're coming up good. And the other big thing is that Havoc has gone from the bottom of the scoreboard, 2-20, to now the top of the scoreboard.
Yeah, what a turnaround.
He's got into the groove, and that is always going to make a difference. And they were playing with half a player in the first map, because presumably the nerves were getting to it. They're going to have so much confidence here as well.
W. That is a nice attempt.
Look at the ult from Marv.
He's all the way behind them. Yep, straight onto heaven. Demon One's in there. Finally a kill to be found. Liazi off to the side there, but well, it's Ethan. Stinger taking the space once more. It's all the way there. The plan now down. What's the post plan going to be looking like? Knives. Demon One choosing to use him. Oh, Ethan.
So little health.
So low, and they're all being spammed down. Demon One down to the 45 health. Crashies though, he's playing his time with this one. He's got his own ult as well, playing really tucked as well in a safe position straight through main. As long as he survives, it's really just quite unlosable. Demon One will really just ensure it, won't he?
And out of nowhere, there comes a round from NRG. As quickly as the prior went the way of Furia with that tiles crunch, instantly NRG answered back on an eco and just swarmed onto them.
Yeah.
Marv creating pressure from behind with the Omen ult. I mean, it's quite basic, the idea, really, and yet so effective from NRG because they swarmed together.
Gets them that 4th round. Pretty essential stuff. I see the setup. But yeah, we're getting series of kills. Finally, Demon One as well, really getting some value.
Yeah, he was slow to get off the mark. I don't think because of his, mechanics dropping off or anything.
He's just been caught out a lot when he's just been trying to the first one into the side. This time,
attack off.
Yeah, it's interesting. Flash again, maybe from that prior conditioning. So a similar attempt to what they were trying earlier in the half. Hoping a play will be caught there. The TP, spotted, so they know he's not going to be into that corner.
Yeah, and in theory, that means that Furia have control of A main. And in reality, they do too.
Yeah, Liazi's just holding it.
Yeah, Liazi's got posted. Demon One's been on a very passive angle with this operator, just looking for MW to make an aggro peek into him. But MW, again, patience, discipline, making sure that he's playing situations where NRG can't punish him. and tossing the ball back into NRG's court. It's now the attackers who've got to come up with an idea as the time ticks down.
Nice knife timing. They do have Ethan's ult though, and Liazzi playing this close one and done spot. I mean,
Ethan takes the operator. They're going for the exec.
Really? Okay. Flash through over the top. MW forced off the line, and here it is. Oh, there it is, lit up. Lovely util. Clear was cleared out of that spot. Havoc trying to reposition. Attempted a flood defense, and now you might just have to call this one.
This is now 2 rounds in a row where mollies have made a massive difference. In the previous eco round where they exec'd onto A, it was Victor's Nanoswarm that forced Havoc into a bad position over towards the switch. This round, they throw the KO molly from Ethan and it catches a player towards logs. This is how NRG are being able to create advantages as they go for their exec. It's making a big difference for them. And this is one of the few rounds actually that we've seen in this entire match. Beautifully. They were struggling, I think, a little bit with that earlier on.
Oh. Barely with the elbow peeking out.
They do not want to lose that operator.
No, it's pretty critical in order for them to just be able to hold.
Ooh. On the other side, though, NRG's money is doing fine because they won that eco round.
Last round.
Picked up all the guns off the floor. So now this is a really good attack side.
It is for NRG. It's just turned on its head
in the last 2 rounds. That's how Ascent works.
Making it 6-6 would be really fantastic for them. But yeah, I mean, you're just seeing from the replays, the util to flush them out. Singing the praise of the initiators, but really showed there. And Liazzi playing out one and done. Punished. Final round now. This first half of Ascent.
With Demon 1 and Marv picking up the off at the start of the round.
Okay.
And Marv just using it, you know, just in case. Yeah. MW was getting a little bit silly with the Trolado card. I would assume he has a rifle ready to go too.
W going to be trying to set himself up here at the top mid. Not worried about the cross.
Good info though from that knife.
Yeah.
They know exactly where MW is playing. They know where the operator is now. They know where, you know, the aggression's happening too, because the turret caught contact over to a B name. Really passive here for NRG. And again, Demon 1 not following the drone. That was a real hallmark of how EG played their attack sides, was that Demon 1 would go aggressive behind the drone down mid. They're not really breaking this alarm bot, pressuring Furia too much. It means that it's going to put pressure on this A split actually working, finding success. Liazzi is the first challenge. Here we go.
Lots of players to meet him. He's got some backup. They're going to go for a reclick. Do they have util for this?
Oh,
Paranoia.
This is mad.
Paranoia, but Havoc, I mean, he's too far ahead of it.
That's mad.
Paranoia did not catch.
Again, Furia just playing ahead of where the map kind of rewards the defenders.
And here we go, using that to clear him out. Liazzi has to respect it, has to back away. Hunter's Fury. Large connection onto the one. TP to disengage as well. He barely survives with his life. Marv facing them. Really just eager to try and take the fight straight to them now with 2 players left standing. A Furia looks so damn unlikely. Lockdown has to be used, but a counter lockdown in play. Do they have the util to clear this one? It's a nade. Wasn't quite entirely on the mark. But respect both of this one. Crashes. Spotted.
That might make it winnable for Furia.
That's 3v2. Make some big plays though. They know that these players are going to be cleared out, at least towards main, mainly because of that lockdown that was used. Oh, what a shot, Demon 1. Off and off of that one, that was a sharp kill. He leaves it to Khalil. What can you do in this situation, son? I mean, absolutely nothing, but you've got to make a go of it. Not given any sort of sideline. There it is. Swing from Ethan, 6-6. Solid finish from NRG.
Yeah, half that looked like it was going to be very successful for Furia let slip in the final 3 rounds. I think, broadly speaking, due to some unforced errors for Furia, this one in particular. That is a hell of a shot, though, from Crashies when you look at the replay. I mean, he's barely around the corner at all, and he got whacked.
1 enemy remaining.
I think we just caught Crashies in the chat saying,
I don't even know.
Didn't even know.
Didn't even know at all, but still, that finish, you cannot be angry with that. That's a 6-6 half. You're moving into Ascent now on your defense side. NRG's map pick. A lot to look forward to if you are an NRG fan. Let's send it down to the desk to discuss things so far.
Thank Thank you so much, guys. And yeah, I mean, look, NRG obviously pulling together quite the round there at the end that, I think was a mix of things that could have gone Furia's way, could have gone NRG's way. It kind of feels like that's been the lowdown for this game, right? Every single time it feels as if NRG get like some momentum, Furia manages to find like a round win, a few round wins. So it's good to see Furia competing right back after that round loss.
Yeah, I mean, look, Furia were looking hot right off the bat. And even from the first kill of the game, Havoc comes in, wide swing out in mid, gets the pistol kill, and he had the best performing hat. Like, I look at the numbers, Mr. Havoc is at the top, and you love to see it. Honestly, Havoc was playing really, really aggressively, which is a big switch up to how he was playing in the previous game, going for a lot of aggressive plays, and honestly, I like it. He was putting himself out there.
Yeah, he really was putting himself out there in the world. I like some of the ideas, too. Going for that shark attack twice in a row is pretty cool. But then we get in towards some of these later rounds, and Furia starts making some big mistakes. And it comes back to, I think, in 3 of those big rounds they lost, it was these A-site holds where they're either trying to sell that the op is somewhere else and hoping they'll push players into that op holding heaven. Both times NRG deal with it really well, get into the site, and honestly it kind of reminds me of Leviathan last year in that Furia has been saving in a lot of these man down situations, which means they're never attempting these A retakes, and NRG is just getting to close that round.
And it's because their site anchors are getting no kills. It's like 2 players falling sites open.
Either that or they're not even holding it.
It's like, we have like an op and an Odin. We're not going to be able to manage a retake here, so they end up being forced to be in a saving position. I will say NRG had a couple of nice looks, right? Like on those eco rounds. The eco rounds are the ones they're winning, timing the A main hit with the lurk coming into tree. But all things considered, I think MW0 needed to have more impact with the operator. And it's honestly thanks to Havoc taking more opening fights that they won some of those defensive rounds.
Well, let's see if NRG can close it out in 2, or will Furia force a mat 3? Brent, Sideshow, over to you.
A potential uphill battle for Furia now that they stare down at that attack side. Not their map pick, but listen, still even.
My eyes, to be honest with you, are going to be on Ethan and Crashes on his defense, because that initiator utility on Breeze was immaculate on defense. So I'm looking towards them to kind of set the tempo for what they're going to be doing there.
Certain plays as a map as well, where the attackers really forced as well to try and drag as much of that utility out with delays as possible before they go into the site hits. You don't want to get bogged down, you got to try and pull with paranoia, dart, nades.
Look at this, man. They made it Furia trying to make it look like it was A, exploding onto B. There's still 3 NRG players, 4 on B. They didn't buy it for a moment.
Not at all. They've got the dart close to the corner. Doesn't actually tag onto anybody. MW close into logs, returning the fire. This time NRG, they want to try and take the fight. Conan, has he found those? 2 kills, precise, straight to the cranium. I believe he's marved in a difficult spot, but he has a lot of util to work with. 1 smoke.
Planted.
Paranoia just contacting though, doesn't want to reveal his position. It's a double face at the right time for Furia, and a pistol round gained.
That's the kind of stuff that Furia have been working on. Great closeout to the round, making sure that they're disciplined in those kind of moments. 3 out of 4 pistol rounds going the way of Furia. That is certainly going to help. I mean, if NRG had won the pistol, they might have just run away with this match. But Furia get out to a lead early in the second half. Now it's about how much they can actually hold on to that.
Slams down the brakes at NRG with all that momentum that they were accruing. But
and just something to point out, we are seeing basically full ecos coming out for the team after they lose pistol. That is a massive shift compared to last year, where we would see people going for force buys, people going for sheriff buys, relying on the half armor. Even though there has only been, I think, 1 outlaw picked in the entire match so far, I think, anyway. It does seem to have an impact on the early round economy.
All you got to do is hold tab, see what their money's looking like on the buy round, and if you suspect that they're only going to be able to buy a rifle with a half armor, you pick it up. Cheap enough purchase.
The threat is actually more dangerous than reality. When it comes to the outlaw.
Bit of a repeat of what we saw earlier, I think in the first half as well. Just the gamble stack goes a bit wrong. NRG finally grouping up here, but not going to have too many chances. Now, they do have a bit of util. Dart, a flash, paranoia from Marv, so could get dangerous with it. Smoke popping out deep, but maybe they don't want to waste the money. Keep it, play the disciplined style as well. Just go down to the spike, deny any chance for Fury to build up those ults or get any extra pocket money.
And I think this next half coming up is going to be where we can see if Conan is able to outcall NRG's defense. They're just throwing a nade in there. Good measure. I mean, what's the need, man?
Yeah.
What is the need? All good, whatever, I suppose. Get yourself an ult orb. It's a pretty important ultimate to try to get on the line. But yeah, to me, the player that I'm taking an eye on over towards Furia, it's not really any of the players' performance, it's how they call. I think that's going to be incredibly important. Navigating those defensive setups that NRG have is the key to victory for Furia. And if Conan can call that, after being on the bench last year, getting called up to the main roster, picking up the captain's shoes as IGL, this could be his moment.
Massive lead granted for Furia. They'd love to extend it a little bit deeper now on the bonus. Some danger to the bonus as well. I mean, they've got 2 rifles.
I like that lineup.
Yeah.
Nice one from a non-committed position.
Flash now through, but this time they do want to commit. All the youths are being expended. Look at that, there was even a paranoia that cleared through into Gen, but nobody's onto the site. Full containment, it's the name of the game. NRG, all their players alive.
When you're playing
Flash ready.
Yeah. NRG are playing retake with paranoia, 2 flashes, nade, recon, everything.
Bloody hell, what the hell is going on there? Liazzi still with the 2, Ethan. They're making mincemeat of all of them. MW is the last one left. In the blink of an eye, this has gone all skew with still damage and a shot to finish.
While I'm hyping up all the utility that they have, Ethan just ran in and murked everyone.
Yeah. Was that a 3-piece?
Yeah, he got a 3K, outdoing Liazzi, who was blind, just spraying down too. Yeah, Ethan, clean, precise. We'll see it in the replay here. Lines up Liazzi, got a pick, takes down another, and then leads Conan.
Almost with the 4. Nasty play.
And again, Ethan, more of a supportive player on this roster, and yet he's still able to come out with stuff like that. That's the danger of this squad.
The bonus didn't convert like Furia perhaps were hoping for. Enough money though to get this buy online, and now using the util. They can aim in control, but they want to rush into this one again. Ice suppressing them. Slams down the brakes, and there's a re-exploration into mid. That's really 3 players looking here from NRG. They are fully pushed up. Victor. Chance maybe. Yeah, they've waded right into it. Have a nade walk straight into the sideline. You kidding me? Let's doing that with the Bulldog. Plenty of players left standing as well. NRG, they hold all the ground in the world. Mid in their domain.
Point to that round as a defensive call, a read on what's happening on the other side, a masterpiece. And how did they... It's not like they threw a huge amount of utility to stop Furia from going for that A exit. They just decided to explore mid to see if it was an A split. When it wasn't, they decided to pause because they hadn't heard anything A, see if they were going to walk down cap. And they were holding just the most bizarre angles.
Yeah, I don't know if it was a KO knife earlier. They caught onto a lot of them.
My KJ's out, please.
I mean, yeah, NRG are calling it. My KJ is out mid.
Yeah.
My Killjoy is just walking into mid and killing them all.
Into mid, but I mean, I don't know if that's the reaction off of it, but yeah, it's a great setup, a great play in the moment.
Yeah, yeah. Personally, I think what they were trying to do is maybe catch the other half of an A split off guard, and then when they realized that they had a chance to catch people as they re-explored, they just set up on the nastiest angles. How does Furia get a read on that? As far as I'm aware, no other team's playing that kind of style of defense and snap.
Strange. 8-8, evened up.
And it's not like it was given away by any piece of utility. They didn't throw a huge amount of utility. They just kind of walked in there. So there's nothing for Furia to get a read on. Does that incentivize Furia to do more A hits? Does that mean that they need to take mid control? It's pretty difficult to come up with an answer to stuff like that. And NRG have tied things up.
Not just that as well, though. The economy's taken a knock for Furia, so NRG set up to take the lead in this map, in the series. It's a big one. Furia at the timeout, obviously anything that they've been calling probably going to be for the next one. We saw NRG, a lot of the rounds that they managed to get online on their own attack side was coming from these half-buy rounds. Maybe Furia can do something similar.
Furia so far in this match have had very little success on the attack side. just been getting completely outdone.
Tag. Marv. He's going to be lit up there. Has to use the paranoia and the smoke to try and exchange and get out of there. Ethan still watching. He's got his man's back, and Marv's still alive and kicking. Not for much longer. A bit of run and gun in action. Stinger. Still a gun you can buy.
It looked like he unplugged his keyboard there.
Yeah.
Just staring at the wall. He's like, I got my one. The rest of you.
I give up. Look at this, slowed all the way down. NRG just holding the 3 players.
And when they don't hear the flank go down, they are so ready for the exploration somewhere else. Crashy's looked away for just a moment.
Hold up, rifle, bloody hell, MW updraft. Avoiding the spam. He's in a really precarious spot. They have to double face this one now. How is that kill not claimed? Khalil, 60 health, 2 bullets, 2 targets. Gets the reload. Nade pushing him back. Out of the corner, doesn't know where they could potentially be watching. Drop down onto Dices. Ethan, he's playing this so bloody well. Out wide, crouched in the off angle. Nicely done.
It looked utterly thorough. I mean, it's a somewhat similar idea to the previous, where if you don't hear all of the exec utility going down on A, immediately alarm bells are ringing in NRG's head. Unfortunately, Crashy's looked backwards because he was thinking, like, they actually lurked all the way down mid behind the grass. But you could see that the thought process was there.
Grunting into the mic, as you do.
NRG with massive retake options here. Not playing super heavily committed to the A site. Instead, looking to set Demon 1 up on B.
Look at him, he's playing a bit back as well, just waiting to see if they use the paranoia, which they will. Yeah, clears it through. Demon 1's back out of there. It does connect onto him though. Fast, over the top, dashing into the bag. That's Victor though. Crossfire set up, and Demon 1's there. The smoke just a little bit delayed, trying to push past it and away through it with the Hunter's Fury. Conan was hoping to clear the way for his team. They don't get access to the site.
Crashy's alone, a little isolated, and yet Fury has stopped in the choke point.
He has
unable to spike. Work further forward.
He's close to market. He's got the spike.
And Demon 1.
He knows.
How does he know?
Maybe here in the TP, I'm not too sure, but Drone not seeing anything. Ooh.
What is Liazzi's evacuation plan here?
Not sure. Walking all the way through into the smoke. Drop down. The counter spam. It's there, necessary really, securing that trade, but the spike in such a precarious spot. There's no chance. What a shot. Nails him straight to the wall.
Hey, Liazzi just door dashed the spike to him. He just sent it straight into the smoke. I can understand he's trying to make the play there, but he was stuck in an awkward position. But man, this round has been difficult for Fury.
30 seconds left.
Just an unwinnable position. Free fire jump spot. 20 seconds. Chance. Maybe if Crashies will fall, but he's just playing this one so patiently, so passively. And look at that! Waiting for the flash timing. That's Ethan.
Yeah. Real immaculate play there of their defense to B. And it's not like NRG needed to be fighting the choke point necessarily too much. Victor's just in a perfect position to collect the W. Then Demon 1 picks one up with the operator. And after that, the rest of Fury are scared to go in.
Beautiful. Nice, beautiful.
A very clean defensive round.
Yep, admiring their own work.
The old version of NRG with Finesse at the helm, I thought they pulled off their most beautiful stuff on the attack side. But in this match, this version of NRG has just been extraordinary on defense. Might be a very different identity that we see from this squad.
How much can you really do now if you are Furia? Knocked down once more to the Sheriff Eyes, Knives, W. Making a lot of noise though. They're going to be able to hear these players up towards Cat, even the ping. I think that's Marv. And they could be working their way into mid. They have no control of that area.
They could do with an MW miracle round.
Drone to set him up. There's a lot actually, getting a ton of value there with the drone MW. Backing away. Spotted by Havoc. Through the wall though. Elliot, take a look at that flash as well. Really good pushing back.
The KO lineups on so many of these maps have just been effective.
This is 35 seconds now. They're running straight into an hard anchoring setup. They've got Killjoy mollies all the way down towards lane. Victor and Crashies are set up for success. Hold forwards. It's all being watched for. They just know so damn aware. Furia. Oh my goodness, MW. Lucky to find that one, but with 15 seconds left. Hello, there's a lot. Really not much time at all. You've got to try and make your way across here onto the lane. It's all being watched. Khalil with 8 seconds. Has to try and stick this one now. A chance with the timing of Demon 1. Just holding for it in case it was fake for body. 1 moment, 69 health. Alarm bot down. Has to know he's dead. Through the box. You're joking.
That is precise.
What did he see? Show me the replay.
The alarm bot. I think, genuinely, I mean, Demon 1, he heard the reload, for starters, so he can get onto a more aggressive angle. Hopefully we see it in the replay, but, you know, he's just crept up onto that. That's...
Oh. Yeah, look at this.
Oh. I mean, he does see a hat.
It's too clean.
Yeah, that was disgusting. Okay, so no miracle there for Furia. They're going to have to pull this one out, grind out every single round. These are going to get super difficult. Massive ults available, but for both teams.
Yeah. Doesn't look like they want to go fast into this one, though. Tank side ult for MW. He needs to get value.
We haven't seen NRG go for any of these super aggressive flash and dash kind of plays, but Demon 1 is trying to get posted on a really deep line.
Time's there. Turret's taken care of.
They've got to know that there's an op behind this.
Yeah, it's such a common play. How do they clear it, though?
Flash, here comes from Havoc. No, it was a team block!
Oh, my.
And that's not Havoc's fault. You know, just maybe a lack of communication, maybe Khalil just swinging a little too early. That could have been a nice punish on Demon 1. In fact, even got some good damage onto it.
Yeah. Minute left in the round. Set the sights over towards A, but NRG are so damn ready.
There's a double molly set up here. I think usually to try to stop anybody pushing onto the lockdown, and Victor just rips it, not even playing it for the retake.
Holding into delay. Main control given up. Havoc running his way all the way up to the top side of mid. He's hoping to try and pull some of these players away. He's a one-man army right now, but NRG, with them taking care of that one, Ethan is left up to him! Absolutely unbelievable. Mark towards the back. Nice jiggle, spots the movement. No, he could have readjusted and re-pushed the positioning there and lit up like a Christmas tree.
I was told, Glenn, that IGLs are supposed to get worse individually when they, pick up the responsibilities, the mental bandwidth.
Yeah.
So why is Ethan performing so damn well?
Not fragging.
It's not just the top fragging. On the first map, his utility was immaculate. And the setups on this map have still been really good too.
They have.
He's had some really fantastic calls on defense in terms of how he's adjusted stuff around. I mean, that could, of course, be some of the players on the team, but we'll give the guy credit. We do for all the other IGLs in the scene. But yeah, it does not seem to have dropped off in the slightest, despite picking up the calling stick for the team.
Furia staring down a battle of defeat. Nice flash to re-clear and take control of A main for them, but only one round. That's all NRG need, and they've got lots of chances. Carve the smoke. Just waiting for the right timing there, so popping off main. Everyone grouped up. Here's the lockdown, but an ult in kind. This is going to be removing that threat almost immediately with a Hunter's Fury. So players of NRG, they can anchor this one. Marv, good paranoia. Needs some help though from the rest of his team, and there it is. Ethan, immediately, the collapsing collide and collision course send them straight to the lower bracket. NRG are looking monstrous.
They set some damn high expectations for themselves, with Victor talking about the fact that they simply must be headed to Madrid, must be making it to these tournaments, have to be going deep. But man, the defense sides in particular today looked utterly world-class.
It's so well drilled.
Yeah.
Top to bottom in terms of the game plans.
The game plans, the execution, the firing and individual play, the supportive utility. I mean, really looking clean. Furia certainly pushed them. I think this squad has got more to give against other opponents. But today, they got a little outclassed on both of those sides where NRG was able to access the defense.
Yeah.
And this squad, it seems like does not need too much time to warm up. They're out the gates with a 2-0 victory.
Amazing beginning for this NRG team. One step closer as well to reaching the playoffs here of our kickoffs. Just the opening here, and like you said, Josh, you know, it's not over just yet for Furia. Get sent down into the lowers, but we'll be finding out who their opponent is actually straight after this one with that matchup. But you're right, I mean, just the individual form, I felt like you saw these highlight moments from every single player of NRG. They're not a one-man team, they're not a one-man show.
But they also happened so often together. Whereas for Furia, we actually did see some big rounds coming out from MW, but it wasn't as often. You know, it wasn't one of those games where MW took over. He was actually prevented from taking over by the way that NRG were ready for him at all times. And then also, Liazi, map 1, really turned up in an exciting manner for a rookie that we didn't expect too much from. Havoc map 2 doing really well. But getting all of that working at the same time is going to be crucial for Furia. I think today they just got outclassed a little bit. They certainly had their chances when they were on the defense side. They forced NRG to attack into them. But on the other way around, I mean, Conan had his opportunity, I think, to try to outcall the squad on the other side, Ethan, and I think he just wasn't quite up to it today.
Yeah, well, with all that being said, let's send it over to Smix down on the stage for the Verizon post-match interview. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Bren. Standing here for the Verizon post-match interview, the in-game leader of NRG, it is Ethan. First things first, Ethan, congratulations. It has to feel great to kick off the season with a clean 2-0 victory, and it all started on Breeze. It was clear from the first half that NRG had great control, and it really wasn't until the second half that we actually saw Furia start to gain what looked like a little bit of momentum. And then I saw that some timeouts were called from NRG. What was talked about in those timeouts to really close it out?
Yeah, I think we knew every round that they won was extremely close, and every round we won was pretty convincing, I'd say. So even though the score got a little close at the end, we were still extremely confident, I'd say.
And that confidence definitely translated over into map number 2. Talk to us, what was the mood like in the team after that first half? It felt like it was a little bit hard to close out some of those gun rounds, and we saw Furia definitely step up, but really you rallied together heading into that second half. So what was the team's mood like?
Yeah, again, you know, it got pretty close, 6-6, but we had some really good anti-strat from Chet, so that kind of brought the mood up a little bit. And, you know, I think same thing. Even though the score got close, we were still really confident, and it felt like, you know, we were winning the whole time.
I feel like it's not just the team that's looking confident, it's also yourself. You are now the new IGL for NRG, and I just want to ask, what has that been like for you? It has to be so many extra things to think about. You know, it's not just about IGLing, but you also have to keep up your own utility and supporting the team. So what has that transition been like for you?
It's fun, honestly. Everyone, you know, is super supportive on the team. They make it extremely easy. So, you know, the coaching, the players, everyone makes it easy for me. And other than that, I just do my job as a player. So it's been good so far.
It's been great to see as well. Last question before I let you go. Of course, next up, you're going to be playing either C9 or MIBR. And it's fun right now because I feel like so many teams have made all these roster changes. Have you and the boys been scrimming against them at all? And what are your thoughts on their teams and how they look?
We scrim a couple franchise teams, but not too many, just because the season's so close right now. So everyone's kind of... there's a big question mark on every team right now, you know, comp-wise, player-wise. So every game kind of going into it a little dry. But we know if we play our game really well, we'll turn out good.
Well, we certainly saw that today. Thank you very much, Ethan, for taking the time. We are going to head to a short commercial break, but when we come back, it'll be Cloud9 taking on MIBR.
Rumble gives you wings.
I see the sparks you throw my way. I know your name is written on everyone's mind. Your whole show is captivating me, but don't think that I can see right through that disguise. But when you got close to me, you had me falling so hard, baby, yeah, now I get it. You got heads turning, and you don't even try. But would you look at that? My glass is empty, glass empty. How about I get another drink, baby, Okay, I get it. You got fire burning right there in your eyes. So when you got
I think MIBR made quite a few changes during the off-season. I mean, so did we, to be fair, but it's definitely going to be interesting to see how it plays out.
A Cloud9, eu joguei ano passado contra eles, então eu sei que eles são um time que gostam de jogar bastante agressivo. Eu não sei se eles vão continuar com esse mesmo estilo agora com as mudanças, né? Que saiu o Leaf, agora tem um IGL novo que é o Vanity. Então a gente tem que ver como que vai ser. Eu sei que eles são muito talentosos, o Shepa, o Jake são muito bons de mira. Então vamos ver como que vai ser esse jogo.
I've always enjoyed playing Brazilian teams in the past. I think Mazina is one of the better IGLs from that region, so I'm excited to play against them.
Welcome back to day one of VCT America's Kickoff. Of course, Golden Boy here on the desk with Mimi and Ender, and we're gonna break down this next matchup. It's Cloud9 versus MIBR, and we're gonna see another NA, Brazilian rivalry kind of take shape, or just a match, maybe not a rivalry, but a matchup take shape. And it's gonna be entertaining because, well, I mean, if one thing we know for certain, it's that in the immortal words of Barney Stinson, new is always better. And we have a lot of new rosters here.
That's true. That's why I'm here, the new guy on the block. What can I say?
Yeah, new is always better. See?
Just better. I don't know.
I'm banning voices.
Yeah. There's no more voices today.
All right, well, let's go ahead and talk about C9 first, right? The team that came into 2023 with a roster shakeup. Now, this despite that, they actually performed well above those expectations and continued to impress us week in and week out. And even though it didn't really pan out for them in the end, it was still impressive to see that run come to fruition.
Yeah, I don't know who the clowns were that were doubting Cloud9 at the beginning of last year. We won't talk
Couldn't
about
be
it.
us.
But then they went
Wasn't
on,
me.
They went on a run. They did the thing. They were popping off last year, and then it all fell down. In two crucial matches, they lost. They were just a few games away from making it to Tokyo. They were just a few games away from making it to champions out of LCQ, but the team ended up crumbling, and now through this offseason, they have made some big changes, only keeping Zeppa and Jake from last year.
Yeah, I feel like you have to make big changes after that, right? You know, not quite getting across the finish line at the end. So I do think making these moves very, very good. Love to see Vanity on the roster, of course, IGL again team. Back where it all started. We did it. But honestly, I think on top of that, not just bringing in all these faces, the team has just non-stop been playing together throughout the offseason. Like, you add up the games, like, no team is playing more offseason events to get ready for this tournament.
Yeah, literally, no one else has played as many matches in this league than they did during the offseason. I think it was 17 games on LAN that they've already played together in preparation. And in interviews in the offseason, their coach, Imi, was talking about that it wasn't them just trying to play and trying to win these events. It was just trying to get acquainted to each other, to get used to playing with this new team, because it really is a complete new build. Sure, you keep those two players from last year, but it's a new coach, it's a new IGL, you're rebuilding your system.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, even when you look at what they ended up doing last year, I mean, they were doing a complete rebuild, they were doing new things. So it feels like this team was like constantly changing things up or trying to like make new things happen, and now they need consistency. They need this lineup to really hammer it down throughout the year. Would you agree?
Yeah, and we'll see if the consistency is whether or not they keep picking Deadlock on Icebox, because it is debatable how much real Valorant they were actually playing in the offseason. They're definitely spending a lot of time in server, but hiding a lot, I'm sure, which is actually funny, because if you think back to when Vanity was on Cloud9 previously, like, it was very normal for them to run, some kind of like standard comp or like different comp for the majority of a tournament, and then switch it around and all of a sudden playing their best comps in the late, deep stages of a playoff.
Yeah, absolutely. And it is so cool to see Vanity back with this team, because it's reuniting a lot of those players from all the way back in 21 with version 1 back then. Vanity is such an accomplished IGL. He's played on Cloud9 with a different Cloud9, and then played Cloud9 in Sao Paulo. That was a different Cloud9. And then he left Cloud9, but now he's on this new Cloud9, and he's back.
Not pictured all the versions of Cloud9.
What's crazy is that this guy won the NA Last Chance qualifier, got first place, but could only get third place in the Ludwig Tarek Invitational.
Yeah,
it just shows you the level of competition in that event.
What a fraud.
What do you mean by that?
To be fair, though, it was a three-year gap. So
a lot of time between the two of those events.
I think there were a few patches since 10 and a few changes.
A thing or two may have switched around since then.
But I mean, how do we feel though for Vanity in this? Do you think like things are favoring him? Do you feel like this is a good situation for Vanity to come into here?
I think what you can always count on with Vanity is his teams are really good for like the first 4 weeks that they're together. It seems like there's kind of this trend where the various Cloud9s, the V1 before that, they always go on this really good run and then kind of find this point where they falter. And for me, I feel like this season for Vanity is about proving he can build a squad that can last. Because he's always in these projects for a year, for 6 months, even less than that sometimes, trying to make it work. People know he's such a good IGL, but he's yet to find that top placement at an event.
Yeah, and in his defense, maybe, is like sometimes the roster just disappears after 1 week.
Like, I don't know. You know what I mean? That's just the way the cookie crumbles.
It's another chance to find it, to actually work it out. And he's with some really great talent here. He's reuniting with Coach Imi. They already have a relationship from when they worked together with V1, and picking up some really great talent up from Tier 2 with Oxy, and also bringing in more experienced players from the VCT scene. It's not a super team in the way we saw with NRG, but it is pieces that we have seen be good on rosters before that are put together in the right way. I really think this squad can be towards that top level.
Yeah, no, there's talent here. I mean, we've always known that. Also, I do want to just do a quick side tangent. I do feel it's a little mean that I'm here and then Zeppa's like right there, and then he's got all that hair, and it's gorgeous. I mean, look at the light shining down on it.
I really thought you were going like he's telling you to shut up right now.
I am just, I am eternally jealous of you, Zeppa, okay? So anyway, let's go.
Unreal.
Every time I see that boy, I got to talk about it. Sorry, everyone. Let's shift gears over to MIBR, the squad that was made in Brazil. Now, here's the thing. They had, you see, look at that. You like that, right? Insane. I mean, I came up with that one on my own.
That's their name. Yep, MIBR does stand for Made in Brazil.
Then that happened. And then this happened. So now they're making some changes. We don't. Coach Carlisle is no longer there. Sorry, not Coach Carlisle. My God. I'm
their coach
drawing
is
a blank.
still there.
Carlisle's still there. I'm
Carlisle
blanking.
was on Fury.
Bazooka's still there. They added a new coach into the fold
Sure.
here. But on top of that, they also, I think, this is a team that last year just floundered.
I mean, they showed up, they did the flummiest thing ever, got EG into the playoffs, and then had kind of a disappointing...
In a way, they won champions. In a way.
You can be my proxy.
For giving it to EG.
they're just a kingmaker?
Yeah, they're the
kingmaker.
I like it. That's a good brand to have, though. I don't know.
No, but you've
Although they
seen
did
them.
crown a villain, I don't know. Maybe it's not good.
I don't know if it's a good brand. But here's the thing. This roster was a disappointment last year. In the stats we track of teams across last year,
Especially with the players.
they were the worst in 71% of them.
Ooh.
They were like the bottom of the barrel last year in Americas. But
all I'm hearing is you can go up from here.
That's the thing. Literally that. It's only up from here. This is a team who's picking up some talent from tier 2.
Unless they don't.
In before 72%.
Well, you can't go up from
the worst number.
No, I appreciate it. Amata, come on, let's go, Mimi. You got this.
New talent from tier 2. Let's start with the guys they're picking up. Artzin. He's been around the block in the Brazilian scene for quite a while, a name people have looked at. Most recently, in Ascension with Double O Nation. They didn't go on to do a huge amount in that one, but he's a name people have looked at back home in Brazil. You're bringing also new coaching staff in the mix. You're reuniting Fraud and Bazooka. The question is, can they just go up?
We'll have to wait and find out. I want to hype up Artisan just a little bit before we get into the coaches because I just think it's so funny coming in to play like primary duels for the team, but like the agents he was playing during challenge, it was like Sky, Sova, Sage, Jet. Why not? He was playing with the Exan from the hit Valorant tournament, VCT champ or Masters Reykjavik. From the 4K.
I remember.
The moment. And that dude was on duelist for him, stole it away for him. So now he did the whole grand tour on every agent under the sun, now playing.
Jeez, I mean, very versatile, but, I think it goes without saying, like, you're going to need that and then some, especially for Cloud9 that honestly feels very prepared, right? Given how much they've been putting into the preparation and getting things kind of lined up. What does Mimi Artzin do here to impress you, so to speak, going into this one?
I think what's impressed me is what Chrissy brought up already, just in his flexibility. He's been able to play so many agents at a high level. I think he's a piece you can look towards to be able to fit in to really any role in a team, but he's also really talented individually. I think he had a lot of impressive moments throughout that Ascension tournament, even though it wasn't super consistent per se. I think his peak, if he's in the right team, can compete with the VCT level here in America.
He is not your average ranked duelist insta-locker.
Yeah.
Okay? Like, this guy plays Valorant, not the duelist role, which I think is actually a huge boon. Knowing the sort of limits of your other initiator utility that's going to be setting you up on the stage when you are walking in the Jet or the Raze, I think that is very powerful. Similar thing actually with like a Zeppa on the opposite side that's played the Raze, has played the initiator in the past too.
And I think that fits into the system of the coaches who are now being reunited on this team, right? With Fraud and
They won a World Championship together.
Last year, what Bazooka talked about so much was kind of valuing players that are flexible, being able to have different ideas and really commit to the idea they have. And I feel like that's where they missed last year. We heard about kind of back and forth internally, maybe Heat sometimes not being on the same page with the team, them never finding that identity, that stride. I think with these new players, they can be molded into the identity the coaching staff want way more than we saw from MIBR last year.
It's a yes and meta with this team now. It's never a no but.
Yes and, that's it. Plain and simple. I totally agree with that. They need to find that identity. They need to find that confidence, and they are going to need to do it relatively quickly because you're going up against a C9 team that I think is feeling quite confident heading into this matchup. But there are a lot of fresh faces that are making their way to the VCT scene. We got a lot of rookies that are making their debut here on the big stage this week. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of our other freshmen that we have here because we have so many. Obviously, we talked about Artzin, and we also covered, I believe, Havoc as well earlier on. Oxy is there as well, but we got a lot of other new faces on here, Mimi.
And just for context, the way we're counting rookie here,
yes, we got to get in front of that one.
Who have not played in an international league
or an international or a global event thus far.
Yes.
That's why, technically speaking, Superman is a rookie, even though he's been here since the
Because he
beginning.
played in challengers, not main stage.
I'm almost certain I commentated his first game.
Okay, so if I have to pick one player, it's got to be Oxy to watch out for. He's on this Cloud9 team, and we have been waiting to see this guy at a Tier 1 level for a while. He was out there dominating in challengers last year, playing in the offseason against teams like Fnatic, against teams like 100 Thieves, obviously on the same level, guys. I love North America. He was incredible.
That's crazy. And honestly, like you see him in the pre-round, right? Like showing the little fist bumps, and then all of a sudden he's floating like a butterfly, he's just singing like a bee.
Ah, I love that.
I knew he'd like that.
Yes,
He's an energetic little guy. I love.
All right,
I'm just saying that 'cause he's young.
who's your pick?
My pick, well, I saw that both of you were picking NA players, so I decided to pick an EU player. Coming over here. That's going to be 100 Thieves EU. Famously from
did
Europe.
the joke, you bum?
That was my joke.
He's from Europe.
Oh man, to be fair, you stole his joke.
That's true.
So he's not from Europe, but what I do remember is this guy being an absolute beast, like literally back in 2022.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I commentated his first game too.
Yeah, you commentated everyone's first.
No, just those two. I just remember that.
No, but like straight up, like the things he was able to do from the initiator role, especially in clutch positions, from like the ace round versus EG back. I'm like going back. I'm like pretending
Here's the
2023
thing,
didn't exist.
You're rewinding all the way back. But if you remember 2023, he's on M80, the best team that we had in Challenge. They were winning everything there, and he was pivotal in that. Such a flexible and talented initiator player. And when he went to Ascension, they couldn't get it done against the guard, but he was continuing to play at that top level. He is one of the initiators that I've been waiting to see get his opportunity in America.
And that's the thing, right? Because when partnership started, it felt like there was like less slots all of a sudden for like the up and coming players. Yeah, exactly. So when we see all these players that are getting their first shots as rookies, it's like these are the players that a year ago, 2 years ago, were ready, and they had even more time to prepare for this moment. It means so much to them to now perform on the top stage.
Well, you know, I decided to, you said you already spoiled mine. I went with an NA pick because, you know, I'm NA pilled over here. But here's the thing, I went with a young gun, a guy who's really gonna just light the world on fire. We've never seen him play before. I went with Superman. That's right. Big fan. Look, full disclosure though, I've been a big fan of this guy for an incredibly long time. I joke, but you know, having had the opportunity to commentate some of his first games and see this guy really, I remember him on the Brimstone just taking risks, just doing whatever he wanted, and I think that was just fun. It was fun to watch. It was fun to see him just really find a sea legs, if you will, right? And over the years, just continue to grind it out. And even though he should have been here a while ago, I am so glad that he is here now, and I think he is really going to step up.
Talking to Potter last year during the offseason, ahead of when she built the previous EG, she mentioned to me that a player she wanted to pick up but couldn't was Superman. And she was super sad she couldn't get him on the team.
Superman sad.
She has him. So it's going to be really cool to watch him play.
Super sad. You get it? Because it's Superman.
Super
A super shot.
Go on.
Anyways, no, honestly, I just want to like reiterate that I am very happy to see a lot of prospects, again, like players to get excited about that aren't just in the duelist position. Because I think it's so easy just to be like, haha, jet player, do the funny shooting them thing. But we have so many really talented players on a variety of roles that are now getting their stance to step up.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting, no matter what, to see, you know, these rookies, whether they are rookies, whether they're rookies just by, you know, the circumstances of the situation. We'll be keeping tabs on them all throughout the year and just seeing how they perform, because I have a feeling some of these guys are going to light up the scene. In any case, though, aside from the roster changes, we also have a loud reunion on the other side. We mentioned it very briefly, but we got Fraud that's going to be coming in here, joining Bazooka in the coaching position. These two guys won a world championship together. Bazooka went off to find greener pastures. Loud continued on with Fraud, and even though that did not work out for them last year the way that they would have liked, they did win an America's Championship, though. It is really refreshing to see Fraud just really throwing himself out there and trying something new with a new system.
Yeah, I mean, new, but it is also
new players
reuniting. And
it's true.
Absolutely. And I jumped the gun on these guys because I'm just so excited to see them reunited. When they were together in 2022, Loud was one of the squads defining the meta then, and these two were such a huge part of that.
Yeah.
And guess where we are now? We're in a crossroads where it's a new season with huge patch changes, with huge map changes coming into play, and it's two guys that have already proven they can be ahead of the curve on that meta.
The irony of that, though, is it's like the inverse of the meta, because they're the ones that trailblaze, right, the double smokes, right, a lot of the Viper stuff going around on a variety of maps. Now that we're thinking less double smokes, single smokes, double initiator, they have to reverse engineer what they did, find out another different style, and that, I think, is very cool.
That's a lot of pressure, though, right?
And it is, but also they've done it before. In 2022, when Loud won the championship, they were doing it then. When Fraud was with Loud last year, they were doing it with double smokes. Now these guys are back together again to find the same success, and I feel like you kind of can't not have confidence in these guys to have the right read on
What would be your reaction if we see double smokes just pop up? Would you be down with it?
I trust.
You trust?
My king.
Okay, look, if they're playing double smokes, we're getting Yoru, and that's a win. We're getting Gekko, and that's a win.
I just wish people could have seen the desperation in Mimi's face as she said, I trust my kings.
Not 72%.
No, don't bring that up again.
Okay.
The thing is, though, I think this MIBR team this year is a blank slate. It's new players coming into the fold. It is a team who did not achieve much last year. You can only go up. People have no expectations of them. And if there's one thing last year proved, it's that I think clearly America's is the most competitive league. All of these teams can play so close to each other.
Yeah.
We just saw it with NRG, with Furia. That match could have gone the other way on map number 1. It happens with all of these squads. It really just takes having that right read, having a player pop up in a game to be able to push over the line and be the best. EG was the clown, and then they won champions. It can happen for anyone.
Completely fair, and I think that's what makes all this very exciting here. We also do have MCE MCE not returning this year, so Amy stepping in to become, the coach and lead the charge on this one. This is going to be fascinating because, again, you got a lot of players on this one, Mimi, that are, familiar with how to play with one another, how to build this out, and Imi's just going to try and put these pieces together.
Yeah, Imi's already coached 3 of these players, Oxy, Whippy, and Vanity. But what is interesting is he didn't even think he'd have a job this year. When he was having some interviews done with Pedro Romero in the offseason, he was mentioning that, hey, I had no idea I was going to be on this team. I joined when it was mostly already built by Celsius, who thought he was going to be on this team until he took the gig with Sentinels. So he came in last minute, but he's reuniting with players that he's proven to have a rapport with before, and he's grown a lot as a coach since that time back with V1. So it's going to be interesting to see those two guys back together.
And if Series 1 was all about duelists fighting each other, this is about coaches, IGLs coming together with a good plan on day 1 in this series. It is a very different style of game. It is way more a battle of wits and a battle of leads coming into a new patch, a new year.
Yeah, I think this overall is just going to be exciting as hell, and we are all down for it because we got Cloud9 going up against MIBR. So let's go ahead and start things off with the map selection with our coaches and dive right into the matchup.
Hello and welcome back to VCT America's Kickoff Day number 1. For match number 2, we have Cloud9 and MIBR. We're going to go ahead and do the map pick and ban. If we get the big logo, we're going to go ahead and have Cloud9 starting A with MIBR on B. And if we get our VCT America's logo, it'll be vice versa. Let's go ahead and make our flip. Okay, and that will be Cloud9 set as our A team. So, Cloud9, that's going to give you guys that first ban.
Ban Ascent.
Cloud9 bans Ascent. MIBR, what do you respond?
We ban Icebox.
MIBR bans Icebox. So,
Pick Bind.
Cloud9 picks Bind. MIBR, that gives you the side.
Attack.
That's going to be attack for MIBR on Bind. And MIBR, you get to follow up with a map pick yourself.
We pick Split.
It's going to be a split pick.
Pick Defense.
And that'll be Cloud9 picking defense on Split. Cloud9, you get to also have your ban.
Ban Breeze.
Cloud9 bans Breeze. and MIBR, what do you want for your final map?
We ban Sunset and play Logan.
Banning Sunset, and you're gonna leave the default as Lotus. And Cloud9, that leaves you with the final side pick.
Attack side.
Cloud9 picks attack. All right, and that's it for our map pick and ban. Thank you guys. Have a great match.
Riot Games Arena, it's time to kick off our next match. Please introduce our first team. It's Cloud9!
Yeah, motivated on focus. Came a long way from the lowest. Yeah, gotta get it the mindset, gotta put it in motion. This is the moment, gotta one up my opponent. Back then they ain't noticed me, now they know it's me. I'm the chosen. It's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us. Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger.
Now, let's bring out their opponents. Make some noise for Made in Brazil!
Somos feitos de Brasil e como bons brasileiros somos movidos pela fé. Fé que nos sustenta e traz as glórias e faz nós acreditar que sim. Nosso lugar é onde a gente quer e eu quero o mundo. Nós queremos o mundo. Cores da nossa bandeira, verde e amarela, deslumbrante a natureza que nos revela. Essência é natural, verde em Brasil, original. Nós leva a vida dura, mas sempre no alto astral. Mas admito, sou brasileiro, trabalhador que vai à luta. Não desiste, merecedor dessas conquistas. Nascidos para o mundo, trago o Brasil no meu peito. Em busca das
And the stage is now set as we get ready. Cloud9 and MIBR are going to go toe-to-toe against one another in a very similar situation to what we saw in our first matchup of the day, an NA and Brazilian team going up against each other. NA team with all the expectations, Brazilian team with an opportunity here, Ender, to upset.
And this time, we even got the good maps. We're starting on Fine. It doesn't get better than that. If we're going to see a Yoru today, I will agree with that. On Fine. Honestly, the things I want to see, I want to see Yoru, I want to see Gecko, and my little, outside pick is KO. I'm a big fan of this pick, especially if people are still playing Viper and Cypher on this map. It's super good on attack and so good at stopping any sort of A-short lurks that a Viper can do.
Yeah, and while Cloud9 played a lot during the offseason, we still have no idea what they're going to play. That was a different
all of their
match.
games were fake.
That was them playing a ton of different agents, different compositions, and if someone's going to play Yoru, we might be getting a little...
I see some Yoru hands.
I've seen Oxy locked in it.
brother, there's a
And let me
Yoru
tell
right
you,
there.
I've watched this guy play Yoru before. He is so damn good at the agent. His util usage tends to be on point when combining it with someone else. And also, he's just so individually talented. When he's put in a position with an agent like that with so much agency, he always pops off.
Oh yeah. And we previously did see some Yoru on this map. It was a lot of times paired with something like a Raze next to it, so you could double dive, just overwhelm sites. That is certainly still possible to have done.
How's it being played
very
now?
much like that. Well, the question is, what agent are you dropping from your comp? Because if you still want to play a Viper, it's very hard to have Yoru, Viper, Raze. Do you have a Sentinel?
Or you just could.
But yeah, you can just run that right on back.
And we have seen a lot of comps historically on this map where you're dropping that Sentinel and investing in the double duelist, and that's actually what both these teams are doing. But I wonder, they're sticking with the Sky.
Yeah, so Sky is weird because you just should not be B-long flashing at round start. If you cut that out, it's fine. You're still getting 2 flashes in a round. It's not that bad. I would have personally loved to see some Gecko get in there next to the Yoru. But what I will say about especially this Raze Jet comp is this comp does very well on defense. They have a dedicated offer in the Jet slot, and it allows them to fight forward on A-short and anywhere the Raze wants to, pretty much all rounds.
All right, well, let's go ahead and send it over to your casters for this matchup. Come on, LA, make some noise as we go ahead and introduce VCT America's Stage Tag Team Champions, Vasily and Remington.
Thank you so much, brother GB. That's right. Finally, a long wait since the offseason to finally see what C9 and MIBR have been refining through all these matches that they played through the offseason. And now we're kicking off fine with seeing some Yoru right now from C9.
Yeah, this has to do something, right? Oxy coming in as one of the rookies here, but also a bit of pressure on the shoulders there to show up on this Yoru. Or is it kind of a mix and match? Are they just going to play mind games with the Yoru and allow the rest of the team to work on the map? We'll have to see. MIBR coming in with a bit of that tried and true composition to keep it at the base level. And we'll have to actually see. Ender was talking about that raise and jet composition being very effective at retaking, being able to cause a lot of chaos, which allows you to separate these sites. I mean, right at the end of the year, Bind was kind of changing where the site was vertically split instead of horizontally. People were giving up U-Haul, allowing the right side of the site to be taken. We'll have to see how these two teams decide to play that out. Is Spike's going to be dropped here? As we are all quiet to start things out here for C9 versus MIBR. Major stack towards that C9A side, though, if they're looking to maybe play a retake on B if there's too much noise.
Yeah, this is definitely something that Fraud's used to if he's going to be able to see a Yoru on the comp, what they can do with this in this double duelist setup. A slow default to start, but inching now forward on a 3-2 split towards this A site. You see first contact. Looking to get initiated by JZZ. Here's a running bait board. Right behind the smoke is going to be Zeppa. He draws first blood right now, and that's 2 Zeppa. Third hat-trick within the round. That finally gets answered back by Artazine, at least onto Oxy. Spike has been dropped, and Cloud9 already has the advantage. Already! This is stolen! But at least Cloud9 gets the pistol.
Zeppa. Long locks coming up with a 4K. What a round. The wall almost playing against MIBR that FRZ used up mid. Zeppa able to hide right behind it and continuously find the backs of MIBR. What a call by C9. Closely stacking A, not even wanting to play the retake. They were up in the face of MIBR, so we already see that positional, the defense positioning rather, that C9 wants to take off that pistol round. As we now get into round 2, we'll see how MIBR adjusts. C9 does have a few buys across the board. Nothing too extreme. Oxy with a Guardian.
And the flash already gets early info. So Cloudburst gets popped up, and as soon as it comes down, though, at least it's a 1-for-1. The dog comes out from the portal, and C9 swarms in within the showers, and to drop the 2 players trying to address from MIBR. At least RGL and the rest of MIBR sees that pressure. They want to move back towards the short, and they even things up on a 3-3, fighting towards the back of the site.
Yeah, Oxy just got the call that it might be coming towards him. He pulls back. But now hearing that Spike plant is able to take the gate crash. They were ready for that to come across.
Ready to push towards the spawn. But the numbers are still dwindling down right now for MIBR in this eco. At least they've upgraded to a Guardian and a Bulldog with the Spike down for them. There's the first orb being thrown down by Whippy. The tap on the Spike. RGL has to peek for some info. Spots the Dome of Vanity as that allows FRZ to push forward towards pipes and give the advantage here for MIBR to potentially get this thrifty. Whippy. The Spike is not even a halfway, and this is great discipline by MIBR to just hold it down. He does get the first pick on the FRZ, but that clock is running down. Too little, too late. MIBR will be able to answer back, and they tie up the game.
The second round, taking that away from Cloud9. I think MIBR also identified how far forward C9 wants to play in that situation. You put down the right smokes in an aggressive rushing. MIBR gets to find the trades that they want. They're refragging. They got the 1 in shower. They're able to find the same thing at short in just power and numbers at this point. Flowing all the way through U-Haul and then back through spawn and into the site for their own retake, honestly, to stop Whippy from that slam. What an aggressive round from MIBR, flipping the switch on C9, and now guns to dictate the game. They're like an A so far, so MIBR stay. Good flashes coming in from Long B. A lot of utility from Vanity we've seen already come through that teleporter, so easily being able to affect the A site from B. Huge boom there.
At the same time, while you had that dog come out towards the portal already at a first flash from Vanity down towards Long. With this new patch, you don't have any left here, so they're going to have to gamble it up together while Whippy's trying to get this aggressive position. Blue bot comes out into Ruka, at least to scout things out, and that inches C9 to find some information, and already FRZ gets the punishment.
See JZZ and Mazin coming out of that shower as they're able to help each other with a guiding light, but it's all about short.
They're still pretty good. It might be hard to get the backstab after for these trades.
Yeah.
It's only a bucket and a classic left for the last two players at Cloud9. Go together trying to work towards the short. Spike has been planted in a really great spot for this triangle formation you have for MIBR towards the back of the A site. These upgrades that you have now for Oxy and Vanity, these are rifles and definitely players that could get it done at the disadvantage.
Second round now, MIBR has taken the spawn side of defense.
Nice. There's that first nice pick though. Knows that RGL's just around the corner. The flash in the front. Nice second shot. Now we're coming in for the tap. Artesine's still waiting towards the top, and now once again, you just wait the clock down. More discipline coming out of MIBR. Tap on the spike, trying to at least get the gun away from Artesine. It's not going to happen. Oxy dies, and MIBR take the lead after the Red Bull clutch.
Well played. 3 rounds now towards A. We did see a bit of excursion from JZZ to throw Boomba into Hookah to give Cloud9 maybe something else to work off of, but it has been a full A focus for MIBR. And again, 2 rounds they're pushing fully into spawn to disrupt how Cloud9 can retake the site, right? They don't have the option to set up with these raise nades or get Oxy in a good position. It's the long flank, taking longer, losing spike time, and MIBR is continuously playing it safe. In that last round, doing a great job of finally sussing out Whippy, who was pushed up to stop that. And again, towards A, Vans, it's not stopping.
It's a quick combo to drop Zeppa. You already see that Oxy's inside that teleporter. The doctor opened the spot, gets the stun. He's trying to find the time to get the pick and finally does so. Evens up the situation in round number 4. Jake under heavy attack towards the U-Haul. There's the lineup. Third! Artesine falls down. That includes the spike. RGL in a clutch situation. 4 against him. Stuck all the way far behind towards short A.
Wild to see that happen. And Cloud9 still putting up the same defense that MIBR's run through a few times, and we see that there's a reason they'll keep positioning like this. Jake can hold down U-Haul, albeit a 3K that time. And now it's just going to push off Meister RGL here. He goes around looking for a last frag.
Yeah, probably just save the weapon at this point.
Yep.
There's no way 4 versus 1, but kind of like what you see right now from Jake within the U-Haul. Oh yeah. This is a good inlet like that one. You went for the fundamentals. 3 players trying to push against this player right here. And a player that's been questioning himself in the last season towards that mid side, where he's like, oh, maybe I'm not putting those numbers up. But you saw in the offseason, he went through with the performance coach. And now coming in on the first time he gets the pressure towards that U-Haul to get a 3K the way that he does. It's a great start here for what was the rookie last year for C9.
10 seconds left.
I think being able to figure out how this defense, or I'm sorry, offense and defense from MIBR at A works. They're throwing even more at Showers, making sure that that ground cannot be gained. It seems like MIBR, even with a bit of Showers push, that right side of A site, it's just too much already. Cloud9 actually 4 alive too on this round, so the rounds they did go down, this kind of helps if they were losing weapons. You'll see this buy coming in from MIBR on the low armor. No outlaw yet. Not yet. Not to see.
What's been pretty good for C9 too is seeing that MIBR has been getting that pressure towards Showers, and as soon as C9 tries to answer back, you're just bolting it towards the other end.
Yep.
So I like that you played a little bit more passively this time for C9 and greeted them, you stopped them. So now see MIBR defaulting differently this time around.
Right to Showers, Vancilli.
An easy one.
Oh my word.
Lower buy that you have for MIBR, sorry. 2 hero rifles as Artesine's trying to get the push forward. Dash already activates, stopped by the flash of Vanity. And now the long range duel won by Oxy. 1 eliminated. Spraying through the Viper wall. So MIBR is still able to maintain this spike.
Quickly rotate to in position to be 3v3 already on the B side. And the rotation can still come in from Woodby and Jake. Slow movement, just deterring the push in with a few nades. Nice chip damage out. And I think C9 have the read on this, even though they're not pushed up at A.
Especially with that decoy, that's going to give enough. Now that allows the wall to come up, everybody's going to decay, try to run through. Easy kills right now as the flash comes towards the front from Roxy as well. Couple of trades. Azine's going to be the last player standing. Just trying to watch all of his angles, trying to see if C9's going to push aggressively, but now it's time for C9 to show that discipline. Playing power of numbers, holding back towards the spawn. They just want to wait and see if the TP's going to happen or if a tap's going to happen within this cycle.
I love everything.
slow movement from Mazin. I think a touch plant, try to figure out where everybody is, and then
10
go next round as C9 comes flying out of the woodwork here. He may actually get the plant down.
Now with no flashes, though, it comes down to it. The evidence good enough.
Jake.
Hit by the snake bite, easy kill for Jake.
Yep. Rotations from Cloud9 are already on point. They continue to get a bit of early info. I think Vanity, of all people, and we're seeing him kind of be very patient at B, loves info, loves to work off the info and kind of push himself out sometimes just to get a bit if they don't have enough mid-round. So we see that push showers, info gained. It's actually been a fight almost all the time. We've had Whippy pushing mid, even for audio there. And a lot of times for C9, you'll see Whippy in a different zip code, getting that info, helping to make a mid-round call off of audio and rotations from the opponent. So really good job here of C9 to consider these rotations, the info they're getting by pushing a bit, but not stretching themselves too far that it can't still be a strong site hold. And MIBR is now having trouble trying to put something else on the table. There was 3 strong hits towards A, little hit towards B last round. And Oxy's in hookah to start off round 6.
TP opens right away. Zeppa's trying to answer back, just help Oxy, as even a dog out from Vanity is going to push Artazine away. So they tried to go for a double duelist boom bot pink. But Oxy got the drive-by running back within the sign. And look at that early rotate coming back towards the A side as well. These reads are starting to look really good here for C9. But Jake just falls.
Ooh, that's the shot. Looking to send out the cabbages. Okay, ultimate down. Interesting play. Just putting a little bit of pressure onto that B site that Cloud9 has to care about, but how much will they put into that? Leaving 2 members. They have each site guarded 2 and 2. And it's going to be that U-Haul work again here for MIBR just to try and make C9 make the air.
Especially with those Seekers coming on the TV getting across. MIBR is looking to work towards this A site. Oxy's the second to fall. Beautiful flash out from MIBR. Vanity's there to help as much as he can. But instantly we get the plant. TP comes across and they know Zeppa's on the flank. Spike down. Planet at a default spot. Zeppa's looking to at least try to find players spawning back within this short area. The Jubal peek from Artazine just spotted him. They're just setting up and it's looking very good for MIBR to finalize round number 6.
Oxy comes out with a laser beam to start this off, and the conversion goes to MIBR. But 4 members to still make it work towards the A site. Really well played throughout the round to get C9 moving a little bit. I think that's almost one of the best things MIBR can do right now is the longer you wait and the less info C9 has, you're going to get them off of their early defensive positions. A little bit of rotation, it seems like, is all MIBR needs to get the positioning for this right here. Another round. 3 to 3 now as we go back and forth here on buying Cloud9's pick. And they only lose Mazin and JZZ in that one. Zeppa stays alive. Looks like C9 should be able to bring a little bit of money into this round, but it's going to be low armor on that, so they got to watch the trades. Vanity to the judge, so you have to expect that this is going to be something funky. Mazin starting shot to get to the other side. Yeah, didn't expect that. And it's shot with that one just to go into technicality of it. It's a very weird angle because you both have such a long range. So if you minimize that range at all, you're the first one that's going to be seen. Very tough one. Very tough.
Like that, we get the Cats Vanity with a judge or a Bucky again. This time on the VCT stage in the Americas. Flash to get information coming out of Vanity. Gonna get some contact. Keep it close range here. MIBR, Spike's going down more, lean towards his B side. They didn't go for the same protocol of like flashing explosive showers at the satchel anymore, so right here, C9 is trying to expect something. Decoy to come out to get info.
Oh, they see quite a bit. Trailblazer on long.
The TP to get away, but that showstopper is still activated.
Oh dear.
Now it's forcing him out towards the hookah. Shot comes across. He stays alive at 9 HP. Rotates coming across for C9 already as 5 members of MIBR are clouding towards this B site. Plant will be successful as Oxy's getting ready.
He wants to drift.
With 9 HP, that's the best you could do right here and get information for your team. The flash will out for them to come out, but it's MIBR just waited and greeted C9 running through that smoke. They take the advantage. The TP comes across. Oxy's alone. He's going to try to save this weapon.
Wow. Absolutely closed down on B site. MIBR really utilizing their ults well, knowing what they have as an advantage, and they did not slow down. Even missing Oxy there. Really well played, but didn't draw the ultimate. Very, very good by JZZ to know that that was not the kill he was looking for. Goes in, still does damage, and ultimately affects the site for the team in the long run. They're searching, blood in the water. JZZ can say how much damage he did, but they're not going to find just yet. 4-3 now for MIBR.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure what they were trying to do was C9 off that wall bang and take him down. That's not a weapon save.
Nope.
I'll have to see if they're going to try something for C9 if it's going to be a half buy. But if we get into a replay, I think that's a little mistake that we saw from C9. That flash that came through was thrown straight within the tin. So it was going to be good for the player of MIBR that was blinded within that B site. But you still have the crossfire set up on the top of the shed at the long B, and it was just easy kills for players of MIBR as C9 ran out. So continuing a great match to start things off. These two teams are going back and forth. 4-3 in favor of the Brazilian team of MIBR. An aggressive push out of C9. 3 rifles to push down and fight towards the fountain. And only Oxy alone trying to get some audio to use.
This will solidify a full retake here for C9. Struggling currently on those. Oxy helps it out. Coming into this round right now, C9 1-5 on the retakes, and they put themselves in the position to make this a round where they have to. Let's see if they can make it in. Already Oxy taking down JZZ.
Seekers with a flash, trying to get some info, but I think the Seekers got shot down right away, so don't get too much. Oh, no. It's just trying to deny the lineups here from both players of MIBR towards the palm tree of Shorty, but decides to leave it.
Live to fight another day.
That's not good at all, because that's the orbital strike on Molly and 2 snake bites available for MIBR, so this might be a done deal for them on the attack. Look at him falling back. Just play the time right now for the attack. Yeah, and that's just going to be C9 trying to run away on this one. Nice kills, but it's not going to matter when the spike's going to go off, and the round's still going to MIBR.
MIBR stretching these rounds. That's a few now we've seen that just kind of go down to the way they run, they tie, they continue to strategize around C9 trying to get into the site. C9 is left wanting there. No spike, but they do get the frag. That's going to hurt a bit on the money as we watch it here again. A quick cleanup, but the time had already ticked down. Not too much, no, not too different on the setup. C9 continues to go with the 2-3. It's working. You can get Oxy to the other side to A. You can get the utility from Vanity through the gate on the other side of the portal. MIBR is now finding a way around these strats. I said it might be hard for them, but again, it's taking that time, allowing C9 to almost full rotate themselves. So we have a pit to start off here in mid, a place that MIBR has wanted to take control of almost every single round.
And it definitely looks like C9's been cooking here. I mean, you saw the lineup even up the pit from Whitney. You're putting in a position where it's going to be difficult for you to dog here. You're going to decay as you dog down towards the short. He still stays alive within the back. The Saddles now to try to clear it out. And Whitney gets that hit. And there you go. The great position here for C9. Short at least stops that hit from staying out. And the showstopper then comes out, leaving MIBR scattered towards the back of the A. They could control all on the short side for the attack. Gets denied right away.
Felt a bit like the pistol round strat. Zephyr just kind of hiding within the smoke that MIBR is creating. Able to get quite a few frags. You ready? Maz was like, oh my god. So it looks like they'll have the 1-2 Luka here. As well as long B.
30 seconds left.
This is looking good for C9 at least to win the round, but where MIBR is finding that success is on these close plans, so C9 continues now having to use an ult actually to defend and prevent MIBR to really get within this A site or any site whatsoever. With 10 seconds left, still committed here.
10 seconds left.
Plant attempt coming out from Azim, the first TP. And now with the spike going down, it's too late here for RGL to come out to get the plant. So very well done for the defenders within that B site. That's Vanity with the play from Long B. But allows C9 to narrow down the lead that MIBR currently has been building on this fight map.
A lot of deaths still going through here. We'll have to keep track on the money for C9, but that is definitely riding the ship of what they need to do. See here, trying to push up again. 2 mid. They loved it. I mean, why not? The strategy they have to take the backside of A is so good. As well as taking that, once MIBR can get the site, it almost stops Oxy if he has a quick gate trap to the other side. So they're really preventing the fast hit from Zoru as well to get back in. Now 5-4. Looks like they're spread across the map with possible B ending, and Arson, with enough money in the bank, pulls out the operator here, assisted by FRZ at long B. Now they know.
Do they know Oxy on the left side? I mean, not using your initiator with you. They heard the gate crash at least. But quite interesting that the op does come out from Artezine here, as they've been finding a lot of success with the trades for MIBR to really flood the sites, and now they want to play a little bit more slower with the attacker side off.
Still far back in A, expecting, you can almost see in that situation, they're expecting MIBR to still explode on the other side of the map. They're ready for anything. MIBR has done a great job here. C9 himself is doing a great job at trying to predict what could happen. The early rounds, they were able to follow MIBR. Now it's a little less. Here, MIBR will again find the numbers game. Good pressure towards B long to give C9 a little bit of a fake. It's going to be that 3-1 on A once again.
And then Vanity just threw a second flash towards short, saw nobody's there. So there's that instant rotate out of C9, and a perfect timing as MIBR are trying to gain this space towards this A site. Artezine with the blade storm on the top. That's why he has the off here, so we try to open up with the daggers. The Whippy still scores the first blood within the round. And C9 doesn't want to peek out. They just want to wait here for the tap to come down. Whippy finally gets a pick and off the rotate through some TPs though. Time was running down. Somehow Vanity's trying to keep it alive for C9. The 2 versus 1 as he updraft to actually break his crosshair placement. Beautifully done for MIBR as FRZ picks up the kill.
Solid teamwork. You can always identify, I think, a ball of 3 for MIBR. You saw this, and wherever that ball of 3 is, it kind of focuses around Arson. Arson will have an initiator, and maybe it'll be my RGL, or depending on how they want to do it. We'll see what they spread out to this time. But MIBR continues to just be so confident with that 3. And you see the up-down again here. It's just absolute mind games on Vanity to end that round. And MIBR is using that 3 to basically do everything they need to get into the site. That means you have 2 people around the map now listening to what's going on in the rotation, able to grab that guy coming through showers and from the portal. All the angles are covered when you see Cloud9 wanting to come in, and that retake continues to go to the wayside. We're going to see 9 timeout now. See if they reposition, see if they change some things here. 4-6, still very, very close game, but once a team is grabbing these rounds, when C9 hit their round, it seems like they have the definitive answer for what MIBR is doing. Now, MIBR is doing exactly the same.
MIBR is doing very well against to even lead the map. I mean, kind of looks like from the info gathering they're getting from C9 that they know where the hits coming from, but when it comes down to those fundamentals, maybe something here that Ron's been bringing to the MIBR roster is to be a little bit more perfect on the trades that they bring out here for MIBR. So, yes, it comes down to some nice rules and some nice trades for C9, but when you're looking again at the storyline of how this match has been going, they have been perverting their player advantage for C9. MIBR has been winning a lot of these. And also the pulse clamp retakes have not been successful here. You see it. The hand was sticking out. They're trying to get the wall back. Oxen's already half HP. At least he's able to TP away and get
back. Yeah. All the mind games, so it gets the heal up. A little bit coming in now. And they step it back. C9, you can see him trying to put a wrench in the works of MIBR. Anything to stop these early hits. Otherwise, it would kind of be a guiding light or a molly they'd have to wait for. So identifying and getting that info is huge for C9 here. And you can see it has slowed MIBR down, but now do they wait long enough for C9 again to rotate out of these safe positions?
I know the money's low here for C9, so I like that MIBR is actually cutting noise. We're going to see if C9 is going to try to do their signature. This is what we know from C9 last year. They're just trying to go front plays on the defense more aggressive. This time with the clock diddling down, C9's just waiting towards the back of this A site. So Jake's able to do a little bit of work here with this Vandal as the Seeker comes out, which will allow MIBR to get the plan. Zephyr getting caught with nade in hand, and RGL gets the wall bang. Even nonetheless, Zeppa got the kill with the bug. FRZ was already behind U-Haul for the instant trade. Nice work from MIBR. Oxy trying to move back within the Guardians. Off angle waited by FRZ. Nice little bait and switch coming out of MIBR. Now Vanity stuck with only but a classic. There's a rifle long range there at triple they can pick up. Dog's gonna spot him too. Now we'll see if MIBR wants to be a little bit more antsy, if they're gonna try to chase this kill and get punished. There's a tap on the first one. Nice peek. Well done here for MIBR in the end. I mean, look at how they swung out on that 3 versus 1.
Even finding the man advantage, C9 still cannot find a way to make his retakes work. And I think one of the biggest things you said, Vance, there is the trade, the refrags coming out. We saw this hit on A. They all fly out on the bench, and it was a very fast flash out of the smoke, right? They got themselves almost on the front doorstep before they opened it. And everybody comes piling out. Everybody's trading, and we did see one person standing there. It was Marvin at the end of the fight. The refrags went in favor of MIBR, and A site was theirs. Perseverance and the aggression that they're hitting. C9 wants to stop that shower hit now. We'll try to get themselves in a position, but MIBR is out. The other side of the map, and Oxy quickly flings that up.
Again, some funnies attempt by MIBR. The wide swing to come out in a second of bait, but Oxy. Rookie right now for C9. He's always quick on the trigger. Even through the drifts, he's now 2 players first one. He's just going to get that info at least to keep them back.
Great info. We're still waiting to see how ready they are for this A hit. MIBR has come back so much. And they may be correct on this. 2-3, the anchor is for C9. Everybody is an anchor right now. No one's moving. Realizing how MIBR is fighting with that so many times. Continue to end it.
Trying to play mind games here. The drift spotted the 2 players towards one, the RGL and FRZ, but then we get a flash on the attack for 2 of those players there. So the other players of MIBR that were spotted earlier on to try to maybe surprise one, almost got that first contact and pick. It's spotted here by James. Moss first up towards the showers. Easy kill for Whippy on the FRZ. So the last 2 players, I mean, you heard the dogs, so C9's going to be ready for this one.
Fight's vertically split again. Got to get out of U-Haul safely. There's one. Whippy already on the muzzle.
10 seconds left.
Roll. Zeppa's just going to clean that one up. I wondered if anybody was going to venture into U-Haul and make that a few frags for MIBR. But 7-5 on the first half. C9 do share up a few of those last frags.
Yeah, I mean, a great start to the pistol, and then finishing it strong on a flawless is at least it's going to make you happy moving into the second half, because whatever was happening in between definitely looked like it was better for MIBR.
It really was. Seeing how MIBR continued to structure themselves around what Cloud9 was doing and not being deterred by the Yoru or how fast the Yoru could move, they played their own game, and MIBR looking really good to start off on C9's bind.
Yeah. With it now, let's hear it from MIBR's Mazin for the spots on a Teams New Direction in 2024.
Nosso time ele vai vir totalmente diferente do que era no passado, principalmente por conta da mudança de IGL. Eu acho que independente de quem seja, cada IGL pensa de uma forma diferente. A gente também trouxe a adição do Fraud na staff, então acho que isso vai fazer muita diferença. Então agora tem muito mais gente também trabalhando em prol do tático, em prol do game style, que vai ser diferente, porque eu penso diferente do que eles pensavam antes. E é isso, estou bem feliz com o que tem acontecido até agora, eu acho que a gente vai conseguir mandar bem, estamos se entendendo muito bem, e é isso.
Pretty happy right now with MIBR and how things been going throughout the offseason, getting ready for that one. I mean, whenever he actually stepped down from Furia, apparently he was already in conversation with MIBR, and when you have players like this that could work together, FRZ and Mazin seem to be on the same wave when it comes down to how they think about the game. It's definitely showing here on their attack side how they were able to like break down really the C9 defense that we currently have.
One of those tweets in there mentioning Fraud and Bazooka, that is so much brain. Yeah. There's so much attack FPS brain behind a team. Whatever formula they can come up with. It could probably blow your mind. It's a lot of experience there that they have on this.
Yeah. I mean, even if you want to speak about fraud at this point too, when you're looking at their results here from last year, even though they got the drop from Loud, they're still a team within Loud, by him at the helm rather, as a coach. They're still able to win the Americas here for the VCT. They got third champions. They're having great results so far throughout the year. So also the unsung hero that allowed Loud to win a couple of champions ago.
I'm sold. Get him back on the operator. Put him in. Let's go. Get him on the internet. Pistol round. You can see the first one going to Cloud9. All the way back down there on the left. But still, 5-7. Can we start off strong and bring this to a fight in the second half? Big stack by MIBR for Kuka, and it looks like they actually want to make themselves known to whoever's going to be on scene.
Yeah, this is quite interesting. You already see a Sheriff out from Artazine, double flash from Artazine with armor. They're trying to go with the aggression, and it works out. The spike's already down.
Craze, always here for MIBR at the name of the game. Quickly picked up his vanity and says, okay, fine, his heads out of that situation. Showers has been on lockdown here for Oxy, if that's going to get a little help in getting there.
And that's the thing.
Cursed.
You're doing such a good job here for MIBR with the pressure that you added at the beginning of this pistol, and now you're funneling C9 to cut noise, trying to find some information within the A site, and you're playing against a Sheriff long range from Artazine. Now he plays it all the way back towards the site. They could just play the retake now on a two-player advantage.
Slowly playing this one. Vanity and Whippy to plant. Maybe get the rotate out, do a little TP. Just gonna double up, see who they could have gotten off the first fake turn on a full rounder truck. Alright.
Communication at least. They get the orb up here, so if Vanity can actually start falling back for a bit, now you're keeping them might be our guessing. There's somebody down towards at short A, but it's currently being flanked by Mazin, so they'll get this information very quickly and can flood towards the U-Haul. There's the orb coming up again. Vanity looking to get a first contact. Now we're thundering through. The right clicks almost gets the one. Almost gets the second one rather, and now Whippy's on a 2 versus 1. The flash, he turns away from it, trying to get the shot, gets the kill. Now it's halfway with the wall coming down. Here comes the white swing. The Sheriff, 15 HP is Whippy. Trying to come across, close for Hank, and a bullet. Whippy gets the kill, and a Red Bull clutch for the pistol of Cloud9.
Oh my gosh. What a save on that one by Cloud9. It is so big for them to get that pistol the way MIBR has been playing. That could easily have been a runaway with a few rounds into your bonus. So, oh my, this shot too. That has just been catching people off guard on that angle to Showers here twice in this game we've seen. And Whippy doing everything he can in that situation. You know, if you watch the interview, he says, underrated. I don't know what people aren't seeing in this guy. Well, you see it right here, Whippy pulling out the controller plays to clutch that round. Quickly hiding to get himself a win. Alright, what do they do for this one? Slow movement to start off. Walls are already down all the way from B through portal here for the side of MIBR as they play that long wall. MIBR still stacked. B again for them.
Want to fight this?
They'll fight everything right now, it seems. Love it.
Use the orbs up there. They're forced to TP. Maybe a big, beautiful flash. There's that swing coming out from both ends. But Cloud9 has better weaponry. So that's a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Cloud9. Now they can just stop it. That trap player attempted from MIBR gets foiled. And this gives a chance here for C9 to just group together and play the distance here against the classics that you currently have on the defensive side of MIBR.
You can see from the team able to organize themselves around such a chaotic situation. C9 assessed it perfectly. Now entering B, gotta suss out the rest of his members.
Yeah, that's pretty good. FRZ, though, at least is able to catch a good timing for 2 kills with the classic. But C9 get the round and they tie up the game. Their bonus round is decent. 2 Bulldogs right now for Cloud9 and the rest. We'll see if they want to buy around that.
See what they throw down. There's the Bulldogs. See the play once again. Yeah, this chaos right here for Cloud9, what I was saying before, the fact that they didn't stop the shot, they felt comfortable to take whatever was happening, knowing that there were just, like you said, pistols or whatnot on the other side. You need to see that. They can't be shook after that first half. They have to know when they have the upper hand. So looks like they are doing just fine in that department. Big split here from C9 onto A. It looks like this could get under the skin of MIBR in the gun round.
We already used everything to try to fake towards this B side. I mean, look at the numbers of MIBR towards the octagon, and as C9 are just moving through without any flashes, putting the smokes down, and even wrapped it around triple. So trying to pinch back towards Showers and finally, like, okay, we heard a DP, and maybe too many players towards this A side, but with VCT on the other end, maybe overthinking it. There's 2 players still alive for MIBR within the site. They have the weapon advantage. Artazine stops Zeppa on that fake towards the A side, and here's that nice flash coming out from Oxy, who then comes in towards the octagon. Mazine down to 8 HP, beautiful bird! As another one falls, the lineup on the second one, a 1-for-1, but a disadvantage for C9. Aiming down the sight, trying to get that first pick, but unfortunately the shots do not connect. And MIBR, they retake the lead.
GGZ and the rest of the squad able to pull one up on the B hit from Cloud9. A little stalled on sight. Nice job by MIBR to kind of back up, not allow anything off the get-go. You saw C9 got to hookah fast and then waited. Just a little bit of rotation time for MIBR there. Hard to get the plant down. No extra money there. Still a buy though coming in from C9. What's the play going to be? Push down mid here. One of the first aggressions on defense from MIBR.
The contact play. It's nice. Whippy did some damage, but just couldn't get the victory here as he looks like he scored the first shot. Instantly we fall back, trying to find a heal. So that also allows 3 players to be stacked right after for MIBR within this B site.
There's no push mid. Oxy covers that. MIBR is doing a great job of not showing, giving up any information that Nuz doesn't need to. Back to mid here for C9. Oxy's been covering this position. They won't have shower control on this one, so they have to be careful about that right side of the site as Zeppa opens up hookah.
This is actually really good, as now it gives some space here for Zeppa to work with. Exactly, you can TP across. Rotate already came out. There's no flash to support on the defense as Mazine falls down. They're gonna try to go ring around the Rosie. Oxy here's to rotate back. He's trying to get potentially a pick here if he can, but the timing doesn't work out. So still holding towards the U-Haul.
If C9 is thinking about the first 2 rounds of second half, it was a pile of 4 members of MIBR, so they've been teleporting back and forth.
And a triple swing right after the flash. Oxy's trying to get the second kill there. Oh, Dargill, oh boy. Orbital strike coming through. The spike fist has fallen somehow, and Zeppa, again, is the last player remaining. And the story continues with C9 working well on the first blood, but just can't convert.
Yes, the conversions are not happening. I was saying before, the round 1 and 2, MIBR had a stack of 4 members to rotate across, and you know C9 was said everybody was at this site. So 3rd round, we see the teleport, maybe expecting MIBR again in a huddle. But MIBR is doing such a good job at following here. The 2nd round, C9 tries the TP play to go around the world. Smiles on the faces of MIBR right now. I think the desk said something really pivotal for them is there's only up, right? Where's the pressure? You know, they're chill, they're vibing, they're having a good time. They love what the team looks like, and they are enjoying playing together. It's 9-7 here. Again, on that C9 pick, defined as a timeout comes through.
MIBR is looking really good with this double duelist setup. A role here that GZZ is not unfamiliar with. I mean, even looking at the roster within the last season, when you're playing a map like Split, for example, which would be the 2nd map here coming up in this BO3, he's also very comfortable in this race. So really doing a good job here to foil the plans of C9 every time they get this player advantage. But I gotta say, last time they overcooked that one for C9 too.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, being able to convert 5v4s here for MIBR has been pretty amazing, right? The ability to get themselves into these rounds, knowing they have the advantage, or even convert when C9 has a 5v4. MIBR is 6-10 on gun round right now, so really coming through. A lot of ultimates could be had here by Cloud9. Just 1 orb for 4 members. Vanity gets his.
I want to walk up for a contact and surprise the Showers push. Yeah. Works out for a trade at least. And they have a dimensional drift to get the information. So there's this is going to be pretty good for C9 to gain at least map control. Allow here for JK to try to run out and get the plant. Also, orbital strike available. small lead. They try to fall back at this point. This is nicely done there as GZZ is caught in the corner. You're going to try to fall back. I love the double flank that we currently have here from MIBR. The Seekers stick around. Mazine gets the drop onto Oxy. And even the push towards the spawn gets denied by FRZ. Numbers back at the advantage of MIBR. The weapon not strong for C9. Only 2 stingers. Jake is low on HP. Trying to hold his ground here towards the showers, trying to stay alive. There's that first nice pick there at the Mazine to allow Whippy to get this backstab. But Artazine is still sticking on that spike. Finally, the jiggle across. There's that backstab. And now we can flip across. The fuse still comes through.
It's falling apart. It's falling apart right now. MIBR picking up the pieces wherever they can. A quick defuse by Artazine. And they get themselves a 10th round. Now that's 3 in a row. 2,900 does go for the lost round bonus to C9, but is it gonna be enough? They gotta find momentum. They gotta find what's working for them here. MIBR is sticking with this identity of aggression and patience. Whenever they need it, they can flip it on. The aggression comes from a group of 3 when they know they need to wait. We just saw it there from FRZ. A quick kill and spawn going over to Zeppa, just really nailing the coffin on some of these plays, the way that MIBR is defending their sites. Here towards A, Cloud9, 4-1 again with Whippy kind of being off, listening for rotation, trying to help with that mid-round call. Yeah. And again, MIBR in Buka, almost pushed up towards that short A side. They're not giving that much ground.
And definitely trying to change the pace for C9 within this round. But it was stopped right away by the utility you currently have from FRZ towards this long B. They still want to continue to pressure towards this B site. The ults to come out, the Seekers to push across, but don't have control of Buka right now. This could be very dangerous towards the post plant when these smokes will come down. So C9 haven't decided yet to move within this B site. They TV back within A.
Cruising, oh my. Different sides of the map now. Oh no. They're gonna hear each other almost, I think.
Oh, they heard it.
Yeah.
Oxy turns around here as Mazine gets greeted. Zeppa's the one that's waiting all the way towards showers. But JZZ also has a timing. The timing across a showstopper out connection, but then traded right away. And Whippy was still holding towards that fountain. It was gonna get scrappy no matter what through that TV play. Advantage now for Cloud9. Showstopper misses. The pit comes out. We're trying to secure the round now. Oh man, I love the crowd again. Good to be back. RGL though, a nice pick onto Zeppa. 2 versus 2. Oh, the tag there onto it. Be down to 16 HP. Playing close within is Oxy. Just on the edge of that pit. He senses FRZ coming through and gets that pick. A 1 versus 1. The pit comes down though as Whippy gets picked off. RGL trying to scale up now from triple. The lights them across. RGL gets the pick into the fuse. And MIBR scores up at 11.
The 1v1 is what it comes down to again. And when this game came around, when you thought about it, these firepower, how something might work, and strategy, you were kind of unknown on both teams. But MIBR is bringing in the refracts, bringing in the firepower when they need it in the 1v1 situations, and making these rounds work. What a close by RGL Maestro. We know he's good for those situations. We've seen it last year, and it continues here. Another defuse there by MIBR. The retakes, they are just overheating on those. Beautiful job.
What a great way to kick off right now the Americas for the Brazilian teams today. They're really putting up a fight right now as MIBR takes the lead by 4 on C9's map pick. Pit comes out early on the defense, so that now forces C9 to try to wrap around. Ooh, Jesus, he could have had that one, but Oxy punishes him as he misses the shot. FRZ holding within the pit here with his judge. Gonna avoid a little bit of that utility, but that's still gonna allow C9 to plant for showers. Flash, not pushing through. Making himself known though with this judge, FRZ. His teammates are so far back within the pit. 2 players now walking in, and that's the pit down. Finally, C9 finding some good value here of working together with the utility.
Out to off, save it. So another round here. We usually go in looking at Cloud9, I kind of want to put out bringing the Yoru into the game. Looking at what Oxy does, otherwise we watch him on his jet, we watch him on basically just his jet.
Any duelist, pretty much, yeah.
Fearless aggression, right? Goes in, doesn't notice what the jet or a duelist has to do to get into the site, break the chaos, to break crosshairs, and get into position. And I feel like, well, they can do that with this composition. MIBR is not allowing. They're either pushing up to make sure Oxy can't get a weird gate crash, or there are some people in the back to make sure that there isn't a gate crash that got by them, and he's going to show up behind. So a lot of his options, I feel like, would be shut down from where we see him going in and being that kind of spearhead for the team. And Zeppa's there to kind of help with the post plan as well and initiate the hit, not be the one bouncing in. So I feel like MABR is not allowing this composition of C9s to work in its fullest.
Yeah. Although C9 was able to drop that Viper's pit, is not out of the fire pit yet. Still trailing by 3 rounds. Op still available now for Artazine. Blade Storm. Hero Rifle saved by Mazine as well. And there comes the flank from behind. Somehow gets the double kill with the shorty. Very nicely done to wrap around behind here on the execution of C9. And that's a second attempt now to save the Vandal. The op has been dropped.
And what I mentioned just now, because last round was C9, with the aggression rather, was C9 pushing through showers and kind of everybody behind Oxy there. This one was through Short A, everybody behind Oxy there. A lot what it would look like if they did have that on a jet. So really on the ball together with these last few strategies. Just collective rounds, easy peasy, forcing to save twice here by MIBR. Zeppa's the only one that goes down, so they're actually building a huge economy as well as they hit MIBRs at the perfect time.
Yeah.
As far as he goes down, just some money.
Better late than never at this point here,
yeah,
right?
Now 9 to 11.
Able to build the economy up, at least trying to keep it close or even try to tie the game if you can. But if your back's against the wall here on the first map, if MIBR is able to convert here from round number 11, you still have money to work with to try to battle if that goes.
And this is the big one. MIBR is calling a timeout. If this round is lost, sure, they get 2,900 from max bonus, but look at that's on 50 credits, 100. They're not going to be able to buy. C9's going to be able to topple these next rounds over if this next round can go their way. And they very easily could have an OT game or even C9 kind of switching back in their favor here, just with the flow of it. The ultimates aren't on deck really for anyone either, so it's going to come down to the strategy, gunfights, and utility.
Yeah, and that's the beauty right now with the double duelist when you're playing on the attack here for MIBR, is you're able to convert a lot of these rounds with good trades and even trying to go for heroic moments when it comes down to the defensive side where you don't have an opportunity to delay as much if you're playing. Well, now you can because you're playing double controller release for MIBR, but it's harder to find information. With only the sky or no sentinels on top of that, it really allows C9 to work the map a little bit more and change pace as much as they want.
It is one of the interesting things we've seen with the no sentinels. It's either you fully retake the position due to it being dangerous and you have to retake the map, or you keep going forward and W is the only key on your keyboard. It seems like the W key has been quite a factor here for C9 in the second half, of at least these last 2 rounds. MIBR used a bit more of the back and forth on their attack. C9 making the comeback here, 9 to 11 after 4 straight rounds for MIBR. C9 find a way through the defense.
Got our first outlaw of the Americas as
Oxy
got some sprays through the smoke, supports the showers, and already a player has to fall back. That's JZZ looking for a heal, an opportunity here for C9 to start scaling up within the sites that they want.
Interesting. Oh, it's a double buy. You just picked up a Vandal. Okay. 52-50. Man's just banking weapons back there in an arsenal. 3-2 split here from C9. Rotation is coming back in from JZZ. And again, we'll see how much they crash in behind Oxy here if they do decide to go in.
It's Oxy that's trying to crash behind them as well. TPing out, but Vanity and Whippy are there at least for the trade. So great space created by Oxy. JZZ trying to find a timing running out through the smoke, but couldn't surprise his opponent Zeppa. It's almost down to nothing, but gets the heal pop-up from Vanity. Spike down and planet here for C9. And a Viper on Viper. Whippy wins that duel and eliminates FRZ. Only Mazine and JZZ left up towards the pipes at the spawn. Both spotted by Jake. What does that mean? Another savior from MVR.
Another save. And what is this A and shower play? Getting that lev low. Yeah, another shower hit. Another one. It's funny that we brought up Oxy being aggressive there, and it pushed a little bit more into that, right? A little bit more pressure on the rookie's shoulders to be the one to go in, and for C9 to find the refrags. Doing much better at that, and MIBR doesn't really have the answer. This is the money situation we're talking about now, fully down onto that low buy. Sheriffs and a Marshall inside MIBR.
You bring up a great point, though, with Oxy, the pressure on his shoulders, first time on the American stage.
You're feeling leaves?
And I think it's the good thing here to trust in the process of what C9's been doing throughout the offseason. Yes, they look kind of weird with the compositions that we're running, but being able to play on a stage with the crowd and over in Korea and then playing also in the LatAm tournament, I mean, they're allowing him to get that experience on the stage quite early before stepping right here within the Americas. And he's doing a great job once again, creating the space for C9. Only one round away for C9 to tie up the game, and as MIBR is trying to find an answer on this eco, it works out for a small trade here within this B site. This push that you currently have targeting.
This is where not having a Sentinel comes into play. Arzine on that large flank. Gonna wait for just a moment here. Feels like someone might be watching.
It's a big hurt. The snake bite going out for long being is like, nah, it's not happening. It's towards the east side. So the rest of MIBR rotating towards the spawn. They have an opportunity to go for the backstab here, but Whippy, 6 cents, turns around and eliminates Arzine.
How does he know? One of those lurkers. You want Oxy to keep it going.
Spot being very strong right now on buying now. Trying to go for the battle against FRZ. Who the defender wins it. Trying to make the economy a little bit more expensive for C9 within the next round. I mean, you mentioned it, Riv. Been looking pretty good for C9 with the economy and building round after round. Nice shot from Azina as well, out with the Marshall. Orb comes across, the caps coming through, and both players of C9 are out towards the showers, and as the orb comes down now, it's too late. Couldn't aim down the sight on time there from Azine as Jake allows C9 to tie up the game.
I guess one way to get back into that game is 4 hits on A eventually. And 2 of those rounds back-to-back were under 30 seconds for Cloud9. They have completely changed the name of the game that they're trying to bring to the table. An identity is currently being formed as we watch here on Bind. And yeah, they feel a lot more comfortable. Maybe just the cobwebs are off on what they were trying to do before. And they said, let's revert back to this. Because that's as stark as it looks right now. Night and day from what they were doing before to what we just saw in the last 4 rounds. Hero, they will focus on towards the B side.
Oh, MIBR is trying to join the party, pushing down towards Long B as they heard the showstopper towards Hookah. The first and second kills come out in favor of C9. Mazine and Afrosino pushing it out. That's the spike down.
Oxy was in a 4v1 over here, but then more people joined, and it's actually 2 going down for C9 now. They run back. A quick drift for Oxy as he goes dimensional on this one. And they should know the site's cleared. Don't have to commit, though. It looks like they're still being quite tentative on it.
A lot of these. Trying to go for a flash towards a spawn. Oh, the long-range
Operator down.
Off to Shorty. Oxy read that and plays the distance to win it with the Vandal. TP's away. Advantage for C9. Double up towards U-Haul as Oxy's playing back to the backstab here, the post plan, the last player to watch the flank. But the dog spots both players of MIBR towards the spawn. Hand-to-hand, Whippy is just trying to hold them back with another snake bite towards the ground. There's that flash for a peek towards the front. It's beautiful. Both of them flow for MIBR. Beautiful discipline and play for C9 as they're now at match point.
From chaos to collected strategies here from C9. Everything looking great. And look, Oxy staying for this fight. Finally gets out of that situation. Takes the 3rd one down and drops the high priority operator and spawn. Yeah, we talked a little bit about that before. The MIBR has been playing so far, backstopping what Oxy really wants to do to get behind and be a nuisance, but the firepower from the rookie is still there, fending off with long, dwindling MIBR's numbers, not allowing a team rotation to come out. All of C9 together just feel like they're starting to click here. Whippy check-ins, edges, and all the extract. No.
Y Peter's on it, that's my cane. Wow, no quieres pa' mirar el sign. Por si algún día ya no hay. Wow, ey, no beben vaso high. Copa Bifitter con limón, no quieres tanquear. Que tío no hay mala, desaprovecháis. Y aunque eso tira la ocasión, así la aprovecháis. Le llega heavy, hoy no va a portarme bien. Toca pegue y me vacila 10 de 100. Ahora es pussy, retrega constantemente. She's smoking glass, casi que rats. Mi nombre por tu ciudad. Baby, sigue que lo escuché el vecino de atrás. Let's hop and cash. Y si preguntan la que hay, she want it, I got it, y acabo de fixar. Let's go to class, la partidita al solitario. Get out all around, yeah. Eso que tiene duplicado, yeah. Muévemelo para el otro lado, yeah. Oh yeah, no, que se amontone. Tranquilo, suéltame los botones. Los mamas y a mí me se moconen. Todas las posiciones. Oh no, otro cero. Rugian si lo meto un aguacero. BBM, very big monetero. Quieren dinero, fundiendo cobre en la que hay. Que no me corre la que hay. Fundiendo cobre en la que hay. Que no me corre la que hay.
Devil in a red dress. Call 911, I'm a killer. You know I hate to confess. Bang, bang, got my hand on the trigger. The devil in a red dress. Call 911, I'm a killer. You know I hate to confess. Bang, bang, got my hand, bang, got my hand, call
Suck me in smoke, breathe me in and let me go. Filling the lungs inside you, and the blackened eyes make my way into your mind. Just to know what you knew. Restless every time we start locking eyes. Lost control. Suck me in smoke, breathe me in and let me go. Sink to your heart to find you. Open up your eyes till you're blinded by the lies, so you can see what you do. Restless every time we start locking eyes. Lost control. Teardrops on the floor. The pain is over. Feel the darkness take control.
the horizon, turn us to thousands. We'll go through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And we'll go through the wastelands, through the highways, and
Open eye, feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me. So alive, make it last forever. Stop in time, yeah, I'm surrendering. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me move. Can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me. Like you, be strong to hold the powers of the sun. To dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the only one, only one. I was an ordinary boy until I broke the rules. My life destroyed. Life destroyed. Until I walk awake, scream my mind, I shout, the ground shakes. How much can I take? My mind will break. Will it break? Can I take?
Burning the bridge that keeps us. I'm here and I'm fearless. Exaggerated, that's what you assume. The story's over now, I must conclude. I am conflicted, watching where I step still. Hanging in the balance, not the life I want to live. I want to take it all, standing tall. Fear outweighed the person you are.
Rising with each beat of the music is bringing a real flame. inside you. And the blackened eyes make my way into your mind. Just to know what you knew. Restless every time we start locking eyes. Lost control. Oh, it's paradise with honesty, but I'm in the dead of the take me in the smoke, breathe me in and let me go. Sink to your heart to find you. Open up your eyes till you're blinded by the lies, so you can see what you do. Restless every time we start locking eyes. Lost control. Oh, it's paradise with honesty, but I'm in the dead of the night. Teardrops on the floor. The pain is over. Feel the darkness take control.
Who alive can't put me in a box. I redefine any definition you got. I am the tiger, I'm making steps to the top. The flames, I whip it up, you just gotta hand me the rock. Take a seat, you cannot stand it. All I know, the flow harder than a Scotch bunny. Don't try study me, you cannot manage. This ain't what you want, bitch, I'm a fucking phenomenon. This ain't what you want, bitch, I'm a fucking phenomenon.
Yeah, you better listen. I'm bringing heat. You'll be a fan when I start rapping. Way I'll have your fucking head spinning. I'm known as spit vicious. Release bombs and go tick tick. Boom, you blown me that head missing. I'm a phenomenon. Stacking cheese like it's Parmesan. 8 different flows, call me Octomom. I'm moving fast like the Autobahn. And I'm independent, so I'm not your fucking starving like it's Ramadan. Sick, twisted, gifted. Can't copy, printed. Can't hold me down. I shape shift, I'm liquid. I killed this beat, I might get convicted. They know how I move, it was predicted. Persistent, spoke it into existence. So consistent, no assistance. Hear me once, become addicted. If I rap it, then I live it. There's no cap when I be spitting this.
This ain't what you want, bitch, I'm a fucking phenomenon. This ain't what you want, bitch, I'm a fucking phenomenon. Cracky.
I just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I've been stuck on your memory, but it's not like I need it. And we may have some history, but we don't have to repeat it. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I'm gonna burn all the bridges between us. Just like the street lights lit this town, like a fire in a blaze, gotta burn it down. Can't be afraid to leave this out. We got this far, don't know how. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we gonna light it up tonight. We gonna light it up tonight. We gonna light it up just like the sunrise. We gonna light it up. Just like a spark that's breaking out. Can't make a stop, can't turn back now. We know that there's no room for doubt. No, we can't turn back now. I see danger in your